मोदी योगी को राम जी नहीं भेजते तो आज भी भगवान टेंट में पड़े रहते, और कोई किसी की भी सत्ता आ जाती, राम जी टेंट में ही रहते, राजा नहीं बन पाते। आज पूरा राम मंदिर का निर्माण हो गया है। अब वह संस्कृति, सनातन धर्म, राम का जो प्रभाव है वो ध्वजा, राम मंदिर के शिखर पर ध्वजारोहण जब होगा तो यह एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज जाएगा, और जो सनातन विरोधी है ना वो बुखला जाएंगे, और ऐसे ध्वजा कार्यक्रम को लेकर के कुछ होंगे जिनके पेट में जलन होगी।
जो तैयारियां देख रहे हैं वो तैयारियां कैसी लग रही हैं?
तैयारियां बहुत बढ़िया हैं, बहुत अच्छा है, और काफ़ी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज हैं और काफ़ी विकास हो रहा है।
यह जो कार्यक्रम जो चल रहा है ध्वजारोहण का, यह कोई सामान्य ध्वज नहीं है। आप समझ लीजिए कि धर्म ध्वज की संस्थापना हो रही है, और सनातन का जो है यह पुनर्जागरण काल आप कह सकते हैं। और मोदी जी और योगी जी के युग में मैं समझता हूं कि सनातन का जितना भी जो आप विकास देख रहे हैं, जो भी चीज़ें मंदिर को लेकर जो कार्य किया जा रहा है वो बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है।
I think especially since the Yogi Adityanath government came to power in UP in 2017, the Chief Minister took up Ayodhya, I would say, as a personal project, to beautify it, to ensure that this becomes the magnet for religious tourism in UP. And this year, the figures I was getting from the UP Tourism Department, about 50 crore people could be visiting the Ram temple in this year itself. That's double the population of the state of Uttar Pradesh, and that is the level, people I've met here, families coming from Pune, from Chennai, from all parts of the country, from abroad. People especially fly down here, and Ayodhya has a very nice big airport now where people are coming to visit the Ram temple. And I think after the Pran Pratishthan ceremony, when the Chief Minister, the RSS chief and the Prime Minister was here, all three are together here today again to mark this Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, which also marks the completion of the entire Ram temple complex. So I think very, very significant messages being sent away from Ayodhya. The Prime Minister will be here in about an hour and a half from now. The RSS chief is already here since last evening. The UP Chief Minister was also here last evening. And the mood, if I tell you, is very dharmic. The mood is the religious fervor is very much there. You speak to anybody here, people have come. The temple is of course closed today for public viewing. But even yesterday I could see, hundreds of people streaming into to get the darshan of Ayodhya. Because the people also want to see the expanse of the full temple, from a small tent to a temple complex which has multiple temples now inside, of various Maharishis, of various other gods, along with the, of course, the Lord Ram temple, the the 3-floor temple. You have Ram Darbar on the first floor, the main deity on the ground floor. So all this, I think people is very, very excited to see this here.
Absolutely. Now we also have to talk about this particular date that was chosen for this ceremony. 25th coincides with the Vivah Panchami as well. It holds deep religious symbolism, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely, Hem. The date, today is also the Muhurat which has been chosen, the Abhijit Muhurat. The Pran Pratishthan had also happened in the Abhijit Muhurat, and today is the very divine date. It is the, the Vivah Panchami, as you say, the date when Lord Ram, Ma Sita, the unison happened. The very, that is why you see even last night, Hem, in Ayodhya, there were so many marriages, we could hardly sleep, because there have been so many marriages happening last night. Even today, I believe there are lots of marriages scheduled. So this is a very, very auspicious dates, yesterday as well as today, and the date has been specially chosen. This significance also of this flag, which will be put on the top of the Ram temple, the Shikhar, is also extremely significant. It has the symbol of Om, it has the Kodaya tree, which is also considered very, very sacred. It has the symbol of the sun, and we were speaking yesterday to the person who actually came up with this idea of this entire flag, and the man who's actually prepared this flag, which will be put on the top of the temple today. Very, very significant. The Prime Minister will be there to do these honors along with the RSS chief, and I think a big day for Hindu Astha. Nearly 5,000 to 6,000 invitees are there at this particular function inside the Ram temple, and these are not just people who are VVIPs. There are also people from all strata of life. Even the the Ram Bhakts who were a part of the Kar Seva, way back 20-25 years back, have also been invited to this function today. The people who have made the stone which has been used in the Ram temple all the way from Rajasthan have also been invited today. So people from all walks of life, Swamis, Sadhus, VVIPs, people from Bollywood, people from industry, very much as we saw during the Pran Pratishthan ceremony, all these people will be gracing the occasion today. The Prime Minister will also be addressing the gathering post noon. So that will also be a very, very important address that the Prime Minister makes post the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony.
All right, Raman, do stay on with us. We'll continue to, of course, track all that is happening today in Ayodhya. Now, the Ram Temple flag, let's talk about this. Crafted by skilled artisans in Ahmedabad. It's made of a particular parachute grade nylon for high durability, designed to be resistant to sunlight, rain, strong winds. This particular flag can tolerate wind speeds of up to 200 kilometers an hour. It's protected with double coated synthetic layer flag. It weighs about 2.5 kilograms and has an estimated lifespan of 3 years, which is to be hoisted using this automated hoisting mechanism. Just a press of a button and the flag will be hoisted, an engineering marvel as well. Now, Aman, let me just come back to you. Of course, when we talk about the Dhwaj Dhan or the Dhwaj Stump, it's a 42-foot brass flag post that we're talking about, 5,500 kilograms. There's an automated mechanism for the flag to be hoisted as well. Let's talk about this as well.
Well, see, the details that we have are very fascinating. This particular flag, features the radiant sun with the Kovidara tree and the Om inscribed on it to, embodify the brilliance and the valor of Bhagwan Sri Ram, the ideals of Ram Rajya. We have seen over the past few days, this flag was a proper puja was done of the flag, as well as the, the pole on which it will come up, and there was a proper anushthan done for the same, because this is a very, very sacred exercise. Dhwaj Arohan in any particular temple marks the completion of the temple, marks that the temple is now fully complete, and that is why this ceremony becomes so significant. And when the Prime Minister comes also here today, he's not just going to the Ram temple. Inside the entire Ram temple complex, there are various other temples which have come up, and these are called the details I have, they are called the Sapta Mandirs. So there are small, relatively smaller temples of Maharishi Vashisht. There are Maharishi Vishwamitra, Maharishi Agastya, Maharishi Valmiki, Devi Ahilya, Nishadraj and Mata Shabri. All the, all the religious characters involved in the Ramayana, everybody has been given a dedicated temple inside the Ram temple complex. This is also a very, very, meticulous exercise, so that when people come to pay their obeisance to Lord Ram, they're not just coming to Lord Ram, they're also coming to all the people who are associated very closely in the Ramayana with Lord Ram. So you can also go to these temples and people will be going. It's a beautiful complex inside, since it's come up now in full scale, and we saw those pictures today morning also, some of the visuals which have come from inside. More will come today when the Prime Minister is inside the particular temple. The flag, if I come to the details I have, and I spoke to a couple of people about that, it's a right angle triangular flag. It's measuring about 10 feet in height, 20 feet in length. It bears the image of a radiant sun, I was explaining, symbolizing the brilliance, and it will also convey a message of dignity, unity and cultural continuity, embodying the ideals of what Lord Ram stood for.
Right, absolutely. Of course, when we talk about the symbols, we're talking about sun, Om and the tree that you have mentioned, the narrative. What narrative is this really setting, and what sort of a symbolic message does this represent?
Well, see, I think this is signifying the culture of India. This is signifying the spirituality of India. What really our Astha, our Sanatan Dharam stands for. I think the entire messaging is around that particular thing. Even if you see the temple, the flag will, the temple is done in a traditional North Indian Nagara architectural style. This is something that the 800-meter Parakota is there, in which this entire complex has come up. And this also is designed in the South Indian architectural tradition. I was speaking to Chandrakant Sompura ji a few days back, who is the original architect of the temple, came up with the original design of the temple. Of course, the temple has now really expanded from his original design, because nobody ever imagined when Mr. Sompura designed the temple that they will get such a huge space to build up the temple. That time it was a very small space, but Mr. Sompura also told me that the architecture that he had devised, that architecture actually has been followed in the Ram temple. His sons are also invited here today at the Ram temple Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, because they are the original creators, I would say, of the blueprint of the Ram temple, for which, the VHP took donations for it all over the years. Slabs were built. All of them has been also been, there's a Kareshala in Karsevakpuram here, where for over 2 decades, the slabs of the Ram temple were kept ready, that the day the court judgment comes and we get a green signal, we can use them in the Ram temple. They have also, those slabs, even 20-year-old slabs, have been used in the particular Ram temple complex this time. And besides the stone which came from Rajasthan, whose artisans citizens are also invited here today. So I think the overall, if I speak, if I see the journey of the Ram temple, as I was explaining the 2005 terrorist attack when they tried to blow up the makeshift Ram temple, to 2018-19 when I came here and I saw those sites that, under a dirty little tent, Ram Lalla deities were there, to today, Pran Pratishthan, and now the Dhwaj Arohan. It's been a long successful journey, and many people are very emotive about it as well here in Ayodhya.
All right, now do stay on with us. Our correspondent Shivangi also was able to get in a word with the Mayor of Ayodhya. Let's just listen to this.
भूमि सज कर तैयार है, पूरी अयोध्या सज कर तैयार है, और ऐसे में तैयारियां किस तरीके से अभी तक पूरी की गई है और आज का दिन कितना विशेष है, कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, जानेंगे। अयोध्या के मेयर हमारे साथ हैं मौजूद। सर, आप आज का दिन बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है, लेकिन तैयारियां कब से चल रही हैं? ये कितने वर्षों का संकल्प तो है ही, लेकिन अयोध्या के लिए आज का दिन कितना खास है?
देखिए, हम सभी के लिए बहुत गौरव और आनंद का क्षण है। राम मंदिर अपनी पूर्णता की ओर है। शिखर पे ध्वज फहराने के साथ साथ वो पूर्णता अपनी कंप्लीट हो जाएगी। और आप समझो कि इस आनंद के क्षण को जीने के लिए हर अयोध्यावासी, हर श्रद्धालु उत्सुक है, और सभी लोगों ने प्रयास किया है। हम लोगों ने, आप जो हमारी स्वच्छता देख रहे हैं, ये खाली नगर निगम का प्रयास नहीं है साहब। यहाँ पे एक प्रकार से जन संवाद के माध्यम से, जन सहभागिता के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने एक मूवमेंट यहाँ पे लोगों को खड़ा किया। वो चाहे यहाँ के साधु संत हैं, चाहे यहाँ के होटलर्स हैं, चाहे यहाँ के रेस्टोरेंट मालिक हैं, चाहे यहाँ के स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं, सबके साथ एक संवाद करके अयोध्या को कैसे स्वच्छ और सुंदर बनाया जा सकता है। आप ये रामधुन बजते देख रहे हैं, ये आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का यह निर्देश था, और हम लोगों ने इसकी व्यवस्था की है कि अब अयोध्या में इस तरह की रामधुन बहुत हल्की आवाज़ में बजती रहे, ताकि लोगों को आने पे एक अनुभूति हो, एक चेतना से जुड़ने का उनको उनको अवसर मिले। तो कुल मिला के हम लोगों के लिए ये बहुत शुभ अवसर है कि हम लोग इस अवसर को जी रहे हैं और इसमें अपना गिलहरी प्रयास करके कुछ योगदान भी कर पा रहे हैं।
त्रिपाठी जी, आज के बाद से अयोध्या के लिए, अयोध्या वासियों के लिए क्या बदल जाएगा धर्म ध्वजारोहण के बाद?
एक गौरव बोध अयोध्या वासियों के अंदर धीरे धीरे आता जा रहा है कि साहब, हम उस नगरी के रहने वाले हैं जहाँ राम मंदिर है, जो राम जी की जन्मस्थली है। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हम उस नगरी के रहने वाले हैं जिसकी आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक भूमिकाएं धीरे धीरे बढ़ते विश्वव्यापी हो रही है। अब हम पूरी दुनिया की आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति का एक केंद्र बनने के दावे के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम भारत की पौराणिक संस्कृति के केंद्र बिंदु बनने के दावे के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो अयोध्यावासी, उसको गौरव है इस बात का कि हम ऐसी नगरी के रहने वाले हैं, और साहब पूरी दुनिया में हमारा सम्मान इसीलिए होता है कि हम अयोध्यावासी हैं। तो अब वह चीज़ें, वह अब की सांस्कृतिक भूमिकाओं का विस्तार हो रहा है, तो अयोध्यावासी भी इस चीज़ के लिए प्रसन्न रहते हैं, और वो एक गौरवबोध धीरे धीरे अयोध्यावासियों के अंदर और प्रभावी ढंग से बढ़ता जा रहा है।
प्रधानमंत्री का आगमन अयोध्या के लिए कितनी बड़ी सौगात?
बहुत बड़ी सौगात है, बहुत बड़ी सौगात है।
रोड शो भी होगा?
रोड शो भी होगा। और हम लोगों ने कभी भी प्रधानमंत्री जी को, हमने जब भी देखा है, बहुत दूर से या नजदीक से जब भी देखा है, एक प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर कम, और एक राम भक्त के तौर पर उनका अयोध्या आना और उनका समर्पण, और जिस तरह से भक्तों के मन में भाव होता है, उस तरह से भाव रखकर उन्होंने लगातार राम मंदिर के लिए और अयोध्या के लिए उन्होंने प्रयास किया है। और आज उन्हीं के प्रयासों के, उन्हीं के नेतृत्व का यह गुण है कि आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग अयोध्या को इस स्तर पर ले आए।
बहुत शुक्रिया सर हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो कैमरा पर्सन विशाल के साथ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया के लिए शिवांगी द्विवेदी।
All right, let's just go across to Aman Sharma, who has been bringing us all the ground updates. And of course, we were talking about how this is going to give Ayodhya a big tourism boost as well, making it perhaps the top spiritual tourism destination spot. What can you tell us of the preparations there, what the environment is like, the mechanisms that have been put in place to not just prepare for such big events, but also to be prepared for sustained long-term tourism push?
Well, see, the preparations are top notch. So is the security. There is so much security here in Ayodhya, and especially after the recent revelations which were made in Delhi. I think the police doesn't want to take any chances. So we are stopped at every barricade, and we have to walk a lot. So if you come to Ayodhya, prepare to walk at least 4 to 5 kilometers daily, and that is what something that happens. And I'll maybe take you to some of the tourists who are here. And though the temple is closed today, but we have lots of tourists who come here, and there's a group of tourists here. सर, कहाँ से आ रहे हैं आप?
हम पंजाब से आए हैं।
हाँ जी। तो आज तो इतनी बड़ी बात है आज की प्रधानमंत्री आ रहे हैं, मोहन भागवत जी आ रहे हैं, ध्वजारोहण हो रहा है, मंदिर कंप्लीट हो गया। पहले आए हैं, पहली बार आ रहे हैं?
पहली बार आए।
तो कैसा, कब दर्शन? कल करेंगे?
कल कर लिया।
कल कर लिया आपने? तो कैसा लगा मंदिर में अंदर?
बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत अच्छा लगा।
बहुत
खुले दर्शन हुए। हम लास्ट पिलग्रिम से
अच्छा जी।
सबसे ज्यादा खुले दर्शन हम करके आए हैं।
अच्छा, कल दोपहर में?
Unexpectedly, हाँ जी, शाम को 3-3:30 बजे के करीब। उसके बाद बंद हो जाना था सिक्योरिटी पर्पस के लिए ना
जी। तो कैसा लगा आपको अंदर मंदिर के? बाकी मंदिर भी गए, सप्तऋषि मंदिर और भी खुले हैं अंदर?
हाँ खुले हैं, वो दूर से सबको प्रणाम किया, लेकिन ये सीधा जो राम मंदिर है, सीधा हम व्हील चेयर से गए और सीधा वहाँ भवन के अंदर ही ले गए। बहुत खुले दर्शन के, ऊपर वाले फ्लोर पे भी गए सब कुछ।
राम दरबार है जहाँ पे।
जी 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 जी।
And him, this is one interesting part that for senior citizens, the facilities at the Ram temple are very good. You get a wheelchair and you can go right till the darbar.
Yeah, and that too only for ₹150.
Only ₹150.
Yes, yes, yes.
That is very interesting because many senior citizens have been speaking a lot about that. आप लोगों ने भी दर्शन किया अभी राम मंदिर? कैसा लगा नया राम मंदिर पूरा पूर्ण देख के?
बहुत सुंदर है, बहुत बढ़िया है। कल पूरे दर्शन हुए क्योंकि कल भीड़ बहुत कम थी, इसलिए
हमें तो लकीली दर्शन हो गए। वो बोल रहा था जो बंदा हमारे साथ था, कहता आपकी किस्मत बड़ी थी, आपको दर्शन हो गए। कल रश कम था।
आज तो बहुत लकी डे है, भगवान के दर्शन कल कर लिए हमने। आज मोदी जी भी आ रहे हैं।
जी जी, क्या करें
भाई? जिन्होंने मंदिर बनाया, भगवान जी बाहर बैठे थे, भगवान जी को महलों में लाके बिठा दिया। देखो कितनी बड़ी बात की उन्होंने, है ना। हमारे हिंदू धर्म को हिंदू राष्ट्र बना दिया उन्होंने। बहुत फख्र है हमारे को उन पर और बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत बढ़िया। मतलब अच्छे खुले दर्शन, 15 मिनट हम खड़े रहे अंदर मंदिर में, बहुत आनंद आया।
और ये भी है, this is also one interesting thing that usually at temples, very crowded temples, you will see people get just a 2 second, 3 second darshan. Here people are allowed to also
खड़े रहे हम 15 मिनट्स। हम वो हमारे को बाहर भेजते रहे, VIP लाइन में गए थे हम बाय चेयर। और
बुकिंग जो है 15-20 दिन पहले हमने कर ली थी, तो जब हमें पता चला मोदी साहब की विजिट का, तो वी वर थिंकिंग के वेदर वी शुड कम और नॉट, है ना, इसको कैंसिल कराएं, क्या करें। फिर सोचा कि देखा जाएगा, जाके देखते हैं क्या होगा। लेकिन हमारे पर इतनी भगवान की कृपा रही कि सबसे खुले दर्शन सबसे ज्यादा हमने ही किए, लगता है।
बहुत अच्छे दर्शन हुए, बहुत अच्छे। मन इतना प्रसन्न हो गया ना, बता नहीं सकते हम भगवान के मतलब हमारी आंखों में तो आंसू भी आ गए, इतना मतलब आनंद आया।
And him, see, 50 crore pilgrims could visit Ayodhya this year itself. As I was saying, just about 60 lakh came in 2020 when the temple had not come up. So the Ram temple, I think, him has definitely, see people very emotional here. This lady saying that she almost wept when she saw the Ram temple deity. And this is what the experience of many people who come to Ayodhya is. This is surely becoming the magnet of religious and spiritual tourism in the entire country.
Absolutely, we can just hear the excitement and the joy in their voices, and of course we'll continue to track all developments on ground from Ayodhya with you there. All right, and with that we're going to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. Our continuous coverage of the Dhwaj Arohan will continue on the other side on CNN News 18. Stay tuned.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Behind me, the famous Lata Chowk of Ayodhya, the famous Veena. And when you come to Ayodhya, ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, in which the full Ram temple will now be complete, you can see two kind of posters in Ayodhya. One poster is of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Wherever you go in Ayodhya, you will see the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's poster everywhere in Ayodhya, welcoming him to Ayodhya for this ceremony. The Divya Bhavya Navya Ayodhya आगमन पर संघ संचालक राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत जी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन. This is one poster you see, and the second poster you see all over Ayodhya is of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, same poster, welcoming him to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. And these two big personalities, Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, they were there also when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony had happened in Ayodhya in January last year. It's almost 2 years since, and they are both coming together again for the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony in Ayodhya. It's after a bit that they are sharing the stage, and the Prime Minister had gone to Nagpur to the RSS headquarters earlier. But since then, the Prime Minister has been speaking glowingly of the RSS from the Red Fort in his Independence Day address, or be it on other occasions while celebrating the centenary year of the RSS, releasing the commemorative coin. The Prime Minister has called the RSS the biggest NGO of the world, the soul of India, the Atvraksh, the banyan tree, which is, a symbol of harmony and social justice. That is what the Prime Minister has been describing the RSS. And when the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony happens, these two personalities, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and Mr. Narendra Modi, will be seen together again in a strong statement, I would say, to the detractors who had been saying a lot over the last 3 years. But the way Mr. Modi and Mr. Mohan Bhagwat have come together has silenced many of the critics. So in Ayodhya, one of the latest things that I saw when I came this time is people coming for Jai Shri Ram tattoos. There's a small tattoo shop right on Rampath, the road which leads to Ram Mandir, and you can see here a customer here with the shopkeeper getting an Om and a Jai Shri Ram.
The Chief Minister took up Ayodhya, I would say, as a personal project, to beautify it, to ensure that this becomes the magnet for religious tourism in UP. And, this year, the figures I was getting from the UP Tourism Department, about 50 crore people could be visiting the Ram temple in this year itself. That's double the population of the state of Uttar Pradesh. And that is the level, people I've met here, families coming from Pune, from Chennai, from all parts of the country, from abroad. People especially fly down here, and Ayodhya has a very nice big airport now where people are coming to visit the Ram temple. And I think after the Pran Pratishthan ceremony, when the Chief Minister, the RSS Chief and the Prime Minister was here, all three are together here today again to mark this Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, which also marks the completion of the entire Ram temple complex. So I think very, very significant messages being sent away from Ayodhya. The Prime Minister will be here in about an hour and a half from now. The RSS Chief is already here since last evening. The UP Chief Minister was also here last evening. And the mood, if I tell you, is very dharmic. The mood is the religious fervor is very much there. You speak to anybody here, people have come. The temple is, of course, closed today for public viewing. But even yesterday, I could see, hundreds of people streaming into to get the darshan of Ayodhya, because the people also want to see the expanse of the full temple, from a small tent to a temple complex which has multiple temples now inside, of various Maharishis, of various other gods, along with of course, the Lord Ram temple, the the 3-floor temple. You have Ram Darbar on the first floor, the main deity on the ground floor. So all this, I think people is very, very excited to see this here.
Absolutely. Now we also have to talk about this particular date that was chosen for this ceremony. 25th coincides with the Vivah Panchami as well. It holds deep religious symbolism, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely, Hem. The date, today is also the Muhurat which has been chosen, the Abhijit Muhurat. The Pran Pratishthan had also happened in the Abhijit Muhurat, and today is the very divine date. It is the, the Vivah Panchami, as you say, the date when Lord Ram, Ma Sita, the unison happened. That is why you see even last night, Hem, in Ayodhya, there were so many marriages, we could hardly sleep, because there have been so many marriages happening last night. Even today, I believe there are lots of marriages scheduled. So this is a very, very auspicious dates, yesterday as well as today, and the date has been specially chosen. This significance also of this flag, which will be put on the top of the Ram temple, the Shikhar, is also extremely significant. It has the symbol of Om, it has the Kodaya tree, which is also considered very, very sacred. It has the symbol of the sun, and we were speaking yesterday to the person who actually came up with this idea of this entire flag, and the man who's actually prepared this flag, which will be put on the top of the temple today. Very, very significant. The Prime Minister will be there to do these honors along with the RSS Chief, and I think a big day for Hindu Astha. Nearly 5,000 to 6,000 invitees are there at this particular function inside the Ram temple, and these are not just people who are VVIPs. There are also people from all strata of life. Even the Ram Bhakts who were a part of the Car Seva, way back 20-25 years back, have also been invited to this function today. The people who have made the stone which has been used in the Ram temple all the way from Rajasthan have also been invited today. So people from all walks of life, Swamis, Sadhus, VVIPs, people from Bollywood, people from industry, very much as we saw during the Pran Pratishthan ceremony, all these people will be gracing the occasion today. The Prime Minister will also be addressing the gathering post noon. So that will also be a very, very important address that the Prime Minister makes post the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony.
All right, Raman, do stay on with us. We'll continue to, of course, track all that is happening today in Ayodhya. Now, the Ram temple flag, let's talk about this. Crafted by skilled artisans in Ahmedabad. It's made of a particular parachute grade nylon for high durability, designed to be resistant to sunlight, rain, strong winds. This particular flag can tolerate wind speeds of up to 200 kilometers an hour. It's protected with double-coated synthetic layer flag. It weighs about 2.5 kilograms and has an estimated lifespan of 3 years, which is to be hoisted using this automated hoisting mechanism. Just a press of a button and the flag will be hoisted, an engineering marvel as well. Now, Aman, let me just come back to you. Of course, when we talk about the Dhwaj Dhan or the Dhwaj Stump, it's a 42-foot brass flag post that we're talking about, 5,500 kilograms. There's an automated mechanism for the flag to be hoisted as well. Let's talk about this as well.
Well, see, the details that we have are very fascinating. This particular flag, features the radiant sun with the Kovidara tree and the Om inscribed on it to, embodify the brilliance and the valor of Bhagwan Sri Ram, the ideals of Ram Rajya. We have seen over the past few days, this flag was a proper puja was done of the flag as well as the, the pole on which it will come up, and there was a proper anushthan done for the same, because this is a very, very sacred exercise. Dhwaj Arohan in any particular temple marks the completion of the temple, marks that the temple is now fully complete, and that is why this ceremony becomes so significant. And when the Prime Minister comes also here today, he's not just going to the Ram temple. Inside the entire Ram temple complex, there are various other temples which have come up, and these are called the details I have, they are called the Sapta Mandirs. So there are small, relatively smaller temples of Maharishi Vashisht. There are Maharishi Vishwamitra, Maharishi Agastya, Maharishi Valmiki, Devi Ahilya, Nishadraj and Mata Shabri. All the, all the religious characters involved in the Ramayana, everybody has been given a dedicated temple inside the Ram temple complex. This is also a very, very, meticulous exercise, so that when people come to pay their obeisance to Lord Ram, they're not just coming to Lord Ram, they're also coming to all the people who are associated very closely in the Ramayana with Lord Ram. So you can also go to these temples and people will be going. It's a beautiful complex inside.
Very good morning and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Hem Kaur Saroya. The Ram Temple town is all set to witness the grand flag hoisting ceremony today, a historic milestone which would completion of the Ram Temple construction. This event will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi hoist the sacred flag atop the temple's high spire, a moment of deep cultural and spiritual significance. With Prime Minister, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat and prominent personalities from all walks of life are expected to attend the ceremony. The city is turned into a high security zone. Multiple layers of security, surveillance and crowd control arrangements have been deployed as Ayodhya prepares to host thousands of devotees and dignitaries for this historic occasion. Now, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath welcomed Prime Minister Modi to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. Posts on X, hearty welcome and felicitation to the world's most popular politician and architect of a new India, respected Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in the land of eternal consciousness and the holy birthplace of Maryada Purushottam, Lord Sri Ram, Sri Ayodhya Dham. All right, for more on this, we're going across to Aman Sharma, who has been bringing us all these lovely ground reports. Thank you so much for joining us, Aman. If you could just tell us what the mood is like on ground. What are you seeing right now? You've been talking to the people there also. What does this moment mean for them?
Well, Hem, good morning. And as in everybody in Ayodhya says, Jai Shri Ram. And we are at the famous Lalla Chowk of Ayodhya. A short distance from here is the Sri Ram temple, the whole expanse of which has been visible in recent pictures put out by the UP Chief Minister and by the Ayodhya Trust as well. And it's a big, big day today in Ayodhya. The significance of it, if I were to explain to you, that the entire complex of the Sri Ram temple is now complete. And I think that is the big, big landmark here, because I remember coming here about 2 years back on January 22nd, 2024, when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony happened. That time only the ground floor of the temple was complete. I remember going in and a lot of construction work was going on around the main temple. But now
the entire temple complex is complete. You know, it's a grand structure. The expanse of it is, you have to see it to actually believe the way the Ram temple has come up. So, coming from, back then, I remember, coming here in 2005 for the first time, when there was a terror attack, in fact, in Ayodhya, Fidain had come and tried to blow up the makeshift Ram temple. From those days, I remember coming here in 2019 when Lord Ram Lalla was under a small, dirty tent and, people could hardly see the deity from that far a distance, to today. I think a huge change has come, and I think especially since the Yogi Adityanath government came to power in UP in 2017, the Chief Minister took up Ayodhya, I would say, as a personal project, to beautify it, to ensure that this becomes the magnet for religious tourism in UP. And this year, the figures I was getting from the UP Tourism Department, about 50 crore people could be visiting the Ram temple in this year itself. That's double the population of the state of Uttar Pradesh, and that is the level, people I've met here, families coming from Pune, from Chennai, from all parts of the country, from abroad. People especially fly down here, and Ayodhya has a very nice big airport now where people are coming to visit the Ram temple. And I think after the Pran Pratishthan ceremony, when the Chief Minister, the RSS chief and the Prime Minister was here, all three are together here today again to mark this Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, which also marks the completion of the entire Ram temple complex. So I think very, very significant messages being sent away from Ayodhya. The Prime Minister will be here in about an hour and a half from now. The RSS chief is already here since last evening. The UP Chief Minister was also here last evening. And the mood, if I tell you, is very dharmic. The mood is the religious fervor is very much there. You speak to anybody here, people have come. The temple is, of course, closed today for public viewing. But even yesterday, I could see, hundreds of people streaming into to get the darshan of Ayodhya, because the people also want to see the expanse of the full temple, from a small tent to a temple complex which has multiple temples now inside, of various Maharishis, of various other gods, along with of course, the Lord Ram temple, the 3-floor temple. You have Ram Darbar on the first floor, the main deity on the ground floor. So all this, I think people is very, very excited to see this here.
Absolutely. Now we also have to talk about this particular date that was chosen for this ceremony. 25th coincides with the Vivah Panchami as well. It holds deep religious symbolism, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely, Hem. The date, today is also the Muhurat which has been chosen, the Abhijit Muhurat. The Pran Pratishthan had also happened in the Abhijit Muhurat, and today is the very divine date. It is the, the Vivah Panchami, as you say, the date when Lord Ram, Ma Sita, the unison happened. That is why you see even last night, Hem, in Ayodhya, there were so many marriages we could hardly sleep, because there have been so many marriages happening last night. Even today, I believe there are lots of marriages scheduled. So this is a very, very auspicious dates, yesterday as well as today, and the date has been specially chosen. This significance also of this flag, which will be put on the top of the Ram temple, the Shikhar, is also extremely significant. It has the symbol of Om, it has the Kodaya tree, which is also considered very, very sacred. It has the symbol of the sun, and we were speaking yesterday to the person who actually came up with this idea of this entire flag, and the man who's actually prepared this flag, which will be put on the top of the temple today. Very, very significant. The Prime Minister will be there to do these honors along with the RSS chief, and I think a big day for Hindu Astha. Nearly 5,000 to 6,000 invitees are there at this particular function inside the Ram temple, and these are not just people who are VVIPs. There are also people from all strata of life. Even the Ram Bhakts who were a part of the Car Seva, way back 20-25 years back, have also been invited to this function today. The people who have made the stone which has been used in the Ram temple all the way from Rajasthan have also been invited today. So people from all walks of life, Swamis, Sadhus, VVIPs, people from Bollywood, people from industry, very much as we saw during the Pran Pratishthan ceremony, all these people will be gracing the occasion today. The Prime Minister will also be addressing the gathering post noon. So that will also be a very, very important address that the Prime Minister makes post the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony.
All right, Raman, stay on with us. We'll continue to, of course, track all that is happening today in Ayodhya. Now, the Ram temple flag, let's talk about this. Crafted by skilled artisans in Ahmedabad. It's made of a particular parachute grade nylon for high durability, designed to be resistant to sunlight, rain, strong winds. This particular flag, can tolerate wind speeds of up to 200 kilometers an hour. It's protected with double coated synthetic layer flag. It weighs about 2.5 kilograms and has an estimated lifespan of 3 years, which is to be hoisted using this automated hoisting mechanism. Just a press of a button and the flag will be hoisted, an engineering marvel as well. Now, Aman, let me just come back to you. Of course, when we talk about the Dhwaj Dhan or the Dhwaj Stump, it's a 42-foot brass flag post that we're talking about, 5,500 kilograms. There's an automated mechanism for the flag to be hoisted as well. Let's talk about this as well.
Well, see, the details that we have are very fascinating. This particular flag, features the radiant sun with the Kovidara tree and the Om inscribed on it to, embodify the brilliance and the valor of Bhagwan Sri Ram, the ideals of Ram Rajya. We have seen over the past few days, this flag was a proper puja was done of the flag as well as the, the pole on which it will come up, and there was a proper anushthan done for the same, because this is a very, very sacred exercise. Dhwaj Arohan in any particular temple marks the completion of the temple, marks that the temple is now fully complete, and that is why this ceremony becomes so significant. And when the Prime Minister comes also here today, he's not just going to the Ram temple. Inside the entire Ram temple complex, there are various other temples which have come up, and these are called the details I have, they are called the Sapta Mandirs. So there are small, relatively smaller temples of Maharishi Vashisht. There are Maharishi Vishwamitra, Maharishi Agastya, Maharishi Valmiki, Devi Ahilya, Nishadraj and Mata Shabri. All the, all the religious characters involved in the Ramayana, everybody has been given a dedicated temple inside the Ram temple complex. This is also a very, very, meticulous exercise, so that when people come to pay their obeisance to Lord Ram, they're not just coming to Lord Ram, they're also coming to all the people who are associated very closely in the Ramayana with Lord Ram. So you can also go to these temples and people will be going. It's a beautiful complex inside since it's come up now in full scale, and we saw those pictures today morning also, some of the visuals which have come from inside. More will come today when the Prime Minister is inside the particular temple. The flag, if I come to the details I have, and I spoke to a couple of people about that, it's a right angle triangular flag. It's measuring about 10 feet in height, 20 feet in length. It bears the image of a radiant sun, I was explaining, symbolizing the brilliance, and it will also convey a message of dignity, unity and cultural continuity, embodying the ideals of what Lord Ram stood for.
Right, absolutely. Of course, when we talk about the symbols, we're talking about sun, Om and the tree that you have mentioned, the narrative. What narrative is this really setting, and what sort of a symbolic message does this represent?
Well, see, I think this is signifying the culture of India. This is signifying the spirituality of India. What really our Astha, our Sanatan Dharam stands for. I think the entire messaging is around that particular thing. Even if you see the temple, the flag will, the temple is done in a traditional North Indian Nagara architectural style. This is something that's 800-meter parakota is there, in which this entire complex has come up. And this also is designed in the South Indian architectural tradition. I was speaking to Chandrakant Sompura ji a few days back, who is the original architect of the temple, came up with the original design of the temple. Of course, the temple has now really expanded from its original design, because nobody ever imagined when Mr. Sompura designed the temple that they will get such a huge space to build up the temple. That time it was a very small space, but Mr. Sompura also told me that the architecture that he had devised, that architecture actually has been followed in the Ram temple. His sons are also invited here today at the Ram temple Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, because they are the original creators, I would say, of the blueprint of the Ram temple, for which, the VHP took donations for it all over the years. Slabs were built. All of them has been also been, there's a Kareshala in Karsevakpuram here, where for over 2 decades, the slabs of the Ram temple were kept ready, that the day the court judgment comes and we get a green signal, we can use them in the Ram temple. They have also, those slabs, even 20-year-old slabs, have been used in the particular Ram temple complex this time. And, besides the stone which came from Rajasthan, whose artisans are also invited here today. So I think the overall, if I speak, if I see the journey of the Ram temple, as I was explaining, the 2005 terrorist attack when they tried to blow up the makeshift Ram temple, to 2018-19 when I came here and I saw those sites that, under a dirty little tent, Ram Lalla deities were there, to today, Pran Pratishthan, and now the Dhwaj Arohan. It's been a long successful journey, and many people are very, very emotive about it as well here in Ayodhya.
All right, now do stay on with us. Our correspondent Shivangi also was able to get in a word with the Mayor of Ayodhya. Let's just listen to this.
भूमि सजकर तैयार है, पूरी अयोध्या सजकर तैयार है और ऐसे में तैयारियां किस तरीके से अभी तक पूरी की गई है और आज का दिन कितना विशेष है, कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, जानेंगे। अयोध्या के मेयर हमारे साथ हैं मौजूद। सर, आप आज का दिन बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है, लेकिन तैयारियां कब से चल रही हैं? ये कितने वर्षों का संकल्प तो है ही, लेकिन अयोध्या के लिए आज का दिन कितना खास है?
देखिए, हम सभी के लिए बहुत गौरव और आनंद का क्षण है। राम मंदिर अपनी पूर्णता की ओर है। शिखर पे ध्वज फहराने के साथ साथ वो पूर्णता अपनी कंप्लीट हो जाएगी। और आप समझो कि इस आनंद के क्षण को जीने के लिए हर अयोध्यावासी, हर श्रद्धालु उत्सुक है और सभी लोगों ने प्रयास किया है। हम लोगों ने, आप जो हमारी स्वच्छता देख रहे हैं, ये खाली नगर निगम का प्रयास नहीं है साहब। यहाँ पे एक प्रकार से जन संवाद के माध्यम से, जन सहभागिता के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने एक मूवमेंट यहाँ पे लोगों को खड़ा किया। वो चाहे यहाँ के साधु संत हैं, चाहे यहाँ के होटलर्स हैं, चाहे यहाँ के रेस्टोरेंट मालिक हैं, चाहे यहाँ के स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं, सबके साथ एक संवाद करके अयोध्या को कैसे स्वच्छ और सुंदर बनाया जा सकता है। आप ये रामधुन बजते देख रहे हैं, ये आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का यह निर्देश था और हम लोगों ने इसकी व्यवस्था की है कि अब अयोध्या में इस तरह की रामधुन बहुत हल्की आवाज़ में बजती रहे, ताकि लोगों को आने पे एक अनुभूति हो, एक चेतना से जुड़ने का उनको एक उनको अवसर मिले। तो कुल मिला के हम लोगों के लिए ये बहुत शुभ अवसर है कि हम लोग इस अवसर को जी रहे हैं और इसमें अपना गिलहरी प्रयास करके कुछ योगदान भी कर पा रहे हैं।
त्रिपाठी जी, आज के बाद से अयोध्या के लिए, अयोध्या वासियों के लिए क्या बदल जाएगा धर्म ध्वजारोहण के बाद?
एक गौरव बोध अयोध्या वासियों के अंदर धीरे धीरे आता जा रहा है कि साहब, हम उस नगरी के रहने वाले हैं जहाँ राम मंदिर है, जो राम जी की जन्मस्थली है। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हम उस नगरी के रहने वाले हैं जिसकी आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक भूमिकाएं धीरे धीरे बढ़ते बढ़ते विश्वव्यापी हो रही है। अब हम पूरी दुनिया की आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति का एक केंद्र बनने के दावे के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम भारत की पौराणिक संस्कृति के केंद्र बिंदु बनने के दावे के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो अयोध्यावासी, उसको गौरव है इस बात का कि हम ऐसी नगरी के रहने वाले हैं और साहब, पूरी दुनिया में हमारा सम्मान इसीलिए होता है कि हम अयोध्यावासी हैं। तो अब वह चीज़ें, वह अब की सांस्कृतिक भूमिकाओं का विस्तार हो रहा है। तो अयोध्यावासी भी इस चीज़ के लिए प्रसन्न रहते हैं और वो एक गौरवबोध धीरे धीरे अयोध्यावासियों के अंदर और प्रभावी ढंग से बढ़ता जा रहा है।
प्रधानमंत्री का आगमन अयोध्या के लिए कितनी बड़ी सौगात?
बहुत बड़ी सौगात है, बहुत बड़ी सौगात है।
रोड शो भी होगा।
रोड शो भी होगा। और हम लोगों ने कभी भी प्रधानमंत्री जी को, हमने जब भी देखा है, बहुत दूर से या नजदीक से जब भी देखा है, एक प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर कम और एक राम भक्त के तौर पर उनका अयोध्या आना और उनका समर्पण और
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. This is our continuous coverage of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. We are bringing you all the ground updates from Ayodhya. Let's just go across to my colleague Shivangi Devotee, who also spoke to some of the invitees for the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. Listen to this.
एंट्री कितने बजे से रखी गई है?
8 बजे।
8 बजे से। निमंत्रण पत्र जो आपको मिला है वो दिखाइएगा। ये देखिए, ये निमंत्रण पत्र है जो इनको मिला है। इसको खोल के भी देख सकते हैं। ये देखिए, निमंत्रण पत्र है ध्वजारोहण समारोह का और इनके नाम से पूरा ये आपके घर पर आया था निमंत्रण पत्र पूरा। और ये देखिए, ये है वो निमंत्रण पत्र ध्वजारोहण समारोह का, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का। इसके अंदर देखेंगे तो देखिए, विशेष तौर पे इसे सजाया गया है और पूरा ये मार्गशीर्ष शुक्ल पक्ष में विक्रम संवत 2082 श्री राम विवाह पंचमी, यानी आज का दिन 25 नवंबर 2025। कार्यक्रम स्थल जहां पर हैं हम मौजूद, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर परिसर, और 8 बजे से इनका एंट्री का टाइम दिया गया है। ये देखिए, ये इस तरीके से निमंत्रण पत्र घर घर भेजे गए हैं और खास तौर पे उन लोगों को जो लोग प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में नहीं सम्मिलित हो पाए थे, शामिल नहीं हो पाए थे।
25 नवंबर राम और सीता का विवाह दिवस है। अयोध्या का बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण त्योहार है। अयोध्या के हजारों मंदिरों में राम विवाह के उत्सव मनाए जाते हैं। मार्गशीर्ष का महीना है। भगवान कृष्ण गीता में अपना परिचय देते हुए कहते हैं कि मैं महीनों में मार्गशीर्ष का महीना हूँ, यानी यह महीना भगवान कृष्ण का प्रतिरूप है। शुक्ल पक्ष है, जब चंद्रमा अमावस्या से धीरे धीरे प्रकाश की ओर जलता है। ये शुभ पर्व है, शुभ पक्ष है। राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर पर 10 फीट ऊंचा और 20 फीट लंबा ध्वज ऊपर धीरे धीरे चढ़ाया जाएगा।
मान जी, कल ध्वजारोहण पताका फहराया जाएगा। कल क्या अनुभूति हो रही है?
यह भव और दिव्य एक इतिहास रचने जा रहा है। जो राम जी के राज में होता था वही आज राम राज की स्थापना हो चुका है। अगर हमारे मोदी योगी को राम जी नहीं भेजते तो आज भी भगवान टेन में पड़े रहते और कोई किसी की भी सत्ता आ जाती, राम जी टेन में ही रहते, राजा नहीं बन पाते। आज पूरा राम मंदिर का निर्माण हो गया है। अब वह संस्कृति, सनातन धर्म, राम का जो प्रभाव है वो ध्वजा, राम मंदिर के शिखर पर ध्वजारोहण जब होगा तो यह एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज जाएगा और जो सनातन विरोधी है ना वो बुखला जाएंगे और ऐसे ध्वजा कार्यक्रम को लेकर के कुछ होंगे जिनके पेट में जलन होगी।
जो तैयारियां देख रहे हैं वो तैयारियां कैसी लग रही है?
तैयारियां बहुत बढ़िया हैं, बहुत अच्छा है। वो काफ़ी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज हैं और काफ़ी विकास हो रहा है।
यह जो कार्यक्रम जो चल रहा है ध्वजारोहण का, यह कोई सामान्य ध्वज नहीं है। आप समझ लीजिए कि धर्म ध्वज की संस्थापना हो रही है और सनातन का जो है यह पुनर्जागरण काल आप कह सकते हैं। और मोदी जी और योगी जी के युग में मैं समझता हूं कि सनातन का जितना भी जो आप विकास देख रहे हैं, जो भी चीज़ें मंदिर को लेकर जो कार्य किया जा रहा है वो बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। मैं उनको हृदय से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ।
ध्वजारोहण को लेकर भव्य तैयारियां जारी हैं और इसके लिए 10,000 मेहमानों को निमंत्रण भेजा गया है। अब ऐसे में ये सभी मेहमान जो पहुंचेंगे यहाँ पर, कुछ उनमें से वीआईपी भी होंगे, वीआईपी उनकी एंट्री भी होगी। कई राज्यों के नेताओं को बुलाया गया है, मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे, बड़े दिग्गज नेता यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे, विपक्षी दलों के भी नेताओं को बुलाया गया है। कई हस्तियां भी यहाँ पर मौजूद रहेंगे, लेकिन सबसे खास इंतजाम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो कि पहुंचने वाले हैं 25 को ही यहाँ पे ध्वजारोहण करेंगे। गेट नंबर 1 जहां से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी मेन एंट्री करेंगे, उनकी गाड़ी, उनका काफिला वहां से एंटर करेगा। फिर गेट नंबर 3 है और अब ये गेट नंबर 11 है। उसे पैक करने की तैयारी है इस पूरे बड़े से होर्डिंग बोर्ड से, जिसको फूलों से और साथ ही साथ में भगवान के नाम से सजाया जा रहा है। तो ये फूल कहाँ से आए हैं और ये जो पूरा आइडिया, ये डिजाइन है, ये कहाँ से तैयार किया गया है?
देखिए, ये डिजाइन जो है ट्रस्ट की तरफ से हम लोगों को दिया जाता है। हाँ। कि हमको इस बार क्या थीम है, उस थीम के अकॉर्डिंग हम लोग का उसको ब्लूप्रिंट तैयार करके फिर उसको वेरीफाई करते हैं, फिर ट्रस्ट उसको पास करता है, तब हम लोग उसको।
क्या इस बार का थीम आपको दिया गया था?
इस बार का हम लोगों को थीम दिया गया था जो है भव्य श्री राम भगवान का जो ध्वजारोहण का अपना ये महोत्सव चल रहा है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग ये श्री रामानंदाचार्य जी द्वार है, उस द्वार को उनके नाम को लेते हुए वो थीम इस बार दिया।
अब इसे पैक करने की पूरी तैयारी है यहाँ से, कैसे पैक करेंगे?
जी देखिए, उसके लिए ये हमारे ये होर्डिंग बनाई गई है। हाँ। हर हृदय में राम। हाँ। हर हृदय में राम और हम राम जी के राम जी हमारे हैं। हाँ। उस होर्डिंग को सेंट्रलाइज किया जाएगा गेट को, और गेट के एक एंट्री पॉइंट को बंद किया जाएगा और एक मेन एंट्री पॉइंट होगा जहाँ से सारे वीवीआईपी पास धारक वो जो एंट्री करेंगे।
हम राम जी के हैं, राम जी हमारे हैं और राम नाम चारों तरफ उकेरा गया है और इसी को अब फूलों से भी सजाया जाएगा।
When thousands of the guests will be there, what will be the prasad? Let me show you the picture. We have the exclusive footage with us. You can see some of the sweets here. These are the mithai of Gond mithai. This is badam barfi. There is the bhujia, which will be packed for the guests who will come there, will witness this ceremony. This is Kalakan. With me, there is a person who is doing the packing. आपने क्या क्या रखा है इसमें?
इसमें चना घुंगनी है, मिक्सचर है, कलाकंद है, गोंद लड्डू है, कचौड़ी है, चटनी है।
So let me show you this box. When guests will be there after this ceremony, this will be the prasad box. I am showing you Shri Ram Janmabhoomi Prasad. This will be given to all the guests who will be there. And what is there, you can see. I am showing you the picture. This is the box which will be given to the guests who will be there. So all the preparations are just about to complete. Some of the people are working here, and let me tell you one more thing. These all people who are working here, they all are from Banaras. Yes, Varanasi, from where only Narendra Modi is MP. When I talk to these people, they all say for us, Narendra Modi is just not our Prime Minister. He is our family member. There are some of the women also who are making the kachoris. You can see these all women are from Banaras. They are specially here just to make these kachoris for the prasad. आप सब खुश हैं बहुत? आनंद है?
तब मैंने ये संकल्प लिया था कि भगवान राम जब अपने मंदिर में विराजमान हो जाएंगे तो मैं दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची रेत कलाकृति भगवान राम से आधारित कलाकृतियों को बनाकर और वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड स्थापित करूंगा। भगवान राम के ध्वजारोहण में ध्वजारोहण में हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और हमारे सरसंघचालक मोहन भागवत जी का आगमन हो रहा है। उनकी जीवंत रेत कलाकृति के साथ साथ धर्म ध्वज को चित्रित करते हुए भगवान रामलला का मंदिर को सभी को एक श्रृंखलाबद्ध तरीके से रेत पर उकेर कर और उन्हें बधाई तथा देशवासियों को अपने धर्म के प्रति आस्था के प्रति जगाने और आस्था में गति देने बल देने का काम किया हूँ।
ध्वजारोहण का जो मुहूर्त भी निश्चित किया गया है। अब दिनांक तो पंचमी का हो गया, लेकिन कोई भी प्रतिष्ठा का काम होता है वह स्थिर लग्न पर होता है ताकि वह काम स्थायी हो जाए, यह सोच करके और मध्याह्न की बेला में अभिजीत मुहूर्त के ऊपर कुंभ लग्न में यह कार्य सोचा गया है। जो समय आरंभ होता है 11:58 से और 1 बजे तक वह समय रहेगा।
Very good morning and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Hem Kaur Saroya. The Ram Temple town is all set to witness the grand flag hoisting ceremony today, a historic milestone which would completion of the Ram Temple construction. This event will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi hoist the sacred flag atop the temple's high spire, a moment of deep cultural and spiritual significance. With Prime Minister, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat and prominent personalities from all walks of life are expected to attend the ceremony. The city is turned into a high security zone. Multiple layers of security, surveillance and crowd control arrangements have been deployed as Ayodhya prepares to host thousands of devotees and dignitaries for this historic occasion. Now, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath welcomed Prime Minister Modi to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. Posts on X, hearty welcome and felicitation to the world's most popular politician and architect of a new India, respected Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in the land of eternal consciousness and the holy birthplace of Maryada Purushottam, Lord Shri Ram, Shri Ayodhya Dham. All right, for more on this, we're going across to Aman Sharma, who has been bringing us all these lovely ground reports. Thank you so much for joining us, Aman. If you could just tell us what the mood is like on ground. What are you seeing right now? You've been talking to the people there also. What does this moment mean for them?
Well, Hem, good morning. And as in everybody in Ayodhya says, Jai Shri Ram. And we are at the famous Lalla Chowk of Ayodhya. A short distance from here is the Shri Ram temple, the whole expanse of which has been visible in recent pictures put out by the UP Chief Minister and by the Ayodhya Trust as well. And it's a big, big day, Hem, today in Ayodhya. The significance of it, if I were to explain to you, that the entire complex of the Shri Ram temple is now complete. And I think that is the big, big landmark here, because I remember coming here about 2 years back on January 22nd, 2024, when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony happened. That time only the ground floor of the temple was complete. I remember going in and a lot of construction work was going on around the main temple. But now the entire temple complex is complete. It's a grand structure. The expanse of it is, you have to see it to actually believe the way the Ram temple has come up. So, coming from, back then, I remember, coming here in 2005 for the first time, when there was a terror attack, in fact, in Ayodhya. Fidain had come and tried to blow up the makeshift Ram temple. From those days, I remember coming here in 2019 when Lord Ram Lalla was under a small, dirty tent, and, people could hardly see the deity from that far a distance, to today. I think a huge, huge change has come, and I think especially since the Yogi Adityanath government came to power in UP in 2017, the Chief Minister took up Ayodhya, I would say, as a personal project, to beautify it, to ensure that this becomes the magnet And already here are the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, who arrived yesterday evening along with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. So it's going to be a replay on the stage of January 22nd, 2024, when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony had happened in Ayodhya, when the Prime Minister, the RSS chief and the UP Chief Minister had come together, and they are now coming together again today for this historic Dhwaj Arohan ceremony from Ayodhya. This marks the completion of the Sri Ram temple in Ayodhya. The entire complex is now ready. At the Pran Pratishthan, when it had happened, only the ground floor of the temple with the new Ram Lalla Murti was ready, but now the Ram Darbar on the first floor, the second floor, the entire Ram temple complex with the various other temples inside the complex dedicated to the other religious characters associated with Lord Ramayana, Maharishi Valmiki. Every little temple is now complete. The Prime Minister is going to be landing here around 9:30 a.m. in Ayodhya. From there, he comes in a chopper to the Saket Vishwavidhyalaya, and from there, he takes a road show of 10 minutes where he comes to the Ram temple and then spends for over 3 hours in Ayodhya. The Prime Minister is going to be the big address also coming from the Prime Minister today around 1 p.m. when he'll be addressing the August gathering of nearly 5,000 to 6,000 special invitees who have been called to Ayodhya. I am joined by my colleague अमित सिंह, who's on रामपथ. अमित, तो क्या माहौल है रामपथ पे? प्रधानमंत्री आने वाले हैं तकरीबन आधे घंटे में. क्या क्या होने वाला है आज राम टेम्पल में? राम मंदिर में पीएम जाएंगे, उससे पहले रोड शो की कुछ गतिविधियां क्या क्या होंगी, कुछ बताइए हमें. We are still trying to reach Amit Singh, our colleague who's on Rampath. But as I was saying, the Prime Minister is going to arrive at around 9:30 a.m. Then he arrives at the helipad, and from there, he takes a 10-minute long roadshow in his vehicle up till the VVIP gate of the Ram Janambhoomi Mandir. And this particular roadshow is going to catch all the attention today. Yes, Amit Singh is back with us. Amit, क्या देख पा रहे हैं आप? क्या माहौल है रामपथ पे?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल. देखिए, सबसे पहले तो हम आपको यहाँ की तस्वीरें दिखा दें. प्रधानमंत्री थोड़ी देर बाद 9:30 बजे के आसपास लैंड करेंगे और उसके बाद 10 बजे वो 11 नंबर गेट से एंटर कर जाएंगे. श्री राम भव्य दिव्य मंदिर जो बनकर तैयार है, आज पताका उस पर फहराया जाएगा, ध्वज आरोहण किया जाएगा. एक बार तस्वीर दिखा दीजिए यहाँ की जरा. मैं आपको इस वक्त रामपथ में हनुमानगढ़ी के साइड में मौजूद हूँ और यहाँ पर देखिए आप तस्वीरों में कि यहाँ पर किस तरीके से जो भक्तगण हैं, जो श्रद्धालु हैं, वो लगातार इस सड़क पे आ रहे हैं. हमारे साथ महंत विष्णुदास इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और उनके साथ भी एक और महंत है. महंत जी, क्या कहेंगे आज?
सबसे पहले मंत्र वाणी गुणाणु कथने श्रवणो कथायाम हस्तौ शकरमसो मनस्तौ पादयोरणा स्मृत्याम स्रस्तो निवासी जगत प्रणामे दृष्टि सताम दर्शने अस्तु भवत्तनुनाम. हमारे मोदी जी राम के सेवक बन करके आ रहे हैं. आज हम लोग देखना चाहते हैं और उनका स्वागत करेंगे. और राम मंदिर के शिखर पर केसरिया ध्वज ही आज हमारे पीएम मोदी के द्वारा होगा, क्योंकि पीएम मोदी जी सेवक बन करके आते हैं. अगर मोदी योगी नहीं होते तो मेरे भगवान का आज दरबार सूना रहता.
बता दिए कि महत्व क्या है मंदिर के ऊपर जिस तरीके से ध्वजारोहण किया जाता है, जो आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, आरएसएस चीफ मोहन भागवत, मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ करने वाले, उसका महत्व क्या है?
केसरिया ध्वज का महत्व है क्योंकि वो सूर्य का प्रतीक है, वो बलिदान का प्रतीक है, तेज का प्रतीक है. और भगवान हनुमान जी महाराज केसरिया ध्वज लेकर के ही लंका में जाकर के विजय प्राप्त किए थे. हनुमान जी का रूप ही केसरिया ध्वज है. बोलिए सियावर रामचंद्र की जय.
तो मैं आपको यहाँ पर दिखाना चाहूंगा तस्वीर. सबसे पहले तो यहाँ पर जो विभिन्न जो कलाकार हैं, सांस्कृतिक कलाकार, वो यहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं और मैं आपको यहाँ पर तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो यहाँ पर देखिए यहाँ पे किस तरीके से. कहाँ से हैं आप लोग?
शामली जिला.
शामली जिला से. और शामली से क्या पेश कर रहे हैं आप लोग? क्या पेश कर रहे हैं? तो यहाँ पर सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम शुरू हो चुका है रामपथ पर. यहाँ पर देखिए तस्वीरें, देखिए यहाँ पर, यहाँ ये देखिए मनमोह लेने वाली तस्वीर. और खासतौर से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पहुँचने वाले हैं, तो उनको लेकर उनके लिए ये तमाम सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम यहाँ पर देख पा रहे हैं आप इस वक्त रामपथ पर. और तमाम जो पुराने धुन है. कहाँ से हैं आप लोग?
कौसम्बी.
क्या पेश कर रहे हैं? क्या पेश कर रहे हैं आप?
मतलब बीन है, घोड़ा है, ये सब लुप्त हो रहा है, इसलिए इसको नया जीवन दे रहे हैं। ये मस्तक बीन है, ये ढोलक है, और हम लोग को
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत आप लोग ऐसे कर रहे हैं।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है सर,
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। और इन लोगों का ये कहना है कि बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत इस तरीके से ये करने वाले हैं। अमन,
well, those colorful visuals, Amit, and we'll come back to you. Please keep getting us more action from the Ayodhya, these lights and sounds. But now I'm joined by a very, very special guest. She is Maria Worth, who has seen India's spirituality, India's religious culture for over 4 decades now. Maria, welcome to CNN News 18. And I would like to start by asking you, how significant do you think is the completion of the Ram temple in Ayodhya? Have you been here? What has been your experience if you were here? And do you plan to come here also to see the entire expanse of the Sri Ram temple in Ayodhya?
Well, first question, I think it is very important that for me, Ram is embodiment of Dharma, and that now Dharma is again established in a way. Ram is back in a grand temple, and I came only time to Ayodhya in 1986, and at that time there was a tent only, and I was sitting in this tent. Even I was sitting for a long time because there was I did not know much at that time, and there was Bhutan, and they closed, they put a curtain, but I was sitting in a corner. And what was so special in Ayodhya, that every second house, when I walked through the town, there was Ram Bhajan. You could hear Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, and Ram is so important for India. First greeting I heard in India in Hatwa when I reached Ram Ram, and I feel that is wonderful occasion, very happy occasion also, and the civilization of India is alive. It is a sign that it is still very much alive. And I wished that everybody could see it like this, because there's so much misinformation, unfortunately, about what Hindu Dharma is, and especially all Indians should know the true, what is really Hindu Dharma about. And should I say it now? I feel I had 2 days ago, I had on Twitter an exchange with somebody who has a Muslim name. And he said the idea of multiple gods can never make sense to a sane mind. And I said, yes, you are right, because your rishis, the Vedas, are the first who had discovered that one consciousness, one Brahman is behind all this. And the Devas are personifications of this. They are as real as we are real. Everything is contained in this Brahman. And if we could make this properly understood, I feel there would be no reason for any division. I don't know if I could make it clear in such a few sentences, but when I came to India, it was so special because here is really knowledge. Here is really knowledge about the truth, what is really true. And at that time, I did not connect yet with the Devas, really. It was very new. I had not heard about Ramayana, not about Bhagavad Gita. So slowly, but now I feel this love for Ram is so beautiful. And when you see the Murti, yesterday somebody sent a virtual arti from the Ram Mandir. You pass through the doors and you ring the bell, and then when the final door opens and Ram Lalla comes into view, I just had goosebumps. And I had wet eyes also, because there is something you can connect with. You can connect with it.
That's a beautiful thought, Maria ji.
Something unimaginable.
Absolutely, that's a beautiful thought, Maria. And I must tell you that I have met many pilgrims, whose eyes well up when they see the Lord Ram Lalla deity inside the Ram temple, they say the deity is so beautiful, it captivates the senses of the people. And I'm joined now by my colleague Shivangi Devotee, who's in fact outside the Ram temple gates. तो शिवांगी, पूरा उत्सव का माहौल है, प्रधानमंत्री आने वाले हैं, क्या आप हमें दिखा पाएंगी जो सेलिब्रेशंस वहां हो रही हैं?
बिल्कुल, डेफिनेटली, एंड द लेटेस्ट अपडेट इज मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ हैज जस्ट अराइव्ड एंड यहाँ से हनुमानगढ़ी होते हुए अब से कुछ ही देर में मंदिर परिसर में वो अंदर दाखिल होंगे। मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ का काफिला अभी यहीं से गया है, लेकिन तस्वीरें जो उत्साह की हैं वो आपको दिखा दे। आज विवाह पंचमी है, यानी कि सीता और राम का विवाह। द वेडिंग प्रोसीजर्स विल बी टेकिंग प्लेस टुडे, एंड जैसे सीता और राम भगवान का 500 वर्षों 600 वर्षों पहले विवाह हुआ था, वो आज एक बार फिर से अयोध्या में संपन्न कराया जाएगा। उसके लिए बारात निकाली जा रही है। I was trying to show the visuals before. I'll again ask my camera person विशाल कि वो आपको विजुअल्स दिखाएं। आप ये विजुअल्स देखिए, ये तस्वीरें देखिए। भगवान राम को याद करते हुए ये स्तुति यहाँ पे गाई जा रही है और ढोल के साथ में, मंजीरे के साथ में यहाँ पर लोग पहुँचे हुए हैं और पूरा राम उत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। विवाह पंचमी की ये तस्वीरें सामने आ रही है, पूरी बारात ये निकाली जा रही है और इसी बारात में अब आगे बढ़ते हुए लोग नजर आ रहे हैं। और देखिए, उत्साह का भी कार्यक्रम है, खास कार्यक्रम है। और ये जो तस्वीरें हैं, ये बेहद ही भव्य तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं। और देखिए, अब जो है ये सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल और भी ज़्यादा टाइट कर दिया गया है। हनुमानगढ़ी की तरफ बढ़ती हुई ये बारात नजर आ रही है और देखिए किस तरीके से विशेष पोशाक पहन के भी यहाँ पर लोग हैं, घुड़सवारी करते हुए। और जैसे कि राम भगवान के पूरा जो प्रेसिजन होता है उसमें निकालते हुए, पूरी बारात में निकलते हुए वो जो पूरा यात्रा की जाती है वो आपको हम दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। दिस इज अ ब्यूटीफुल इमेज दैट वी कैन सी ओवर हियर। एंड पूरा जो अयोध्या है वो अब राममय हो चला है। वो पूरी जो आप तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं जो आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये बारात अब आगे की तरफ बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। दिस इज द इमेज फ्रॉम अयोध्या एंड दिस इज अ ब्यूटीफुल इमेज एंड वंस इन अ लाइफ टाइम जितनी पीढ़ियां, जनरेशंस दैट हैव एक्चुअली स्ट्रगल्ड फॉर दिस इमेज, दिस डे टुडे वी आर एबल टू विटनेस it today. I think ये हमारे भी सौभाग्य की बात है. It's a very lucky day for all of us.
Absolutely beautiful visuals there being brought by my colleague Shivangi from just outside the Ram temple, and Arun Anandji, author and columnist. Arunji, how significant are these pictures, the completion of the Ram temple? We had Maria earlier tell us that all of us in the earlier decades, in 1980s, 1990s, I was here I think in 2005 and 2019, to see Ram Lalla under that dirty small tent to now the Bhavya temple. How significant is this day is today for India and for Bharat, since the Ram temple is now complete in all its grandeur?
See, Aman, it is more of a cultural renaissance, which I think I don't see. I have done 2 books on Ram Janmabhoomi, and there is Hindus fought 76 battles and sacrificed more than 5 million lives, and it is the longest battle which has been fought for a civilizational place. And I see it more as a symbol of cultural renaissance. I see it more as a symbol of, because there are hundreds of temples of Ram, but why this temple is important? Because it represents a certain civilizational value that we can coexist, whereas the Babri Mosque had represented a civilizational value that if you don't follow my religion or my way of worship, then you cannot exist. So this 500-year long war is not a war between 2 religions, or it was not basically fought by Hindus as a religion. It was fought by Hindus as a civilization, and this whole battle was for a civilizational value. So that is how I see and I think it's a complete 360 degree, that the cultural renaissance of Bharat as a civilization has reached now at a certain level where we can be proud of it.
Well, absolutely, Arunji, and whenever Ram temple big functions happen, Pran Pratishthan happens, or today the Dhwaj Arohan happens, politics always enters the scene. So I remember when the Pran Pratishthan had happened, invites were sent to the Samajwadi Party, to the top Congress leadership. Nobody came for the Pran Pratishthan. In fact, the Congress leadership or the Samajwadi Party leadership has still not come to the Ram temple even 2 years later. So do you think that, by not, especially the former Chief Minister of UP, Sir Akhilesh Yadav, not coming to the Ram Ram Temple for the last 2 years. Does this also show that, maybe the politics has also always centered around the Ram Temple, and this is something that maybe opposition politicians could have avoided and send out a larger message by actually coming to the Ram Temple over the last 2 years?
That's a very pertinent question, and they are refusing to learn from the history, because I'll give you just two quick examples, and that will show you basically that how actually, ironically, Congress played an important role in the Ram Janmabhoomi movement, because the movement restarted in 1983, but before that the ground was laid down in around 1980-81. When in Meenakshi-puram, Tamil Nadu, 850 scheduled caste families had adopted for Islam. So after that, RSS had set up an organization called Virat Hindu Samaj to fight the menace of conversion. And the president of this Virat Hindu Samaj was Dr. Karan Singh, a senior Congress politician, and the general secretary was Ashok Singhal, who was the Prant Pracharak of RSS at that time. And then in 1983, before the movement started, it was Dhwaj Arohan, a former cabinet minister in UP and a senior Congress leader, who in Muzaffarnagar actually for the first time talked about the liberation of Ayodhya, Mathura and Kashi, and that basically
Arunji, I'll just come back to you. I'm interrupting you for a brief moment because we have some visuals from Ayodhya. Amit Singh, my colleague, has some children doing mantracharya on Rampath. Let's cut to Amit Singh.
जी बिल्कुल अमन, मैं आपको सीधी तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ यहाँ पर रामपथ में, जहाँ पर छोटे बच्चे मंत्रोच्चार कर रहे हैं।
आजा वाया तंजदनम बरएके प्रोचन पुरखंजात मग्रता तेना देवारादिउदयन्त्यद्यात्यानयितयासजे नतुदुकं व्यादो कतिदाभ्य अल्पायन्या मुखं किमासासित किं बाहु किमुरुपाद उचैते ब्राह्मणो समुखमासीद् बाहु राजन्य कृता ऊरो तदस्या जद्वयस्या पद्भ्यां गुंसोदरो अजायता चंद्रमा मनसो जात चक्षु सूर्यो अजायता सोत्राद्वायुष्य प्राणश्च मुखादग्नि जायता नाभ्या आसीदन्तरिक्षगुं शेषोद्यो समवर्तता पद्भ्यां भूमिर्निसः श्रोत्रा तथा लोका अकल्पयन् हरि ओम।
तो अमन, यहाँ पर रामपथ पर छोटे बच्चे हैं जो मंत्रोच्चार कर रहे हैं, तो आप लोग इसी तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत करने के लिए खड़े हैं?
विशेष रूप से इसी तरीके से वेद मंत्र के द्वारा, स्वस्ति वाचन के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करेंगे।
तो देखिए अमन, ये रामपथ की तस्वीरें हैं, कलरफुल तस्वीरें, और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बताया जा रहा है कि 9:30 बजे के बाद यहाँ पहुंच जाएंगे। अमन
जी, Amit, and I will just go back to Arun Anand to complete his point about what he was saying about the Congress party and the Ram Temple. Arun ji, please go ahead.
Yeah, so actually basically Dhwaj Arohan, who was cabinet minister in the 1967 cabinet of Ram Naresh, so in the 1967 cabinet he was a cabinet minister. So in Muzaffarnagar, a very interesting meeting of Hindu Jagran Manch was happening, and there Professor Rajendra Singh, who is also known as Rajju Bhaiya, who later became the RSS chief also, so he was also present, and there Dhwaj Arohan announced this, and after that Ram Janmabhoomi Bhakti Yagya Samiti was set up, and the first meeting of the Sant Samaj was held, and then later VHP and RSS joined it. And I think the defining moment came when in 1989 the Palampur session, the BJP officially announced that it is taking up the issue of Ram Janmabhoomi. And see, the thing is that Samajwadi Party and Congress. So the question which you had asked, that they are not participating in it because now the constituencies are clearly cut out. So they are with those who favored the Babri, the re-establishment of the Babri mosque, and whereas there is a strong current of Hindutva now, and the problem with them is also that they are looking at Shri Ram only from a particular religious or from a political angle, whereas Shri Ram is somebody, he's an icon basically who connects the whole of India. As I said, he's a civilizational symbol. It's not a religious symbol. It's not a political symbol. So I think we need to be, and that's why people are rejecting them. So I think that's how I look at it.
Well, absolutely, Arunji, making a very important point there, that the Congress actually is looking at Lord Ram from a political prism, not as someone who encapsulates all the faiths and all the harmony in the society. And I would like to toss to him now, who is in the News 18 studio, to capture the entire expanse of the Ram temple. Hem, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Aman, for bringing us all the ground updates. Of course, we're going to continue bringing our viewers all these updates going forward as well. Thank you so much for now. All right, now, let's talk about the symbols on this flag, the Ram temple flag. The sun, which symbolizes light, life and energy. It shows Lord Ram's Suryavanshi linkage. Then we come to the Om symbol, eternal spiritual sound in Hinduism, as you know. And then the Kovardhar tree, hybrid of Mandir and Parijat trees created by Rishi Kashyap, was part of Ayodhya's ancient flag. These are three deeply symbolic symbols which will be on the Ram Mandir flag, which is all set to be hoisted today by the Indian Prime Minister around noon. Now, Aman, let me come back to you. We have been discussing the deep religious symbolism. Beyond that, beyond the religious symbolism, what sort of a message do you think this big moment in Ayodhya sends?
Well, see him, the one thing is very, very clear that, the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, many people say, what is the huge thing about the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony? The Dhwaj Arohan ceremony has a very, very, important spiritual connection when it comes to the Ram temple. This marks the completion of the entire structure, especially this flag as well, which is being, put on the top of the Ram temple on the Shikhar by Prime Minister Modi today, will signify the essence of Sanatan Dharam. The culture, the symbols of Sanatan Dharam will very much be, and this will be visible from quite a distance. Yesterday, we could see the Shikhar from, outside the Ram temple from a distance as well. So this is also what I remember Amit Shah's statement, which had once come, the Home Minister, who said that the Shikhar will be so prominent, so tall, that you can see it from all around Ayodhya. And that is, I think, is the essence of the function today, of the event today, with the presence of the Prime Minister, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, as well as UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. I would like to toss to the Shivangi Devotee, who captured this conversation with the Ayodhya's district magistrate, who is explaining the entire expanse of the event today. Let's get to that interview done by Shivangi Devotee.
अधिकारी निखिल टीकाराम जी हमारे साथ में हैं। तैयारियों के बारे में जानेंगे, क्योंकि आज जो भव्य तैयारियां की गई हैं, लेकिन सुरक्षा के जो इंतजाम होते हैं कड़े तो होते ही हैं, लेकिन इस बार अलग स्तर के।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि एक बहुत बड़ा आयोजन यहाँ पर आज होने जा रहा है और उसी के दृष्टिगत हम लोगों ने तैयारियाँ की है। सबसे पहले तो यहाँ पर जितने लोग आ रहे हैं उनको एक अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस मिले, इसकी वजह से हम लोगों ने शहर को सजाया है, शहर को साफ़ सुथरा करने का प्रयास किया है और एक अच्छा हॉस्पिटैलिटी देने का प्रयास किया है। जहाँ तक सुरक्षा की बात है, आप जान रहे हैं कि हाल ही में एक दुखद घटना दिल्ली में हुई थी और उसके अलावा भी अयोध्या एक सेंसिटिव जगह है, तो यहाँ पर हमेशा सिक्योरिटी को लेकर हम लोग सजग रहते हैं। परंतु इतना बड़ा कार्यक्रम है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हो रहे हैं, तो हम लोगों ने सुरक्षा के कड़े इंतजामात किए हैं और यहाँ पर जो सर्विलांस है सीसीटीवी के माध्यम से और उसके अलावा जो भी हमारी और कार्रवाई होती है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस कर रही है, एंड वी आर क्वाइट श्योर कि यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छा एक एटमॉस्फेयर हम लोग क्रिएट कर रहे हैं।
Maria Worth, we were just seeing these beautiful scenes from Ayodhya on our screens, and there was Arun Anand making a very, very pertinent point that Lord Ram should not be seen from a particular political prism. He in fact encapsulates all faiths, all spirituality. Would you agree with Mr. Arun Anand is saying, and what do you make of these colorful visuals from Ayodhya?
Unfortunately, I cannot see the colorful visuals. I see only some light here. But yeah, I feel he should not be seen from a political angle, and he should not be used. And I really wished people would understand more the basics, what is behind. Like when Hindus say we have many gods, Ram is one god, Krishna is another god, we should be aware that they are all part of Brahman. And we are also Brahman. So if we think we are real, and we surely think we are real, then the Devas are also real. The Asuras are also real. And Ram is Dharma Raja. And Hinduism is about Dharma. It is the main thing. It is about following one's conscience. And this is not the case with the Abrahamic religions. I grew up in Christianity. I remember in catechism class we were told, if there's a discrepancy between what the church tells you and what your conscience tells you, you have to follow the church. It is difficult, no? I mean, I couldn't do, and I felt it was not right. But when you hear it from childhood onwards, you may believe it, and then and then there's this misinformation also that Hindus have so many gods. Hindus have the oneness. They were the original who discovered the rishis that there is one avyakt. It is not manifest. This level, this avyakt level, is not there in the other religions. Their God, they think it's one Almighty. Yes, they see Him as Almighty, and it is true, He is the Almighty. If I'm a devout Christian or a devout Muslim, and I pray to God or Allah, surely it will reach Him. This is taken for granted. But this misunderstanding regarding Hindus is so sad because it cost millions of Hindus their lives. Because you can instigate those who believe that the great God doesn't like Hindus, you can instigate them to go against them. And this is so, sad. So I feel the knowledge should be given, and we should...
Well, absolutely, Maria. Beautiful thoughts there, and it's great to have your perspective on the... It's great to have your perspective on the entire Ram Temple ceremony today. We'll be back after a short break as we are counting down to the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Ayodhya. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Behind me, the famous Lalla Chowk of Ayodhya, the famous Veena. And when you come to Ayodhya, ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, in which the full Ram temple will now be complete, you can see two kind of posters in Ayodhya. One poster is of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Wherever you go in Ayodhya, you will see the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's poster everywhere in Ayodhya, welcoming him to Ayodhya for this ceremony. The Divya Bhavya Navya Ayodhya आगमन पर संघ संचालक राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत जी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन. This is one poster you see, and the second poster you see all over Ayodhya is of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, same poster, welcoming him to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. And these two big personalities, Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, they were there also when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony had happened in Ayodhya in January last year. It's almost 2 years since, and they are both coming together again for the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony in Ayodhya. It's after a bit that they are sharing the stage, and the Prime Minister had gone to Nagpur to the RSS headquarters earlier. But since then, the Prime Minister has been speaking glowingly of the RSS from the Red Fort in his Independence Day address, or be it on other occasions while celebrating the centenary year of the RSS, releasing the commemorative coin. The Prime Minister has called the RSS the biggest NGO of the world, the soul of India, the Atvraksh, the banyan tree, which is a symbol of harmony and social justice. That is how the Prime Minister has been describing the RSS. And when the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony happens, these two personalities, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and Mr. Narendra Modi, will be seen together again in a strong statement, I would say, to the detractors who had been saying a lot over the last 3 years. But the way Mr. Modi and Mr. Mohan Bhagwat have come together has silenced many of the critics. So in Ayodhya, one of the latest things that I saw when I came this time is people coming for Jai Shri Ram tattoos. This is a small tattoo shop right on Rampath, the road which leads to Ram Mandir, and you can see here a customer here with the shopkeeper getting an Om and a Jai Shri Ram tattoo being on his arm. You can show that maybe to him, and that is the way he's getting it done. Look, and you know, in today's Gen Z, when people get tattoos done of their near and dear ones, you have here people coming actually to get tattoos of Lord Ram, of their faith, and this is something that is absolutely new when you come to Ayodhya. तो कई लोग आते हैं यहाँ पे टैटू करवाने जय श्री राम के?
जी जी, बहुत
अच्छा, कितने आते हैं लोग दिन के?
10-12 लोग तो आ जाते हैं।
अच्छा, कितना चार्ज करते हैं बनाने का टैटू?
ये 250 रुपए स्क्वायर इंच ब्लैक में होता है, इंच में होता है।
अच्छा, so more people actually queuing up here. आप भी टैटू बनवाएंगे? किसका टैटू बनाएंगे? जय श्री राम का?
जय श्री राम।
ऐसा क्यों?
भगवान का।
कहाँ बाजू पे बनवाएंगे?
हाथ पे
बनवाएंगे। Interesting, and you know that is what I feel, that people here actually were coming, and youngsters especially coming to get tattoos of Lord Ram, of their God, and this shows the faith and this shows the fervor in Ayodhya when you come here after the coming up of the Sri Ram temple. हमारे साथ ब्रिजभूषण जी हैं, पूर्व सांसद हैं बीजेपी के, अयोध्या के नए एयरपोर्ट पे आए हैं और कल ध्वजारोहण होने जा रहा है। कितनी बड़ी बात है ब्रिजभूषण जी, प्रधानमंत्री आ रहे हैं, मोहन भागवत जी आ रहे हैं।
ये गर्व की बात है हम लोगों के लिए। एक सपना पूरा हुआ, जो पहले सपना था आज पूरा हुआ। इसके पीछे कई 100 वर्षों का संघर्ष भी है, लेकिन आज वो सपना पूरा हुआ।
इतने साल की स्ट्रगल रही, इतने सालों का स्ट्रगल रहा, मंदिर पूरा होने में भी तकरीबन 2 साल लगे, पर जो भव्य रूप अब निकल के आया, आपको लगता है वो जो प्रतीक्षा थी उसका पूर्ण हो गया आज?
अभी तो काम चलता ही रहेगा, अभी तो पूरी अयोध्या सजना है, अभी तो बहुत काम बाकी है, लेकिन मंदिर पूरा हो गया।
So people of all ages come to Ayodhya, and people come from far and wide. I have a family here with me from all the way from Chennai. First trip to Ayodhya?
Yes. Sir,
first trip.
Yeah, first trip.
So what brings you here? Do you want to see the temple? Have you heard about it?
It's a religious thing. We have to definitely visit our own Hindu culture. That's why we visit here.
Yes, it is a moment of pride. We are so happy. I'm visiting from US just to come and visit Ayodhya and bring my parents, my uncle and aunt. It's our privilege being Hindu to be part of this auspicious time.
So where in the US you stay, ma'am?
I'm coming from New Jersey.
Oh, so you're bringing your parents for the first time?
Yes.
So did they always want to come here? What was the...
Yes, they are Lord Rama Bhakta and they all wanted to come and visit. So they've given me privilege to come here and bring them here.
Even in a wheelchair you're here. That's your astha, that's your belief?
Yes, I have to come. I have to worship my God.
We are proud of our Prime Minister Modi. We come all the way from US. We are so proud of him.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Behind me, the famous Lata Chowk of Ayodhya, the famous Veena. And when you come to Ayodhya, ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, in which the full Ram temple will now be complete, you can see two kind of posters in Ayodhya. One poster is of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Wherever you go in Ayodhya, you will see the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's poster everywhere in Ayodhya. Well, welcome back from the holy land of Ayodhya, the land of Jai Shri Ram, and a big day today in Ayodhya as the Prime Minister is about to arrive in the next few minutes for the big Dhwaj Arohan ceremony at the Sri Ram temple in Ayodhya, which will mark the completion of the Sri Ram temple. It has been under construction for almost the last 4 years. There was a Pran Pratishthan ceremony last year, around 2 years back on January 22nd, 2024, and today is the big Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. I am at the Ram Ki Pedi. You can see the Saryu river behind me. Some people, devotees here and who have been here and are waiting for the Ram temple to open tomorrow in its grand way. तो राम मंदिर कल पूर्ण हो गया है। कुछ सुनाइए उसके उपलक्ष्य में, क्या सुना रही थी आप?
जब सिया बन के चले हैं रघुराई, छोड़ी के अवध नगरिया छोड़ी के अवध नगरियाना, छोड़ी के अवध नगरियाना, जैसा तड़पल जल बिन मछरिया, वैसा तड़प कौशल्या माईना, जैसा तड़पल जल बिन मछरिया, वैसा तड़प कौशल्या माईना, जब सिया बन के चले रघुराई, छोड़ी के अवध नगरियाना, सुनी लग हमारी राम बिना जो दिया, सुनी लग हमारी राम बिना जो दिया, सुनी लग लक्ष्मण बिना नहीं आना, जब सिया बन के चले रघुराई, छोड़ी के अवध नगरियाना।
बहुत बढ़िया। और यही this is the fervor in Ayodhya, and when people come here all the time. We have a young poet also who's written something on Lord Ram. क्या सुनाएंगे आप बताइए?
शायरी सुनाएंगे, शायरी।
सुनाइए, सुनाइए।
क्या क्या? हर दिल की धड़कनों की राम है योगी, हर दिल की धड़कन की शान है राम योगी, हर होठों पे मुस्कान हो राम रोगी, हमारी बस एक ही तमन्ना है, इस धरती से आसमान तक की उड़ान हो राम रोगी।
क्या बात है। राम के उपलक्ष्य में, and you can see people very excited, and these are many local Ayodhya people also. One more song she wants to sing. सुनाइए।
चारों दूल्हा में बड़ा का कमाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़ा का कमाल सखिया, ओ कमाल सखिया, ओ कमाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़ा कमाल सखिया।
That is the feeling that we get from Ayodhya when we come here. Everybody saying and talking about Lord Ram, and I am joined by Abhas Maldihar, author and historian. Abhas ji, you see the scenes here from Ayodhya. You can hear the songs here from Ayodhya. How big is this day, you believe, for the history of Ayodhya, maybe also for the history of Bharat?
First of all, Jai Shri Ram to all the viewers and everybody out there. And it was really thrilling to hear the poems, the songs, and it really speaks out loud that how remarkable this day is, right? Because I recall very well when the Ram Jan Bhumi Pujan was happening, and my grandmother, who was around 90 back then, she was full of tears. She was very excited. So this actually speaks of the grandeur of the ceremony. And isn't it very exciting to also recall that if you look at history, it's only the reconquest of the Spain, which goes back to 13th century, when churches were got back, as in it was first under the Islamic rule, and then the Christians got it back. It's only after that, say around
Abhasi,
7th century.
I'll just come back to you. Just interrupting you for 2 minutes. I have my managing editor of CNN News 18, Anand Narasimhan, now inside the temple. Over to you, Anand. What are the visuals you're bringing us?
All right, I'm inside here at the Mandir Parisar. You can see beautiful arrangement all around, and there you go. And right behind me is the main dais where the Prime Minister is going to speak, and that's where the Dhwaj Arohan is going to happen. With me right now are
I'm Krishna,
Dr. Prasad, and CV Reddy from the Aparna group. Now they are all people who have made a lot of contributions towards the temple. How does it feel? How is it looking?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's really blessed. We are all blessed to be here.
Blessed to be here?
Yes.
What is so significant about the Dhwaja? Why is it so important, this flag? Krishnaji, let me ask you. Why is it so important?
Good morning.
Good morning. That is the answer to which? That is the answer to which?
The answer is very hard to explain you for the next 24 hours.
No, that's all right. But give us one of the answers, Dr. Devotee. You've come all the way from Texas, so tell us.
From Las Vegas.
From Las Vegas, yes, tell us.
So you're the better one to say.
No, but you must tell me.
You're the better one to say.
No. I think why is it important?
Yeah, I think you know better.
No, I don't know.
Even yesterday also, I tried because I've taken your number because I want to know what is exactly the Dhwaj Arohan means.
Right.
Yeah, you please.
But the
let us
Dhwaj
know.
Arohan, you have also made a contribution, a small humble contribution to the Dhwaj Arohan.
Really?
Have you not? Okay, these are people who know. But how do you like the temple? What do you see around you? Can you describe what you see?
I think we love to stay here forever.
Yeah.
That kind of a feel we have.
You also feel the same?
Yeah. Yes. Yesterday night we are here and really we enjoyed the climate and the hospitality of the entire Ayodhya team. So we are all blessed to be here. So
What are you expecting from the Prime Minister? What are you expecting him to say today?
He's been created. That talks. He reached over our expectations. So.
Yes. Yeah?
We want he has to live for next 100 years.
100 years. That's what you want.
Yes.
About our Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why? Because this itself happening has exceeded all expectations. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
No doubt on that.
Right. All right. Now we have very limited use of our mobile phones here. I'm just going to show you the stage behind us, and this gallery right here is all various karyakartas who have worked towards the struggle of the Ram Mandir. And I must tell you, viewers, that this time around there are about 7,000 people who are here. They are the people who have worked towards this entire struggle to get Ram Lalla Virajman.
Sir, sorry to disturb you. Please let us know about the importance of Dhwaj Arohan. Even yesterday you explained about the
Dhwaj Arohan, and for all of them, Champat Rai ji, who's the more important, overseer of the Ram Janmabhoomi Trust, working under the aegis of the Prime Minister. He was also explaining this, that there are three symbols on the Dhwaja. There is the Om, there is the Surya, and there is the Kovidara tree. So the Kovidara tree is a union of the Parijat and the Mandar. And then Om is the universal symbol, is the universal sound of the universe. So that's there in the Dhwaja. There is also Surya, that is the pursuit of knowledge, intellect, radiance, and what Bharat actually means, rising towards the sun. And then third is the Kovidara tree, which is
that unites all.
Yeah, that unites all. It's a symbol of healing, nurturing, and it's also representative of our own ancient plant science, that we were able to get a hybrid then at that time. And this flag finds mention in the times of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. So it's our ancient flag which is coming back onto the Dhwaja that will adorn the Shikhara of the Ram Mandir. And this entire Parisar has 6 other temples. There is a Saptarishi temple also. There is a temple for Shiva and Ganesha. There's a temple for Hanuman. There's a temple for Surya. There is a Sheshavatar temple. And most importantly, a temple for Bhagwati and Annapurna. The Sita Rasoi is manifest as Ma Annapurna. So may she keep all of us happy. So that's the method, that's the thing. And this time around, it's important that those who have worked, the people, the workers of various sangatans, somewhere associated with the struggle for Ram Lalla and Ram Lalla Virajman, they are the ones who have been brought here from a lot of the people from Purvanchal, a lot of people from Dakshin Bharat, and also from Uttar Pradesh. So the VIP list has those people, the foot soldiers, who worked for this. Swami Vivekananda is there with us. Swami Vivekananda Swamiji, he is the founder of the World Hindu Congress. So I want to ask you, Swamiji, what is the importance of this?
This is very great significance now. You can say after 800 years, you can say, and something of this magnificent temple we have built entire in Uttar Bharat.
पर ये जो आज आ रहे हैं 7,000 लोग यहाँ पर हैं, यहाँ पर वीवीआईपी नहीं है, लेकिन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सन है, वो क्यों है ये बताइए?
क्योंकि सभी लोग इम्पोर्टेंट है यहाँ. एवरीबडी इज डिवोटी ऑफ भगवान नाम से एवरीबडी इज इम्पोर्टेंट. दिस टाइम दोज हु आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन कार सेवा दे आर इनवाइटेड. इस बार उन्हीं लोगों को बुलाया, कार सेवा में जो आए हैं उन्हीं लोगों को बुलाया.
So this Dhwajarohan is dedicated to the car seva.
कार सेवा.
And Swami Vivekananda, his Hindu manifesto, he's the author of the book, the Hindu manifesto, is what he would advise the Hindu Samaj to read.
Yes. Yeah, everybody should read.
Ram Rajya.
Ram Rajya, yes. That is how everything is from the Shastra. People can read this.
People can read this. I'm holding the phone in my hand for a while.
They can go on search on the Amazon and Flipkart and Google. book is available, and this will give them guidance how to really make a Hindu Rashtra and Ram Rajya and Hindu Rashtra.
Many people are asking कि राम मंदिर बन गया, ध्वजारोहण हो गया, राम राज्य कब होगा?
राम राज्य के लिए उसका प्रिंसिपल
स्वामी स्वामी जी से राम राज्य हो गया, राम राज्य कब होगा? जल्दी से बता।
जल्दी से. It is the people will people decide, then Ram Raj will be possible.
Justice for all, appeasement for none. That's what they're saying. Signing off from inside the Ram Mandir Parisar. That's the dais. You can see right behind me. And Krishna ji, thank you very, very much. Jai Shri Ram.
Well, beautiful, beautiful visuals there from inside the Ram temple. Thank you so much, Anand Narsimhan. These are the first visuals today coming from inside the Ram temple from Anand Narsimhan, who's very much there inside, along with the guests. And none of them, as he said, are VVIP guests, the car sevaks, the people who have been associated with the Ram temple for a long time. All of them have been invited for the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. And I'm joined now by Raghav Sacha. Raghav, you hearing these colorful visuals from inside, seeing them in Ayodhya, how big is this day? And maybe if I request you, if you can play and sing something on this very, very special occasion, Raghav.
Absolutely, I think it's amazing, and I'm very happy that I joined you guys a little earlier and I was able to see what's happening at the temple. It's amazing to see the energy. I wish I was there, physically present over there, because सब लोग बोल रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे ऐसा लग रहा है कि we are feeling so much energy. I'm sure the place must be holding such great energy. So of course I'm a huge Ram Bhakt myself, and I have released a song when the Ram Mandir was completed. I had released a song called Ram Ram, which did very well, and I'm very happy that we are actually putting it out again today in this honor for our fans to see, and everybody else to also join hands and play. And yeah, I can sing you a couple of lines of that. Ram hi arambh hai, Ram hi anant hai, Ram sarva shaktiman, Ram hi anant hai. And it just continues like this. It has a very nice, soothing feel to it. I'm actually out at a shoot, and I just grabbed on the opportunity to be a part of this entire engagement with all of you.
Well, absolutely, Raghav, and the musical tribute to Lord Ram, we heard that from you earlier as well. But when you come here to Ayodhya, you see all kinds of sights and sounds. We had some ladies here from Ayodhya singing Ram bhajans. Do you think Ram has also, in a way, everybody has a heart towards it, everybody feels very strongly for Lord Ram, and that is why this music also comes from the heart?
I think so, absolutely. Because a lot of times when you're growing up as a child, when I was growing up, I'm a Hanuman Bhakt as well. Now, being a Hanuman Bhakt, he is a Ram Bhakt, so you automatically become a Ram Bhakt. So something that I have kind of grown up with, doing Hanuman Chalisa very regularly, and doing so many of these different recreations of the Hanuman Chalisa, of the Ram Bhajan, that the whole idea was that now, since this temple, which is such a huge establishment, is ready and it's available for everybody to go and visit, why don't I make a known composition, a self composition? That's the reason, the whole idea of creating the Ram Bhajan. And of course, I've done a lot of Hanuman Chalisas, different versions of that as well. So they all connect to Bhagwan Ram, and that's exactly who we are praying to for everything.
Why don't you sing two more lines from it, Raghav? It was beautiful to hear your voice on the Ram Bhajan. Please give us two more lines, please.
I would love to sing it. Just give me the lyrics. I'm trying to find the lyrics of the song, and I will sing it because I want you guys to hear it. It has a very surreal kind of an effect. When you see the video also, we will try and send you the video as well, so that you can also play it on your channel. It's owned by me, so I think that will be a nice tribute to the place. Do you have the lyrics? Okay, let me try and I'm just trying to sing what I had sung earlier. Ram hi arambh hai, Ram hi anant hai, Ram sarva shakti naam, Ram dig digant hai. Ram hi arambh hai, Ram hi अनंत है राम, सर्वशक्तिमान राम, दिग दिगंत है. There you go.
That's so beautiful, Raghavji. Thank you so much for doing this for us on CNN News 18. I'm sure this day will also be etched in history, and your lyrics and your song will certainly add to the fervor of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony today. Thank you so much. And I'd like to go back to Abhasji. Sorry, we had to cut him in the middle earlier. Abhasji, you were mentioning also about this fervor and, you know, in Ayodhya, the religious, in a way, upliftment and the spirituality which Ram Temple brings. Do you think why this day will also get etched in history, very much like the Pran Pratishthan Day, Abhasji?
It will very much make a big impact in the history, because as I was mentioning, I mentioned about the reconquest of the Spain, and I'm sure that many people may not be aware about it, but once Spain was conquered and by the Islamic forces, and the churches were converted into the mosque, and they got it back. Since then in the history, never it happened again, and it is for the first time when we got a structure back. And it's a big thing because Indian civilization, Bharatiya civilization, Hindu civilization is the only pre-Bronze era civilization which still continues to live. So it's going to be remarkable. And also we have seen in the past, say around 7-8 years back, when you speak about the Ram Mandir, it was always considered fringe and whatnot. But you see that the Prime Minister of a country is sitting in the Bhumi Pujan. He's going to the consecration of the temple, and then now he's going to host the Dhwaj as well. So this has given a very different tone to the world. While they were mocking it around, while they were calling it fringe, while they were calling it names, now we have made a mark that yes, our civilization indeed has the root in the Hinduness. It's very much there, and it was very important to recall, and I'm glad that it's happening, and I'm sure that it will keep on growing, it will go larger, and people will really be proud of their heritage. And once a civilization forgets what its heritage is, that's when it begins to die. And I'm glad that we are not the one who is repeating the mistake like how other civilizations did. We are picking it up, and we are going to be a stronger civilization once again.
That's a great thought to wrap up this particular bulletin. Thank you so much, Abhasji, for adding this insight into our coverage. And we are counting down to the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Ayodhya. He'll be here any minute now, landing in Ayodhya, and then we will see him take a roadshow from the Saket Mahavidyalaya to the VVIP gate of the Ram Temple, go inside. He will go around all the temples which have come up inside the Ram Temple complex before going for puja and darshan at the Sri Ram Janambhoomi Garbhagriha. He will be accompanied by the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and after that will be a historic address from the Ram Janambhoomi Temple complex by Prime Minister Narendra Modi sometime after noon. This is going to be a big day, a very exciting day at Ayodhya, at the Ram Temple. Keep watching us. This is Aman Sharma for CNN News 18 as we bring you live coverage, live non-stop coverage coming from Ayodhya. We will be back again after this break when we will be joined by Rahul Shiv Shankar, who will bring in more insights from Ayodhya on this big day.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Behind me, the famous Lata Chowk of Ayodhya, the famous Veena. And when you come to Ayodhya, ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, in which the full Ram temple will now be complete, you can see two kind of posters in Ayodhya. One poster is of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Wherever you go in Ayodhya, you will see the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's poster everywhere in Ayodhya, welcoming him to Ayodhya for this ceremony. The Divya Bhavya Navya Ayodhya आगमन पर संघ संचालक राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत जी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन. This is one poster you see, and the second poster you see all over Ayodhya is of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Same poster welcoming him to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. And these two big personalities, Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, they were there also when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony had happened in Ayodhya in January last year. It's almost 2 years since, and they are both coming together again for the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony in Ayodhya. It's after a bit that they are sharing the stage, and the Prime Minister had gone to Nagpur to the RSS headquarters earlier, But since then, the Prime Minister has been speaking glowingly of the RSS from the Red Fort in his Independence Day address, or be it on other occasions while celebrating the centenary year of the RSS, releasing the commemorative coin. The Prime Minister has called the RSS the biggest NGO of the world, the soul of India, the Atvraksh, the banyan tree, which is a symbol of harmony and social justice. That is how the Prime Minister has been describing the RSS. And when the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony happens, these two personalities, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and Mr. Narendra Modi, will be seen together again in a strong statement, I would say, to the detractors who had been saying a lot over the last 3 years. But the way Mr. Modi and Mr. Mohan Bhagwat have come together has silenced many of the critics. So in Ayodhya, one of the latest things that I saw when I came this time is people coming for Jai Shri Ram tattoos. There's a small tattoo shop right on Rampath, the road which leads to Ram Mandir, and you can see here a customer here with the shopkeeper getting an Om and a Jai Shri Ram tattoo being on his arm. You can show that maybe to him, and that is the way he's getting it done. Look, and in today's Gen Z, when people get tattoos done of their near and dear ones, you have here people coming actually to get tattoos of Lord Ram, of their faith, and this is something that is absolutely new when you come to Ayodhya. तो कई लोग आते हैं यहाँ पे टैटू करवाने जय श्री राम के?
जी बहुत।
अच्छा, कितने आते हैं लोग दिन के?
10-12 लोग तो आ जाते हैं।
अच्छा, कितना चार्ज करते हैं बनाने का टैटू?
ये 250 रुपए स्क्वायर इंच ब्लैक में होता है, इंच में होता है।
अच्छा, so more people actually queuing up here. आप भी टैटू बनवाएंगे? किसका टैटू बनाएंगे? जय श्री राम का?
जय श्री राम।
ऐसा क्यों?
भगवान का।
कहाँ बाजू पे बनवाएंगे?
हाँ, हाथ पे
बनवाएंगे। Interesting, and that is what I feel, that people here actually were coming, and youngsters especially coming to get tattoos of Lord Ram, of their God, and this shows the faith and this shows the fervor in Ayodhya when you come here after the coming up of the Sri Ram temple. हमारे साथ ब्रिजभूषण जी हैं, पूर्व सांसद हैं बीजेपी के, अयोध्या के नए एयरपोर्ट पे आए हैं और कल ध्वजारोहण होने जा रहा है। कितनी बड़ी बात है ब्रिजभूषण जी, प्रधानमंत्री आ रहे हैं, मोहन भागवत जी आ रहे हैं।
ये गर्व की बात है हम लोगों के लिए। एक सपना पूरा हुआ, जो पहले सपना था आज पूरा हुआ। इसके पीछे कई 100 वर्षों का संघर्ष भी है, लेकिन आज वो सपना पूरा हुआ।
इतने साल की स्ट्रगल रही, इतने सालों का स्ट्रगल रहा, मंदिर पूरा होने में भी तकरीबन 2 साल लगे, पर जो भव्य रूप अब निकल के आया, आपको लगता है वो जो प्रतीक्षा थी उसका पूर्ण हो गया आज?
अभी तो काम चलता ही रहेगा, अभी तो पूरी अयोध्या सजना है, अभी तो बहुत काम बाकी है, लेकिन मंदिर पूरा हो गया।
So people of all ages come to Ayodhya, and people come from far and wide. I have a family here with me from all the way from Chennai. First trip to Ayodhya?
Yes. Sir,
first trip.
Yeah, first trip.
So what brings you here? Do you want to see the temple? Have you heard about it?
It's a religious thing. We'll have to definitely visit our own Hindu culture. That's why we visit here.
Yes, it is a moment of pride. We are so happy. I'm visiting from US just to come and visit Ayodhya and bring my parents, my uncle and aunt. It's our privilege being Hindu to be part of this auspicious time.
So where in the US you stay, ma'am?
I'm coming from New Jersey.
Oh, so you're bringing your parents for the first time?
Yes.
So did they always want to come here? What was the...
Yes, they are Lord Rama Bhakta and they all wanted to come and visit. So they've given me privilege to come here and bring them here.
Even in a wheelchair you're here. That's your astha, that's your belief?
Yes, I have to come. I have to worship my God.
We are proud of our Prime Minister Modi. We come all the way from US. We are so proud of him.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Behind me, the famous Lalla Chowk of Ayodhya, the famous Veena. And when you come to Ayodhya, ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, in which the full Ram temple will now be complete, you can see two kind of posters in Ayodhya. One poster is of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Wherever you go in Ayodhya, you will see the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's poster everywhere in Ayodhya, welcoming him to Ayodhya for this ceremony. The Divya Bhavya Navya Ayodhya आगमन पर संघ संचालक राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत जी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन। This is one poster you see, and the second poster you see all over Ayodhya is of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, same poster, welcoming him to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony.
Hello and welcome viewers. It's one of those mornings that will go down in history as the day when Bharat's civilizational history will once again be caprisoned by the flag of Sanatan. Why are we saying this? Because today the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will reach Ayodhya, and at the Ram Mandir any moment now he is going to participate in the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. Basically, viewers, what all of this means is that the Ram Mandir completion or Mission Ram Mandir, as it was set out many decades ago, has ended in the total completion of the entire Ram Mandir as it was envisaged on paper. And tonight, in the evening, you will see the lights like you saw yesterday evening, viewers, glowing all across the facade of the Ram Mandir, on which, by the end of the day, a beautiful saffron flag with right angles, a blazing sun, and Om emblazoned across this will fly on the highest dome that caprisons the Garbhagriha. All of that is going to take place today, which will signal the formal end to the full construction of the Ram Mandir. Now, let me very quickly update you, because the Prime Minister has reached Ayodhya and he is going to be participating in a very elaborate series of rituals which will caprison this moment. Viewers, for 500 years, we have looked upon this day as a day for civilizational regeneration, and that day is now upon us. Let me go straight across to Aman, who joins us from the ground, from the Mandir Parisar as it is called, or the perimeter of the Mandir, to give us the latest from the ground. Aman, over to you.
Well, Rahul, I would say this is a big day for Ayodhya. You know, this is the Ram Nagri, and we have been here since yesterday morning. And wherever you go in Ayodhya, there's this moment of, I think, glory, a sense of pride amongst the people. And mind you, people here are not just coming from other parts of UP. People are coming from all over India. I met families from Tamil Nadu, from Kerala, from the south, from the west, from the east, from the north, Haryana, Punjab. People come here in such large numbers since the Ram Temple Pran Pratishthan had happened on January 22nd, 2024, that about 50 crore people could come to Ayodhya this year. You know, that is double the population of the state of Uttar Pradesh. You know, that is the scale of pilgrimage numbers that we are getting from Ayodhya, because this place has now become virtually a spiritual and a religious magnet for people not just from India but people from across the world. You know, yesterday I met a family at the Ayodhya airport, this young girl who was coming all the way from New Jersey, USA, and she brought her parents, old parents from Chennai, one of them on a wheelchair, right till Ayodhya because the parents wanted to come to Ayodhya, and she flew down from New Jersey to bring them to Ayodhya. That is the feeling that people have. You know, my mother had come here last month. You know, she also had great fervor to come here, and that is what I see amongst the people here. You know, Rahul, if I go back a bit in history, I remember here first coming in 2005 when a dastardly terror attack had happened in Ayodhya. Fedayeen with grenades tried to destroy the makeshift Ram temple. At that point of time, they were gunned down in time by our brave security forces. Then I remember coming here in 2019 when I went inside the temple to see a first person, and there was this Ram Lalla deities under a small dirty tent. I had people with me then in 2019 who even missed the tent, thinking that it's a security tent. You had to point to the security man, had to point to people that, look, this is the Ram Lalla deity. From there till today, in 2024, I saw these sites inside the Ram temple when the Pran Pratishthan happened, a big glorious day, but then it was just the ground floor of the temple with the new Ram Lalla Murti there. Now you have the full expanse of the temple ready. The first floor has the Ram Darbar. The entire Saptarishi temples have come across in the entire complex. Those beautiful pictures that we have been showing our viewers since morning of the entire expense and the grandeur of the Ram temple, I think that is something that is attracting people, and that is enhancing, I would say, the pride that people have in the Ram temple coming up in Ayodhya. Keep politics aside for a minute, Rahul. The Congress may say stuff, the Samajwadi Party MP may say he has not been invited, but the fact remains that when the Pran Pratishthan happens, everybody was invited, the Congress leadership, the Samajwadi Party leadership. Nobody came, and nobody has come from those camps even in the last 2 years since the temple has been, been visited by millions of people.
Yes.
So I think the government is very clear, the BJP is very clear, and the RSS is very clear that this is a symbol of Hindu Astha, and they will leave no stone unturned to show to the people how grand the Ram temple is.
Well, it's yesterday once again, as I'm also joined by Dr. Anand Ranganathan. We were together last night at 9 o'clock. So 12 hours later, I have the great honor of speaking with you. Now, stay on with me, Aman, because you're on frame, and I just want to keep you there. I want to bring in Dr. Ranganathan. The completed Ram temple is going to be handed over to the nation today, Dr. Ranganathan. Bharat Sanatani civilizational heritage is shining bright today. Even though a concerted attempt was made, and one has to say this, because, I know that this is perhaps, as Aman says, not the moment to go into politics, but this is not really about politics, but it's about civilizational history, which was almost shrouded. And the luster of this great civilization was shrouded by events that bear repetition, I think.
No, good morning, Rahul, and what an amazing day. Look, the stones may be old, but they are chiseled afresh. The civilization may be ancient, but it is born again. The people may be young, but they never forget. The year may be like any other, but it marks a new dawn. 7 empires came and went, but one civilization stood its ground. This day, in many ways, redefines our civilization, but to understand how, Rahul, we first have to define it. So what is civilization? How do you define it? Is it an idea to be thrust upon the subject so they carry it forward? Is it the placement of forks on the left and spoons on the right of resplendent crockery? Is it sartorial splendor? Is it words uttered or written? Is it science? Is it ease of living? Is it consumption? Is it money? Many of the worst tyrants who have killed millions, wiped off entire races, even continents, have been poets, artists, proponents of science. But would you call their endowments as promoting or harboring a civilization? To me, the mark of a civilization is this unquenchable thirst of man to demand justice for his ancestors, to correct a historical wrong. For that exemplifies a continuity, an idea, a memory that can never be erased, that is worth fighting for and preserving. It makes justice greater than the sum of its parts. And that is why civilizations are not fleeting like empires. To demand justice for a people who are dead for hundreds of years, it is almost as though you can feel their pain, their suffering, their destruction that has transcended the limits of body and time. And that is why history is a medicine, Rahul, why catharsis is a cure. And today, when I see the rights of our ancestors finally being reclaimed, I see this as a catharsis, as a deliverance of justice to my ancestors who were wronged. I said history is a medicine. Well, it has been a very bitter medicine for the Hindus, Rahul. Our leaders feared the consecration of Somnath would herald Hindu revivalism, and we stayed silent. Our leaders gave away the most sacred Krishna Janamsthan fraudulently to the predatory Eidgah side, and we stayed silent. Our leaders promulgated the Evil Places of Worship Act to deny us our legitimate right to reclaim our temples, and we stayed silent. The Nandi outside Gyanvyapi smiles, the baby Krishna buried under the steps of the Jahanara monsters. 500 years, 20 generations, 20 generations before us were forced to see the Babri Masjid instead of the Ram temple. The
Well,
21st generation sees the Ram temple instead of Babri Masjid.
Well, viewers, look, there is no way to cut this, and I want to bring in once again Aman Sharma. We're also joined by Sadhvi, excuse me, Jaya Bharti there. We're just coming out to you, ma'am. But I want to go back to Aman. Aman, the flag, just describe the flag to us. There's a lot of conversation around the flag. We've also seen the Prime Minister's helicopter now approach this particular site. So he will be on the ground in moments from now. But the significance of the flag, the iconography of the flag.
Well, Rahul, yes, coming to the Prime Minister first. The Prime Minister landed in Ayodhya a few minutes back at the Ayodhya airport. Now you see his chopper, and he's landing in the chopper at Saket Mahavidyalaya. This is very near the Ram Temple complex. There'll be a couple of kilometer long roadshow by the Prime Minister. He'll be in his own car, and for about 10 minutes that car will slowly drive as people have lined up on both sides of the road to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. He'll be arriving inside the temple complex, I would say about 15 to 20 minutes from now. When he arrives inside the temple complex, he'll be taking a round of the entire premises. So there are these various, the Saptarishi temples which have come up with all the historical characters associated with Lord Ramayana, Maharishi Valmiki, Shabri, Nishadraj, all have got small temples, beautifully done temples, all in the Ram temple complex. So he will be going around paying his obeisance and seeking the blessings at all these temples before he comes to the Sri Ram temple Garbhagriha, where the main deity Murti is there. He will be doing a puja as well as a darshan of that at the main Ram temple Garbhagriha before he makes his public address sometime about afternoon. And I am told that this particular address by the Prime Minister is going to be extremely important today because he will dwell in a big way on the completion of the Ram temple, and very interesting words I believe could come from the Prime Minister. The flag you're asking me about, well, yes, so much has been said about the flag, the Kodagya tree, the sun, the Om on the flag, and it has been undergone complete puja and anushtan over the last few days. Before today, the PM will be, hoisting that flag on the top of the Ram temple. I'm only reminded of what Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has said a few years back, that the shikhar of the Ram temple will be so tall and so magnificent. It's a gold dome, shikhar, and there'll be a flag on it that you will be able to see it from any corner of Ayodhya. And that is, I think, the whole idea behind putting...
What you're now seeing on your screens, viewers, is Prime Minister Modi leaving the Maharshi Valmiki airport. He has just landed about 10 minutes back. So you're seeing him now on a road show, which is going to be a kilometer-long route lined with flowers-strewn arches and 12 cultural stages where folk artists from across the state are expected to perform. So you're going to see him go down this beautiful avenue, and it is absolutely decked out. It is going to take you straight to the gates of the Ram Mandir. It's a beautiful entryway, reception area, so to speak, for all the devotees. You have an area where you can register. You have an area where you are then asked to go through multiple turnstiles. There are many, many booths so that there is no inconvenience, no overcrowding. People have easy access. And you can see some of those stalls that have been set up, stages to basically showcase India's culture. And it is a very, very syncretic affair because culture from all states are represented. So dancers, folk artisans, musicians, etc., to bring together the spirit of one India here in Ayodhya. This is a beautiful moment, a moment that a large number of Indians have waited for years altogether. Let me quickly give you a update really on what is expected to happen and when. Around between 11:58, but it's basically 2 minutes to noon, and 12:30, the Prime Minister will hoist the saffron flag on the temple's 161-foot spire during the auspicious Abhijit Muhurat. And that's going to take place, as I told you, between 11:58 and 12:30. Some reports tell you that it could be between 11:52 and 12:35. So there are little differences on the timing of the Muhurat, the exact moment that is auspicious. But these pictures, the Prime Minister going through, hundreds, thousands of people gathered. Ayodhya has been seeing a large number of devotees showing up. And this is in one way also boosting Ayodhya's reputation as really the epicenter of this renaissance, this Sanatani renaissance that we are witnessing over the last 15-20 years. And what you're also seeing, viewers, is a very important boost to the economy of this particular area. So both the socio-political economy getting a bit of a boost, as well as, of course, the economy as such, because a large number of devotees have been coming through Ayodhya, and that has meant that a large number of people who are residents of Ayodhya are benefiting, because small guest houses and PG accommodations, restaurants, and a whole panoply of enterprises to serve these devotees has come up. So everyone pretty much is benefiting. Sapna Shukla joins us for more on this. Sapna ji, put us into the picture here. What is expected to unfold? What is the significance of this?
See, 11:58 is that Muhurat which is taken out from the Jyotishachara, the Jyotish who were from Ayodhya only. And this time, the special thing is this: when there was Pran Pratishtha on 22 of January, the other people outside this Ayodhya were also invited. They were all VVIPs, some are from business field, some are from Bollywood field, so all those kinds of people. But this time, the special thing is this: all the people from Ayodhya are invited. Especially, it was mentioned by Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Narendra Modi that this time only Ayodhya people will be invited. That's why they are feeling very, very excited. Right now, I'm standing on Rampath, the Rampath which starts from the Veena Chowk and it end up there on Saket Inter College. From Saket Inter College to gate number 11, there is a road show. On both the sides of the road, the people, the students from Saket Inter Colleges are standing there, and they are they are doing that Pushpa Varsha on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I was yesterday inside the temple, and believe me, that was giving a different vibe this time. On 22 of April also, January also, I was there on Pran Pratishtha, but this time Ayodhya is in different mood. Ayodhya people are very happy because this time significance was given to them. They were asked at what time they will come. They were asked, there was one person, in the morning I asked that person what he do. He was invited inside the temple. He said, I repair cycle. And that was giving me the feeling that I have read in Ramcharitmanas. In Ramcharitmanas, it was said that first position always been given to those people who are in lower in caste by Ramji. This time, this was followed by the trust. They asked the people that only those people will be invited who are from Ayodhya, only those sons will be invited, and the people who were serving here. You just see this Rampath. I will say you should also come here and should see this. How much clean you will feel this Rampath is. You will not get a single wrapper also here. See how much clean is this, and this is all, I will say, by the people of Ayodhya. They have done by their own. They are not getting any salary for this, but they have done by their own. All the shops are today closed because of the security reasons. All shops are closed today. But Ayodhya is giving different vibes, and I am feeling very happy today to be the part of this event.
Well, of course, you're joined by millions, if not a billion Indians in rejoicing this moment because it celebrates a new sacred geography. Well, remember, about a month back, on October 27th, the Sri Ram Janambhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust, which is the overarching trust that looks after the entire Ram Mandir complex, had announced that the construction of the Ram temple was now complete. And viewers will recall that Mr. Mishra, who served as in the PMO, as the closest aide to the Prime Minister, was given additional charge of completing this project and handing it over to the people. Now, let's not forget that the Trust has shared that the Dhwaj ceremony is going to be presided over by the Prime Minister himself. So, this journey, the Prime Minister has been very, very intrinsically involved. And even when the verdict came, and the time arose for laying the foundation stone, the Prime Minister was the principal yajman, so to speak, viewers. He presided over the rituals, the ceremonies. And then, viewers, on the 22nd of January 2024, when the Pran Pratishtha was to take place, the Prime Minister was there also in his capacity as a Yajman. And today, of course, he is going to be unfurling this flag atop the temple's shikhara. It is slated for about 12 o'clock or any time between 12 and 12. That's the picture really of that beautiful flag that's going to go up on that temple, and it will remain there on the spire for years altogether, which will flag, viewers, the regeneration of and the rejuvenation of Ram's legacy. So you can see it has the Kovidra tree, it has the image of the Surya, and that Surya encapsulates the Om. So all these three symbols on this flag will be, of course, adorning this flag and will be, of course, hoisted by the Prime Minister. Now, let's not forget that Ayodhya's temple reaches completion in a place which at one time, viewers, was mythical in our imagination. Today, it has become a sacred geography to be realized for us to actually go and step into. I want to quickly play out a report from the ground that was sent in just a short while back by Anand Narsimhan. Gives you a bit of a sense of what we are now seeing as this Ram temple is completed.
Inside here at the Mandir Parisar, you can see beautiful arrangement all around, and there you go. And right behind me is the main dais where the Prime Minister is going to speak, and that's where the Dhwaj Arohan is going to happen. With me right now are
I'm
Krishna, Dr. Prasad, and
CV Reddy
from the Aparna group. Now they are all people who have made a lot of contributions towards the temple. How does it feel? How is it looking?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's really blessed. We are all blessed to be here.
Blessed to be here?
Yes. Yesterday night we are here, and really we enjoyed the climate and the hospitality of the entire Ayodhya team. So we are all blessed to be here.
This gallery right here is all various karyakartas who have worked towards the struggle of the Ram Mandir. And I must tell you, viewers, that this time around there are about 7,000 people who are here. They are the people who have worked towards this entire fight. This time around, it's important that those who have worked, the people, the workers of various sangatans, somewhere associated with the struggle for Ram Lalla and Ram Lalla Virajman, they are the ones who are being brought here from a lot of the people from Purvanchal, a lot of people from Dakshin Bharat, and also from Uttar Pradesh. So the VIP list has those people, the foot soldiers who work for this. Swami Vivekanandaji is there with us. Swami Vivekanandaji. Swamiji, he is the founder of the World Hindu Congress. So I want to ask you, Swamiji, what is the importance of this?
This is very great significance now. You can say after 800 years, you can say, and something of this magnificent temple we have built entire in Uttar Bharat.
Well, that, of course, was the founder of the VHP as of today, viewers, who is leading the VHP's drive internationally. And he's talking about the significance of the moment. Let's go straight across to Sadhvi Jaya Bharti for more on this. Sadhvi ji, thank you very much. This auspicious occasion, a wonderful, glorious morning. You can see the Prime Minister there with UP Chief Minister, Mr. Dityanath, receiving that bouquet of flowers, welcoming him to the Mandir, which has now been completed. So very significant moment in the journey of our Sanatan civilization. Talk us through what's likely to happen today, the various spots within the temple that the Prime Minister is visiting, the significance of that, the importance of paying homage to deities that represent different castes and groups and sects of the Hindu faith, and then of course the Dhwaj ceremony. Talk us through all of that.
Yeah. So Rohit, one thing that I significantly see right now on your screen is Pradhan Mantri Shri Narendra Modi And something a lot of people have been watching the news, and one thing that we are very specifically missing is that a lot of people are questioning why PM, and you just mentioned he's the Yajman. So according to Hindu scriptures, a king or the ruler, or in our context, the prime minister, is both the representative of God as well as the representative of people, of the masses, of the people he rules. Here, Pradhan Mantri Modi, the PM himself, when it happened for the Pran Pratishtha, he was the Yajman. Today he'll be hoisting the flag. It is actually, he's representing the collective Sanatan consciousness. And it's a historical, monumental moment today that it reflects not only justice, it is a resilience and restoration of justice. Today, you were just showing the flag and it had that tree. So, there's a very one significant reason why that tree is, because this tree represents healing. It represents healing of the wound. Now we have been, like just A. Ranganathan said that, it's been 20 generations before us who have been waiting for this temple to become a reality, to be restored, to our faith to be restored. And today this is happening, and I believe that Ram Mandir has also today is signifying the very combination and unity of all the faiths of Sanatan Dharma, when we see that the deities of all these sects being there, and they've been revered and paid, doing the pujan and paying respects to all the deities, and that's being done by the head of our country, the Prime Minister of our country. I think it's not only the Ram Mandir, it is that the leadership today can do this unapologetically, because we Hindus, in my memory as a citizen of India, all I have seen was to be apologetic to be Hindu, or to be doing something for Hindus. Sanatan Dharma was sidelined, outcast, and the only thing that the Hindus were to give up, leave, stand in the back lines. And today, as we see Ayodhya, a shining beacon of Sanatan pride, and I'm very, very happy today to be a part of this discussion and talking about this, and I congratulate the entire country.
Well, Sadhvi, just talk us through a little bit about the rituals associated with the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. It has to take place between a certain auspicious time. Talk us a little bit about the significance of that, the significance of the symbols that adorn the flag, the sun representing obviously eternal energy, but what about the others?
Right. So let's talk about the Abhijit Muhurat. So Abhijit Muhurat is one daily Muhurat, which is the most auspicious every day. It happens around noon, and it is the most sthir lagna. So lagna is the Kumbh lagna, and the Abhijit Muhurat. So lagna means, so it is the most sthir, it is the most stable. So stability represents strength. Stability represents strength, and therefore this Muhurat is very important. And most of the auspicious work are done even in whenever you do any ceremony, it has to be in Abhijit Muhurat. That's a daily Muhurat. And another thing that we are talking about the flag. So I told about that tree. That tree is actually that represents healing. That it's also actually a combination of two trees, and here we are seeing that the two ages, one the ancient, and today we are in the new era, and where we are reclaiming our heritage, where we are reclaiming our own identity, because faith is an identity of a civilization. So that tree represents that, and Surya definitely is the sign, the symbol of the Rajkul of Bhagwan Ram, and Om is the omnipotent, omnipresent vibration. It's the vibration of the quantum eternal field from which everything has become material, and whenever the material goes back, it goes back into that primordial consciousness. So Om represents that primordial consciousness. And as we talk about the reason and significance of flag, so you see that the shikhar, so the top of any temple is the shikhar, and the flag is even higher than that shikhar. So temple represents the centering of the consciousness, and the flag represents the elevation of that consciousness. So today, this temple has become complete, and while whoever the devotees, whoever goes there, the temple represents the centering and elevation. So these are the temples of faith where we go to center our consciousness and elevate it to the higher consciousness. So when a flag is hoisted atop a temple, it means the temple is complete, and from today any puja that has been given there reaches to the ultimate source, that's the higher power.
Okay, I also want to ask you, Sadhviji, the day itself is also very auspicious, isn't it?
Yes. The date in itself is auspicious because, see, whenever you will look at Sanatan Dharma in itself will always, it has a calculation. We have, our ancient rishis had mastered the astronomy, astrology and planetary energy. So today when we talk about today's date and the Abhijit Muhurat and the Kumbh Lagna, it is where all the planetary positions are absolutely pro and absolutely in favor of a new beginning, when we are starting something anew. So today this temple is being completely is complete, and the whole process of devotion today is starting anew. This is a complete new beginning.
Right.
So
Sadhviji, people are also talking about the fact that it coincides with the Muhurat of Ram and Sita's Vivah Panchami, and also we all know this, it marks the martyrdom day of Guru Tegh Bahadur, the 9th Sikh Guru, meditated in Ayodhya for 48 uninterrupted hours in the 17th century. So this is what the statement is saying from the Prime Minister Modi's office himself. So there is double symbolism here, isn't there?
Yeah, it is historic. It is not definitely coincidental only. It is historic, and I think it is, I remember, when the Pran Pratishtha Yag was happening and there was a Shobha Yatra. So it was led by the Nihang Sikhs, and the Sikhism has been the, the warrior cult of that erupted from Hindus only, and it was the restoration of faith, and it actually symbolizes and signifies and reminds us the unity and how we are connected and tied in the Sanatan pride, both Sikhism and Hinduism. Here I would like to say that.
Okay, so stay on with me, Sadhviji, because I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about some of the rituals that we will be seeing. But I also want to bring in Aman. Aman, obviously the Prime Minister now must be entering the Mandir Parisar. He's expected to do a number of things there before the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony does get underway. So talk us through what we're expected to see the Prime Minister doing now.
Well, yes, Rahul, very significant that we all think that the Prime Minister is just going to the Ram Temple Complex, straight away going to the Ram Temple Garbhagriha. But before that also, for almost an hour, the Prime Minister will take a round of the entire Ram Temple complex. The last time he was here for Pran Pratishthan, only the ground floor of the main temple was complete. Now the entire temple as well as the entire complex is complete. So many temples are there inside the Ram Temple complex dedicated to the various characters of the Ramayana epic. So if I read out to you the names, he will first go to the temple of Maharishi Vashisht that has come up inside the complex, Maharishi Vishwamitra, Maharishi Agastya, Maharishi Valmiki, Devi Ahilya, Nishadraj Guha and the temple of Mata Shabri. So these temples have also come up inside the Ram Temple complex. He's going to go to each temple, pray there, seek the blessings of all these, all these gods. And this is very thoughtful decision, I think, by the Ram Temple Trust, that the Ram Temple complex is not just about Lord Ram, it's about all the holy characters of Ramayana. So giving space to all of them inside the Ram Temple complex, that when people come, they see the entire Ramayana play out in front of them. This is a very, I think, a very interesting aspect of the Ram Temple. The Prime Minister will
Aman, it also reinforces the syncretism, the universalism of Sanatan, because a large number of these deities are revered by different sects and caste groupings in the Sanatani Dharma. So this is an important message also of Vasudhaiva Kutumbukum that is going on out from the Prime Minister's decision to go out and worship before each one of these deities. Aman, just stay on with me. I also want to bring back the Sadhvi to talk a little bit about each of these deities and the role that they have played in the establishment of the story of Lord Ram, and of course as symbols of this syncretic culture that we have come to, of course, revere. Sadhvi ji.
So, we've just spoken that there's a temple of Shabri, there's a temple of Bhuvaneshadra, there's a temple of Kevat. Here, when we see in today's politics, which say that Hindus are divided and Hindus, the upper caste and the, we divide the Hindu community on the lines of caste. Here we see that Lord Ram, going to Shabri and eating the base that she offered. The Nishad Raj Guh was his friend and he remained friend for all. So we see that in his journey from Ayodhya till Rameshwaram and further in Lanka, Lord Ram, Bhagwan Ram had actually met a lot of people, whether they were Bhils, whether they were Janjatis, whether they were Adivasis, or who we today call as they were the backward classes. If you look at the life of Bhagwan Ram, if you look at how Bhagwan Ram had dealt with those people, you will not see an iota of caste identity there. He was like their friend. He never even mentioned that I'm the god or I'm your king. He was their friend, and he called Shabri Mata as her mother, Ma Shabri. He addressed her like Mata. So we have to understand that everything that we talk about, the divide on caste and division on lines of whatever jati vati. This is all what we have created today. It holds no root. It holds no mention in our civilizational reality, in our cultural and religious reality. There's no mention of that, and there's no jativad at all. This is what has been reflected and represented by Maryada Purushottam Bhagwan Sri Ram himself. And that's the bare evidence of that.
Well, this is very important. This syncretism of the faith is very, very important. I'll just go back to Aman. Before that, a quick look from the ground. Lots of expectant devotees drawn from different aspects of the Hindu tradition, representing different caste groups in and around Ayodhya and the larger country, are there to witness this. So this has been open to a large number of very ordinary people, viewers. This is not some elite gathering of privileged individuals. That has been restricted. This is really the time to hand over the full mandir to the people of India, irrespective of their caste, creed, or even their background. So here is a quick report from the ground.
All right, I'm inside here at the Mandir Parisar. You can see beautiful arrangement all around, and there you go. And right behind me is the main dais where the Prime Minister is going to speak, and that's where the Dhwaj Arohan is going to happen. With me right now are I'm Krishna, Dr. Prasad, and C.V. Reddy from the Aparna group. Now they are all people who have made a lot of contributions towards the temple. How does it feel? How is it looking?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's really blessed. We are all blessed to be here.
Blessed to be here?
Yes.
What is so significant about the Dhwaja? Why is it so important, this flag? Krishnaji, let me ask you. Why is it so important?
Good morning. Good morning.
That is the answer to which? That is the answer to which?
The answer is very hard to explain you for the next 24 hours.
No, that's all right. But give us one of the answers, Dr. Tagore. You've come all the way from Texas, so tell us.
From Las Vegas.
From Las Vegas, yes, tell us.
So you're the better one to say.
No, but you must tell me.
You're the better one to say.
No. I think why is it important?
Yeah, I think you know better.
No, I don't know.
Even yesterday also, I tried because I've taken your number because I want to know what is exactly the Dhwaj Arohan means.
Right.
Yeah, you please.
But the Dhwaj Arohan, you have also made a contribution, a small humble contribution to the Dhwaj Arohan.
Really? Have you not? Okay, these are people who know. But how do you like the temple? What do you see around you? Can you describe what you see?
I think we love to stay here forever. That kind of a feel we have.
You also feel the same?
Yes.
Yesterday night we are here, and really we enjoyed the climate and the hospitality of the entire Ayodhya team. So we are all blessed to be here. So what are you expecting from the Prime Minister? What are you expecting him to say today?
He's been created. That talks. He reached over our expectations. So.
Yes. Yeah?
We want he has to live for next 100 years.
100 years. That's what you want.
Yes.
About our Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why? Because this itself happening has exceeded all expectations. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
No doubt on that.
Right. All right. Now we have very limited use of our mobile phones here. I'm just going to show you the stage behind us, and this gallery right here is all various karyakartas who have worked towards the struggle of the Ram Mandir. And I must tell you, viewers, that this time around there are about 7,000 people who are here. They are the people who have worked towards this entire struggle to get Ram Lalla Virajman. Sir, sorry to disturb you. Please let us know about the importance of Dhwaj Arohan. Even yesterday you explained about the Dhwaj Arohan, and for all of them, Champat Rai ji, who's the more important, overseer of the Ram Janmabhoomi Trust, working under the aegis of the Prime Minister. He was also explaining this, that there are three symbols on the Dhwaja. There is the Om, there is the Surya, and there is the Kovidara tree. So the Kovidara tree is a union of the Parijat and the Mandar. And then Om is the universal symbol, is the universal sound of the universe. So that's there in the Dhwaja. There is also Surya, that is the pursuit of knowledge, intellect, radiance, and what Bharat actually means, rising towards the sun. And then third is the Kovidara tree, which is that unites all. Yeah, that unites all. It's a symbol of healing, nurturing, and it's also representative of our own ancient plant science, that we were able to get a hybrid then at that time. And this flag finds mention in the times of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. So it's our ancient flag which is coming back onto the Dhwaja that will adorn the Shikhara of the Ram Mandir. And this entire Parisar has 6 other temples. There is a Saptarishi temple also. There is a temple for Shiva and Ganesha. There's a temple for Hanuman. There's a temple for Surya. There is a Sheshavatar temple. And most importantly, a temple for Bhagwati and Annapurna. The Sita Rasoi is manifest as Ma Annapurna. So may she keep all of us happy. So that's the method, that's the thing. And this time around, it's important that those who have worked, the people, the workers of various sangatans, somewhere associated with the struggle for Ram Lalla and Ram Lalla Virajman, they are the ones who are being brought here from a lot of the people from Purvanchal, a lot of people from Dakshin Bharat, and also from Uttar Pradesh. So the VIP list has those people, the foot soldiers, who worked for this. Swami Vivekanandji is there with us. Swami Vivekanandji. Swamiji, he is the founder of the World Hindu Congress. So I want to ask you, Swamiji, what is the importance of this?
This is very great significance now. You can say after 800 years, you can say, and something of this magnificent temple we have built entire in Uttar Bharat.
पर ये जो आज आ रहे हैं 7,000 लोग यहाँ पर हैं, यहाँ पर वीवीआईपी नहीं है, लेकिन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सन है, वो क्यों है ये बताइए?
क्योंकि सभी लोग इम्पोर्टेंट है यहाँ. एवरीबडी इज डिवोटी ऑफ भगवान नाम से एवरीबडी इज इम्पोर्टेंट है. दिस टाइम दोज हु आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन कार सेवा दे आर इनवाइटेड. इस बार उन्हीं लोगों को बुलाया, कार सेवा में जो आए हैं उन्हीं लोगों को बुलाया.
So this Dhwaj Arohan is dedicated to the car seva.
And
Swami Vivekanand, his Hindu manifesto, is the author of the book, the Hindu.
All the car sevaks viewers who were involved in the spread of the movement, the Ram Janmabhoomi movement, are being honored, and therefore you will see a large number of those people dominating the gathering. And there you can see the Prime Minister visiting the Sapta Mandir, which houses temples related to the Maharishi Vashishta ji, Maharishi Vishwamitra ji, Maharishi Agastya ji, Maharishi Valmiki ji, Devi Ahilya, Nishad Raj Guha, and Mata Shabri ji. All of them, one by one, the Prime Minister is going to now pay homage to, pay oblations to. I want to go straight across to Sadhvi and Aman. Aman, first of all, the Prime Minister obviously doing exactly as prescribed, very much on track for the Dhwaj Arohan, which will take place between 11:58 and 12:30. Just a very quick overview of the Prime Minister's itinerary here in Ayodhya.
Well, Rahul, right now we can see these visuals that he is at the Sapt Mandir. These are 7 special temples inside the Ram temple complex, and as you were reading out, Maharishi Vashishtha, Maharishi Vishwamitra, Maharishi Agastya, Maharishi Valmiki, Devi Ahilya, Nishadraj Guha and Mata Shabri. So very interesting, these 7 gods which are a part of the Ramayana epic belong to all strata of society, and that really encompasses the model of Lord Ram. For him, everyone is the same. So I think this Prime Minister praying at all these 7 temples is a very, very significant gesture before he goes to the main temple complex of Ram Lalla. 2 more very interesting temples where the Prime Minister will go to next. One is the Mata Annapurna Mandir. This is also inside the Ram temple complex. The Prime Minister will also be at the Mata Annapurna Mandir as well as the Kshetra Mandir. This is another temple inside the complex. So 9 temples the Prime Minister will be going to before he goes to the main Ram temple where he will be doing puja as well as darshan along with RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat and Chief Minister of UP Yogi Adityanath. And then we will see the Prime Minister come out of the Ram temple complex and make this do the Dhwaj Arohan at exactly 11:58. After that is the entire Dhwaj Arohan ceremony where the Prime Minister will be there at around 12:30 p.m. Rahul, we are expecting the Prime Minister to make his public address on the occasion, something which could be maybe an hour long, a very much anticipated public address by the Prime Minister. Let's see what all he has to say. But right now the Prime Minister is going to all these temples inside the complex before he goes to the main temple. Also one thing very interesting, Rahul, that today is the very auspicious occasion, as you described, of the unison of Mata Sita and Lord Ram. Today is the very important location about that. But the Prime Minister is also going to for the Sikh Guru. He's also tweeted about that already. Later in the day, he's going to Haryana as well for that occasion. So the Prime Minister is also going to mark the martyrdom day of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, the 9th Sikh Guru. Who meditated in Ayodhya for 48 uninterrupted hours.
So there is a larger symbolism here at play also, viewers, in the background. Let me bring in Abhijit Bhattacharya ji. Needs no introduction. One of India's most mellifluous voices. Abhijit ji, what a moment today, isn't it? What a moment.
The Muhurt name is Abhijit itself. The moment and Muhurt name is Abhijit itself. इसीलिए तो हम आपके साथ जुड़े हैं. और मैं अयोध्या में मंदिर स्थापना के समय ओपनिंग समय में नहीं आ पाया, लेकिन मैं पूरा देश, पूरी दुनिया देख रही है कि मंदिर में मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि राम जी वहां पे विराजमान हैं और वो हैं वहां पे. हमको और कुछ देखने की जरूरत नहीं है. श्रद्धा, नमन, और जब एक ही बात है कि मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
Of course, viewers, this has come up in record time. Abhijit ji, in your mellifluous voice, why don't you sing us a hymn, a devotional hymn to Lord Ram before you go?
राम नाम कह गए सिया से ऐसा कलयुग आए. ये जो हम कलयुग और त्रेता युगों की बात कर रहे हैं कि ये बात बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन अगर मुझे अचानक कहेंगे तो मुझे राम नाम घन श्याम नाम शिव नाम से मर दिन रात हरि नाम से मर दिन रात. ये बचपन से ही राम का नाम हम
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Abhijit ji, thank you very much for joining us. Your final thoughts, what you'd like to share with the nation on a day such as this. Your final thoughts, and I'll let you go as we get more visuals of the Prime Minister in the Saptrishi Mandal complex. Yes.
जी, एक्चुअली बचपन में हम लोग राम के साथ एक विलन का नाम सुनते थे जो कि हिंदू ब्राह्मण हैं, रावण जी. लेकिन तब तक हमारे विलन रावण होते थे. लेकिन अब विलन कुछ ऐसे आ गए देश के अंदर ही, कहां से आए, कहां से आक्रमण किया, और ये लोग कहां से आए हैं और हमारे देश में कैसे आए, और हमारे राम मंदिर तोड़ के उन्होंने जो भी किया, और आज हमने वापस राम मंदिर बना लिया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि राक्षस, रावण से बड़े राक्षस ये लोग हैं जिन्होंने हमारे राम मंदिर को ध्वस्त किया था और नामो निशान मिटा दिया था। वापस आए हैं तो हम राम राज्य हमारा शुरू हो गया है।
Right. Thank you very much, Abhijit ji. Thank you very much. Jai Shri Ram to you. Viewers, you're seeing the Prime Minister now visiting each of the deities in the Saptarishi Mandir complex. Just about 7 or 8 months ago, I had the opportunity to visit, in fact, this entire complex, and at that time, scaffolding was erected all across this main temple complex area. And today, of course, we have stuck to time, deadlines, etc. And for that, Mr. Mishra needs to be congratulations. Nripadendra Mishra had been working on this, had been deputed to oversee this entire exercise, work with the architects, work with the planners, work with everybody to get the nuts and bolts in so that we could have this particular day dawn. And he needs to be complimented for running a very tight ship there. I had met him and he had said at that particular point in time that fundamentally he was very, very meticulously and very, very invested in this entire project. In fact, he knew the names of even those that were laboring on that site. It was quite remarkable. He would stop, he would speak to all those individuals, ask them if they were having any problems, if he could assist in any which way to help them smoothen workflow or any other issue they were encountering. All these masons, workers, the project managers have come from different parts of the country. They were living in and around Ayodhya. They would be bussed in every morning to work on this particular site. There was a canteen that was set up. All of that was done to look after these individuals, and some of them had been working in May, in June, in July. In fact, I was there, I think, somewhere around May. It was blazingly hot, viewers, as it can be. The rocks themselves were hot to handle, but the toil has paid off. They didn't care even a bit for the calluses on their hands or on the searing heat of the rock that was making it very difficult to even hang on to their tools or the rock. Instead, they went on with it, viewers, with a single-minded dedication, and it's the Lord's work, it's the God's work that they have completed on time. I want to go straight across to Dushyant Sridhar, a spiritual guide for the Hindu faith and tradition, a man who has distinguished himself with his devotion to Sanatan. What a day today, Dushyant ji, what a day today. It comes together in a massive celebration of the renaissance of Sanatan culture in this country, a culture that perhaps some of us, more deracinated amongst us, were willing to overlook in the name of progressivism and other ideologies.
To all the viewers world over of CNN News 18 who have been on such a momentous occasion. In 2024 January, we had the opportunity, the saubhagya, the fortune to see the Honorable Prime Minister lead the Prana Pratishtha at the very Ram Janmabhoomi temple. And today, towards the end of 2025, we are seeing the Dhwaj Arohan. I'm sure your viewers will know that in Sanatana Dharma, in Hinduism, the flag holds a very significant position. When we speak of Vishnu, Narayana, we say Garuda Dhwaja Toshaya Gito Garuda Dandakaha, Garuda Dhwaja Toshaya. There is a motive of Garuda on the flag that flutters high above the chariot of Vishnu. In the commencement of the Bhagavad Gita, Vyasacharya says that it was Kapidhwajaha. The flag that was fluttering high on the chariot of Arjuna was carrying the symbol of Hanuman. And today in Rama Janmabhoomi temple, we have the flag that carries, of course, the Pranava mantra, and it has the Kovidara Vriksha. What is Kovidara tree? See, in the Ramayana, we have a mention of Kovidara Vriksham in one place. It says, Yatha tu khalu durbuddhir bharataha swayamagataha sa yeshahi mahakayaha Kovidara dhvajorate. So when Bharata wanted to bring Rama back to Ayodhya, so he takes an entire retinue. He comes with his younger brother Shatrughna, with his mothers Kaushalya, Kaikeyi and Sumitra. They all come as a huge retinue from Ayodhya to Chitrakuta. So at that point in time, seeing such an Andhi coming, Rama asks his younger brother Lakshmana to go atop a tree and check who is coming. That is when Lakshmana doubts the intent of Bharata and says, here comes our brother Bharata to attack you, Rama. I see the symbol of Kovidara Vriksham in it. So this Kovidara tree, Rahul, is very native to India, especially the northern part of India and some parts of Myanmar. It also finds a huge medical use in Ayurveda. So this Kovidara Vriksham is found there. And Rahul, you will appreciate for sure, because our lives are just not products of our own hard work. There are so many people who contribute to our life's journey, our life's success.
Yes.
Similarly, in Rama's journey, which is referred to as the Ramayana, we find a squirrel that assisted him in the construction of a setu. It was a Shabari, a Bhilla Kumari, a Bhilli who lived in the forest who offered fruits to him. It was the Vanara Sainya of Sugriva, Angada, Hanuman who assisted him throughout the journey when he wanted solace due to the separation of Sita. It was a hunterman, a boatsman called Nishadaraja Guha who assisted Rama in ferrying him from one bank of Ganga to the other. Today, Rahul, we should all be so proud of a civilization because the temple just doesn't celebrate Rama. There is a place for the squirrel. There is a place for Shabari. There is a place for Guha. So it is a very all-inclusive temple, like how the religion is. So that is one point. And you made another interesting point, Rahul. See, till about 10 years back, we were made to feel that only if you shed your Indian ethos and your civilizational past, you will look sophisticated. I just can't imagine a day 10 years back when a person sporting a pundra like me would be taken into a TV channel for a panel. They will just cough, they will just frown at me and they'll just say that this person is less educated, less cultured. Because the belief that only when we anglicize ourselves, when we look English, we don't have to speak English, we have to look English. That is when you are to be treated in the media world or any world. But gone are those days, because the Honorable Prime Minister is leading in the front and he's saying that I respect all religions. That is why all the government schemes go to all communities and religion.
Just hold your thoughts for 10 seconds. I want to play out a ground report which gives us a bird's eye view as well as a worm's view of what we are likely to experience and encounter if we were to go right now and we were transported to the Mandir.
नमस्ते। देखिए, मैं अभी इस मंदिर के परिसर से आपके साथ जुड़ रहा हूँ। छोटा सा वीडियो जल्दी से बना देता हूँ। फोन अधिकांश लोगों को अलाउड नहीं है, पर कोई एक सज्जन है जिनको ये परमिशन मिल गया, जिनकी वजह से मैं ये आपको दिखा पा रहा हूँ। ये पीछे देखिए, यहाँ गीत और भजन गाए जा रहे हैं और मेरे पीछे ही मंच है जहाँ से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी अब थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ उपस्थित गणमान्य को संबोधित करेंगे। अब थोड़ी देर बाद ये ऊपर देखिए जहाँ पर ध्वजारोहण होगा, ये मंदिर का वो शिखर है जिसके ऊपर आपको 20 फुट चौड़ी ध्वजा चढ़ेगी। बहुत ही अद्भुत यहाँ का नजारा है। एक बात मैं आपको बता दूं तो इस बार जो लोग यहाँ इस वक्त उपस्थित हुए हैं वो सब कर सेवक हैं, जिन्होंने कर सेवा की राम जन्मभूमि के परिसर और जिन्होंने मेहनत की, उन सबको इस बार यहाँ पर निमंत्रण दिया गया। तो वीवीआईपी जिस तरह से सेलिब्रिटी लोग को कहा जा रहा है वैसे कोई नहीं है, पर जिन लोगों ने अपने हाथ पैर तुड़वाए, जिन्होंने गालियां खाई, जिन्होंने श्रम किया, जिन्होंने परिश्रम किया इस मंदिर के निर्माण में और रामलला विराजमान में, वो लोग इस वक्त इस बार उपस्थित है। तो शायद कहीं ना कहीं सौभाग्य है कि मुझे भी अवसर मिल गया उनके साथ जुड़ने का, उनसे बात करने का। कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ पर, ये जिस एनक्लेव में मैं बैठा हूँ, यहाँ पर विश्व हिंदू परिषद के कई गणमान्य हैं। मेरे बगल में देखिए अशोक चौगले जी हैं। अशोक जी नमस्ते, कैसा प्रतीत हो रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा हुआ है।
हाँ, आपको कभी लगा कि आपके जीवन काल में आप ये देख पाएंगे? लगा था? वाह, अशोक जी सिंगल पर भरोसा था। तो अशोक चौगले जी महाराष्ट्र से हैं, विश्व हिंदू परिषद के पहले ऑफिस बेरर भी रह चुके हैं, उपाध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं।
हाँ जी, नमस्कार जी।
नमस्कार, आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है और ऐसा सोचा नहीं था, मैंने तो नहीं सोचा था कि मुझे ऐसा मौका मिलेगा। ये शायद हमारे पूर्वजों का और हमारे बड़ों का श्रम था कि हम लोगों को इसका आनंद लेने का मौका मिला।
दो सज्जन हैं जो काफी हमारे साथ जुड़ते हैं, मैं इनसे काफी बार संवाद करता हूँ, नचिकेता तिवारी जी और उनके बगल में इन्हें कौन नहीं जानता, वर्ल्ड हिंदू कांग्रेस के फाउंडर हैं, हिंदू मैनिफेस्टो के लेखक हैं स्वामी विज्ञानानंद जी। स्वामी जी, मैं थोड़ा इधर आ जाता हूँ ताकि अगेंस्ट लाइट हो जाए हम, ताकि आपका चेहरा दिखे। अब आप मुझे बताइए कि ये आज का दिन जो है इतना विशेष क्यों है? आज 25 नवंबर
ये है कि दो चीज के कारण से, देखो अयोध्या में जब 500 साल पहले मंदिर टूटा था, टूटने के बाद तो फिर जैसे दिवाली या जो आज का है राम विवाह, सब तो ग्रैंड इवेंट से कभी मनाया नहीं गया। तो आज जैसे पिछले 2 साल पहले 2024 में अभी मंदिर कंप्लीट हो गया। अयोध्या लाइव हो गया, भगवान का जो अपना जिसके कारण से अयोध्या का उनका घर, उनका मंदिर पूरा हो गया। और आज का दिन तो उनका विवाह पंचमी है, तो ऐसे भी आप समाज में विवाह पंचमी का बड़ा महत्व है। तो ये बहुत हिस्टोरिकल है, तो और ये बहुत इंस्पिरेशनल है, और ये बहुत बड़े सेक्रीफाइस के बाद आया है। 78 लड़ाइयाँ लड़ी हमारे पूर्वज ने, 500 वर्षों का सेक्रीफाइस है
जी। और एक तो यहाँ नीचे रामलला है, ऊपर एक पहले वाले पर राम सिया है।
हाँ नहीं, ऐसा नीचे क्या है, रामलला है ना, जहाँ जन्म हुआ था भगवान राम की, तो जन्म तो छोटे ग्रुप में हुआ है, उन्हीं की प्रतिनिधि रामलला में चाइल्ड था, उसका जन्म स्थान का मंदिर है। अब उसके ऊपर तो क्या है, पूरा राम दरबार, उसमें राम, सीता, लक्ष्मण, हनुमान है और बाकी सभी लोगों का है। तो ऊपर उनका पूरा राम दरबार है जी।
आज प्रधानमंत्री जी से और सरसंघ चालक जी से क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं? नचिकेता जी इज ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व, वो विश्व हिंदू परिषद के साथ साथ IIT कानपुर में प्रोफेसर भी है, तो साइंस और स्पिरिचुअल और सनातन सबका एक बढ़िया कॉम्बिनेशन है आपका। पर बताइए प्रधानमंत्री जी से क्या अपेक्षा है? इसी मंच पर आप हमें सुनेंगे थोड़ी देर?
प्रधानमंत्री जी हमें प्रेरित करेंगे, इंस्पायर करेंगे। 500 वर्ष बाद राम जन्मभूमि पर धर्म की ध्वजा स्वच्छंद होकर के लहराएगी। बहुत बड़ा हिंदू की जो सिविलाइजेशन है, बहुत बड़ा माइलस्टोन है। इसके पहले प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई थी, लेकिन उस समय मंदिर अपने पूर्ण रूप में स्थापित नहीं था। शिखर औपचारिक पूरा मंदिर निर्मित हो गया है। अपने ऐश्वर्य भगवान अपने ऐश्वर्य विराजमान में सारी प्रक्रियाएं अब धर्म की ध्वजा अयोध्या में राम जन्मभूमि पर लहराएगी। ये आज के दिन का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है।
और सज्जन हमारे साथ हैं, ये फ्रांस से आए हैं, विश्व हिंदू परिषद फ्रांस से आए हैं। ललित शर्मा जी नमस्ते। आज आपके लिए आपको कैसा लग रहा है? आज आपने तो कर सेवा की है, कर सेवा दी है, आपका हाथ हमारे दर्शकों को, पर इनको भी बहुत लाठियां डंडा खाने का
उस समय देखिए आनंद जी, आज का दिन इतना शुभ है कि अशुभ घड़ी को हम स्मरण भी नहीं रखना चाहिए। आज तो सिर्फ राम सिया राम जय।
पर आपको अच्छा लग रहा है कि जिन्होंने सेवा की वो आज यहाँ बैठे हैं ध्वज आरोहण के लिए?
स्वर्गवासी हमारे पूजनीय सिंगल जी, जिन्होंने जीवन भर विश्व हिंदू परिषद के संगठन के लिए कार्य किया, इसको मजबूत करने के लिए और श्री राम मंदिर आंदोलन के लिए, जिसके जन्मदाता मैं कहूँगा आज के भविष्य में, आज के वर्तमान के समय में अशोक सिंगल जी ने जो प्रयास किया, उसका आज साकार रूप है
जी। देखिए
इस साकार रूप में एक ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण एक किरदार है जिनका नाम है स्वामी विज्ञानानंद जी। और जो ये आज भव्य रूप आप देख रहे हैं ना, इसमें उन्होंने जो उस समय, मैं 92 का तुम्हें याद दिला रहा हूँ।
देखिए मैं आपको ये बात बता रहा हूँ कि संतों को छोड़ के संत हमारे साथ बैठे हैं, यही उनका बड़प्पन है।
नहीं, आपको वो राज मैं बता सकता हूँ जो स्वामी जी सिर्फ जानते हैं।
तो उस राज का पर्दा समय आने पे बता देंगे और हो सकता है आज शाम को बताएंगे।
ये क्या राज है ये भी तो बताइए।
शाम को 7 बजे।
अच्छा ऐसा है।
CNN 18 पे।
अच्छा न्यूज 18 पर हमको ही बताएंगे। देखिए जाते जाते कुछ लोगों से आपको मैं परिचय करा दूं। देखिए अब हमारे पीछे देखिए ये वो शिखर है और ये वो पूरी तरह से जो मेन एंट्रेंस द्वार है वो सजा हुआ है, बहुत सुंदर तरीके से सजा हुआ है। सामने स्क्रीन है, इसी पद से ऊपर चढ़कर, सीढ़ियों से ऊपर चढ़कर वहां उस मंच पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी थोड़ी देर में अभी सबको संबोधित करेंगे। आप देखें सारे सुरक्षा इंतजाम किए गए हैं। काफी लंबा मैं आपको कर पाया हूं क्योंकि एक सज्जन है जिन्होंने हमारी मदद की। ये डॉक्टर टैगोर है और ये सीवी रेड्डी जी। सीवी रेड्डी जी आंध्रा से हैं। डॉक्टर टैगोर इज कम फ्रॉम लास वेगस। कैसा लग रहा है आपको? ये हिंदी के हमारे दर्शकों को मैं भेजना चाहता हूँ, तो बताइए कैसा अच्छा लगा?
We feel like home is peaceful and we want to be here forever.
अच्छा,
Vibrant.
वाइब्रेंट। मैं थोड़ा सा आपको आई वांट टू पुट यू इन अ स्पॉट। बालाजी और राम जी और बहुत है ना, बहुत। हाँ दोनों दोनों आंखें तो एक राम जी है तो एक बालाजी, एक कृष्ण जी है। देखिए तो राम जी यहाँ कृष्ण जी भी आ गए। कैसा लग रहा है आपको? अरे बहुत बढ़िया सर। अभी बोला ना मैंने एक इट्स लाइक ब्लेसिंग टू बी हियर at the program of ध्वजारोहण जी। ये हमारे हिंदी के दर्शकों के लिए तो यार दक्षिण भारत, पूर्वांचल, उत्तर प्रदेश सब जगह से लोग आए हैं और चारों तरफ मंदिर का परिसर इतना सुंदर बनाया है कि भव्य बनाया है। 6 अलग अलग मंदिर है। सप्तऋषि का मंदिर है, फिर शिव गणेश का मंदिर है, माँ अन्नपूर्णा और भगवती का मंदिर है, हनुमान जी का मंदिर है, सूर्यदेव का मंदिर है और श्वेतावतार जिसे कहा जाता है शेषावतार, तो शेषावतार का भी मंदिर है। सब इस परिसर के अंदर इसको अब संपूर्ण कर लिया गया है। जल्दी से आपको एक 360 दिखा देता हूँ। देखिए ये पूरा परिसर कितना भव्य, सुंदर, आलौकिक लग रहा है। और पीछे देखिए भजन शुरू है, बहुत बढ़िया भजन गाए जा रहे हैं। थोड़ी ही देर में प्रधानमंत्री जी यहाँ आ जाएंगे। अब मुझे आपसे आज्ञा लेनी होगी क्योंकि मेरे पास संकेत आ गए कि मैं इस वीडियो को बंद कर दूं। नमस्ते।
Anna Narasimhan, exclusively from the perimeter of the Garbhagriha, the Ram Temple complex. I want to go straight across to Dushyant Sridhar and also Sadhvi Jaya Bharti, both of them leading scholars. Dushyant Sridhar has just published a book called Ramayana. Just a few months ago, we were talking about that book. Two things that I want to pick your brains on, Dushyant ji. Number one, clearly Uttar Pradesh and in particular Ayodhya is now emerging as the spiritual capital of the Hindu Renaissance that is taking place under our very noses. And we see how corridors and circuits in Ayodhya, faith and architecture are redefining what our sacred geography looks like. That's the Prime Minister in the now, the main Garbhagriha of the temple, approaching in fact the main entrance through which he will go into the main dome of the temple, paying his respects to Lord Ram. But Dushyant Sridhar, this is that moment.
Very true, Rahul. Because when you spoke about Uttar Pradesh, interestingly, the two itihasas that we revere and we read, one is the Ramayana that talks about Rama's biography, journey, and the second, the Mahabharata, that talks about the Pandavas, and of course, leading them in the forefront is Krishna. So Krishna's birthplace, Mathura, and Rama's birthplace, which is Ayodhya, one by the banks of river Yamuna, the other by the banks of river Sarayu. Both these places of both these protagonists of both these epics are in Uttar Pradesh. So on one side we have towards the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh we have Ayodhya. On the western part we have Mathura, and we have a Kashi, which is a very important seat of learning, and there we have Bindu Madhava and Vishwanatha, Shiva as Vishwanatha there. So all these places do make Uttar Pradesh a very, very interesting, very a place that needs to be visited. And I'm so happy that the facilities are improving, Rahul. And now that we have such a beautiful, exquisite, very breathtaking Rama Janmabhoomi temple, I'm sure there will be grandeur in, of course, there is a Kashi corridor, there will be grandeur in Mathura as well. I'm sure it's going to boost the morale as well as the economy. See, that's very important. We'll have to see for a country, the economy is equally important. And you must have seen in the last 2-3 years how the economy of Uttar Pradesh is also rising because of a lot of other factors, but this is one such factor. And while making a point, Rahul, just that point, that when the Honorable Prime Minister is leading in the forefront, it boosts the confidence of so many astikas like us that we don't have to shed our Hindu identity to be accepted in the society.
Yes.
So that's
a very important point. Very, very important point. Dushyantji, just stay on with me because I want to bring in Sadhviji also. Sadhviji, the Prime Minister now paying obeisance to Annapurna Devi. The significance of this, Sadhviji, for our viewers.
Rahul, am I audible?
Yes, you are, very clearly.
Okay. First of all, congratulations on this auspicious occasion of Dhwaj Arohan today. And to start with, Rahul, I would like to say, because today is such an auspicious occasion and, everybody's surrounded with smiles and happiness. So I would say, as the saffron flag rises today, 1,000 years bow in reverence, the wind carries Ayodhya's song, a nation glows in remembrance. From Ram's footsteps to Sita's grace, Dharma finds its voice again. This day is not a celebration alone, it is India's soul reborn in flames. And like you asked about the importance of Annapurna Devi, before that I'd like to talk about Dhwaj Arohan occasion itself. Because Dhwaj Arohan is not merely the raising of a flag, it is the raising of civilizational consciousness, Rahul. And the saffron flag atop the temple symbolizes sacrifice, purity, fearlessness, and renunciation. The very qualities Lord Ram lived by. And for 500 years, the Ram Mandir flag was missing from its rightful home. And today, the restoration is nothing less than civilizational rectification, I would say. And also, if we talk about PM Modi's, visit there today to different temples. Like today, he started with visiting Saptarishi temple, and then he visited Sheshnag temple, and now the Annapurna temple. So Rahul, this is giving a very strong message, to the youth of the country, to the people around them. When PM visits himself, it carries a message louder than words, because PM's visit to these temples, it is like honoring ancient sages and divine energies. And the Prime Minister reminds every citizen of our country to stay connected to their civilizational heritage. And not only this, visiting Annapurna temple, be it Sheshnag or be it Saptarishi Mandir, it is a symbol of wisdom. It is a symbol of stability. Together conveys that knowledge and spiritual strength is equal to national progress. And also, this is a historic moment that makes a resurgence of Sanatan values, encouraging every citizen to take pride in India's spiritual identity. And today's PM Modi's visit shows that leadership is not only political, but also moral and spiritual, Rahul, and it is rooted in humility and reverence for sacred traditions. And I would also say that this is very important. His visit reflects the commitment to preserve cultural, spiritual, and national unity as well.
Let me bring in, very well put, let me just bring in Dushyant Sridharji. Now we see the Prime Minister entering the main temple dedicated to, of course, Lord Ram. And you can see him accompanied by Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief. There's the Prime Minister. Let me tell you, viewers, it's not easy getting up all those stairs. The Prime Minister seems to have traversed that very easily. And then you have another bank of stairs which will take you to the Garbhagriha. We are going to get you the pictures from there very, very soon. The Prime Minister obviously would have taken off his shoes outside where some of these individuals are seated, these dignitaries, and of course most of them are Karsevaks, which is a fitting tribute really, because they are the ones, Dushyant Sridhar, who brought the stones from different parts of the country to kick off the movement for the reclamation of Ram Janam Bhoomi. So a lot happening optically even as we speak, but I want to ask you, the Ram Path, the Bhakti Path, the Dharma Path, all of these are also narrative highways, aren't they, Dushyant Sridhar?
Absolutely, Rahul. Because when we speak of the Ramayana, we call him as Dharmo Vigrahavan, the very embodiment of Dharma. What is the duty that needs to be performed by the son towards his father, towards his mother, towards his brother, towards his wife, towards his devotees, towards his friends? All these dharmas were followed to the T by Rama. In fact, Rahul, one of the very famed commentaries of the Ramayana is called Dharmakutam, where the commentator states what are all the dharmas that Rama has followed in his life. So today we are just not commemorating, this is just not a sanctum sanctorum, a sannidhi for just another person. Rama represents the very soul, the very atma of the civilization. And his relationship with his devotees, the way he treated Jatayu, the way he treated Shabari, the way he treated the squirrel, the relationship he enjoyed with Maharaja Sugriva, all this is a testimony to this very civilization.
Well, also talk us through a little bit through these rituals. We are now beginning to hear the incantation to Lord Ram.
Yeah. So generally when there is a Dhwaj Arohana, there is a Kalasha Puja. So if you have seen in the very premises of Rama Janmabhoomi temple, 9 Kalashas were kept, and there has been Vedic chanting all these days, especially because Rama belonged to Shukla Yajurveda. There was a Parayanam of Krishna Yajurveda and Samaveda and Rig Veda as well. Now,
okay, just hold your thoughts because I want to boost the net up for our viewers. Sridhar, just talk us through some of this. What are we actually encountering here? Dushyanji, can you hear me? Okay, Sadhvi Pragya Bharti, could you talk us through some of these rituals? What are we encountering here? What exactly is this ritual all about?
Yes, definitely. I'll take you through the rituals that that PM Modi is performing today. And before that, Rahul, I would like to talk about the Dhwaj itself, the saffron flag. In the context of today's events at the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple in Ayodhya, the saffron flag refers to the sacred banner hoisted on the temple's spire, symbolizing the official completion of temple's construction and the proclamation of its divine sovereignty. Because this is very important day for all the Indians, as today is the day we were waiting since long. Because ये जो भी rituals राहुल यहाँ पे आज perform किए जा रहे हैं, these rituals are spiritually performed. And the significance of these rituals are they lie in the Indian heritage, and they lie in the its importance lies in the spirituality. And why these are so important? Because अब देखो जिस तरीके से रिचुअल परफॉर्म किए जा रहे हैं, मंदिर में जैसे आरती की जा रही है, तो भगवान राम के आगे जब हम अपनी भावना को प्रकट करते हैं तो ये रिचुअल्स किए जाते हैं, उनका तिलक किया जाता है, उनको आरती दी जाती है। और साथ ही साथ I'd like to explain them because ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, हर सनातनी के लिए ये आज का दिन बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। और जिस तरीके से हम भगवान को जब आरती अर्पित करते हैं, हम उनके आगे प्रार्थना करते हैं, वी बाउ इन रेवरेंस, तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि हम उनसे प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि ये जो आज का दिन है ये बहुत ही लंबे इंतजार के बाद आया है, आफ्टर लॉन्ग वेट ऑफ 500 years। इसीलिए ये दिन बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है और इसके लिए हम भगवान राम से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं। और ये जो दिन है, इसमें एक बात और आज की बहुत ही स्पेशल बात है, वो ये कि आज भगवान राम और सीता का विवाह भी हुआ था। So this is again very important.
Very important. We were just looking at the specifics of the rituals and the ceremonies that are being performed, viewers. We're going to try and go across to Dushyant Sridharji. Fundamentally, viewers, what we've just seen is we're closing in on that auspicious moment. The Prime Minister about 10 minutes ago walked in to the main temple dedicated to Lord Ram. This, remember viewers, was the temple that was completed first. So this was the first phase of construction, and he walked straight up another flight of stairs. So in total more than 200 steps, and then went into the Garbhagriha, where you can see him now, where an arti was being performed, a certain ritual to and oblations were offered to the Lord Ram, specific to the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. And there you can see that beautiful murti that was installed there on the 22nd of January. It was consecrated, if you remember. Once again, let's listen to some of the prayers, and then we'll bring in Dushyant Sridhar to talk a little bit more about the significance of these chants.
ऋषिकेशाय नमः। ओम अपवित्रः पवित्रो वा सर्वावस्थांगतोऽपि वा यस्मरेत् पुण्डरीकाक्षं वायाभ्यन्तरः शुचिः पुण्डरीकाक्षः पुनातु पुण्डरीकाक्षः पुनातु पुण्डरीकाक्षः पुनातु। स्वस्ति तिलकम्। ओम स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धशरावाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः।
So you can hear the incantations. Let's bring in Dushyant Sridharji to explain exactly what these words mean, what they signify, what are they emblematic of. Dushyantji.
Namaste Rahul and namaste to the viewers. So in the Vedas, we have certain mantras called Swasti Vachana mantras. Just now you heard them say, Swastina Indro Vruddhashravaha, Swastina Pusha Vishwavedaha, Swastina Starksho Arishtanemihi. So it all says that let there be auspiciousness all around. I invoke the very grace of Garuda, who's called as Suparna, Garutman, so that he brings blessings to the temple. That is why, Rahul, you'll be surprised, whenever there is a Kalashabhishekam, a Kumbhabhishekam, you look to the sky, because there is a belief that the Garuda Pakshi will go around, because he is the very Swarupa of the Veda mantras. And very interestingly, in the Ramayana, it is stated that there was a Vedika, an altar that was created in the shape of a Garuda. And there is a mention in the commentary that Dasharatha was adhering to the Shukla Yajurveda. So all these days that was before the event that you see today, there were priests that were invited from all over the country, and they were reciting the mantras of the Rig Veda, of the Shukla Yajurveda, Krishna Yajurveda and Sama Veda. And today we see now the Honorable Prime Minister standing in front of the Moolamurti, Prabhu Sri Ram Lalla, amidst the Swasti Vachana mantras that are recited, and he's standing in reverence with, of course, Sri Mohan Bhagwat ji, and in front of the Garbhagriha, because at the top of the Garbhagriha, just above Rama, we see a depiction of Ranganatha, who's the Kuladevata, the very family deity of Prabhu Sri Ramachandra, who's now housed in Srirangam. That is why in 2024 January, before the Prana Pratishtha happened in Ayodhya, the Honorable Prime Minister visited Srirangam in Tamil Nadu, because he wanted to honor the Kuladevata of Rama. And we see Rama as Ram Lalla. as a little boy prior to the marriage, holding the bow and the arrow. And this day is very special because in the Prana Pratishtha we majorly had only this Sannidhi, Rahul. But today we see that besides this Sannidhi, we have Sannidhis for Ahalya, Shabari, Nishadraj, Guha, the Saptarishis, the Rama Parivar, and so on and so forth. So it also becomes very important that he's following all these minute rituals where you take the mantrakshata, and then you do a pradakshinam around the temple, and you then take the tirtha, the holy waters of Bhagavan, as your prasad, and then you offer flowers, patram, pushpam, phalam, toyam, yobe bhaktya prayachati, says Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. Offer a leaf to me, Arjuna. So here we saw the Honorable Prime Minister offering tulasi to Rama, then flowers to Rama, then fruits. So all this is a part, and Raman teacher in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Arjuna, I am generally very elated when I see devotees of me coming together. And look at the grand depiction of people, of devotees from different parts of the country who have come together. We see the Honorable Prime Minister being led into the temple. He offered his pranamas to the Devata there, Prabhu Sri Ramachandra, and with the Honorable Governor on one side, the Chief Minister of the state on one side, RSS being represented by its head Mohan Bhagwat ji. The Honorable Prime Minister is going to another Sannidhi, because you see another door there, and here there are many sadhus who have been waiting all along to witness and be a part of this historic occasion where the Honorable Prime Minister is leading in the forefront. And we have the Shikhara in the Nagara architecture style that we see, and then there is a golden Kalasha atop, and there are many sadhus who are waiting to be a part of this Dhwaj Arohanam, because the moment the Dhwaj Arohanam happens, it means it's a full-fledged temple, Rahul.
Yes.
Because to conduct many utsavas, many festivals in the temple, because the moment the Dhwajam comes, it means that you have to conduct various festivals. So there is a set given in our Agama Shastras, Vaikhanasa Agama, Pancharatra Agama, what all festivals need to be conducted in which season. Because there is an Utsavam called Vasantotsavam that is held during the spring season. Then there is something called Sharan Navaratri held during the autumn season. So for every season, you will have a festival that will be coming. So we are just seeing that these festivals are going to increase by the day from today, because the Dhwaj is happening.
Now, Dushyantji, let's also split the screen. Yes, I wanted to talk about the Murti itself of Ram Lalla, and I'm glad that we've been able to focus on it. The Murti itself is emblazoned with symbols. It's a specially created and crafted Murti which reflects a large number of aspects and facets of the Dharma. Can you talk us through that? And let's split the screen. The Prime Minister offering oblations on one side and the live pictures on the other.
Sure, Rahul. See, the beautiful Murti of Prabhu Sri Ramachandra, Ram Lalla, that we see was sculpted by a very devout person called Arun from my state of Karnataka. And the very depiction of Rama in the color black signifies two things. One, we have adhered to the Ramayana because throughout the Ramayana, Valmiki keeps mentioning that Rama was of the color which was an admixture of the black from the collyrium that is applied to the eyes, of the green that is found in the dark green emeralds, of the blue that is found in the seas, and of the grey that is found in the clouds. So an admixture of the grey, the green, the blue and the black is the complexion of Rama. So the very depiction of Ram Lalla in a black stone signifies that we have adhered to the Ramayana. One. Second, we have a higher point to make and tell the world. Even before people could kneel their legs down and say that there should be no racism, we had all our heroes and heroines and the Devatas whom we worship all in black color. Because Bharata Desham was never a land that treated, over-treated or ill-treated people based on their color. So we see the depiction of Rama there. In that Prabhavali is that arch that you see around Rama. You see the various Dashavataras. Ichamina Vihara Kachapa Mahapotrin Yadricha Harehe Rakshavamana रोषाराम करुणाकाकुत्स्थ हेलाहलिन क्रीडावल्लभ kalkavahana disha kalkinniti pratyaham. You see the various avatars in the Prabhavali, the arch of Prabhu Sri Ramachandra. You see Garuda and Hanuman adorning on either sides of the Prabhavali, and then you also see the various ornaments that he's adorned with. He's a little boy, the very celebrated prince of Ayodhya, the scion of Ayodhya, so he's carrying all this jewelry. And then you also see the Pita color. It is kind of orangish yellow. On the day when Sita was abducted by Ravana in Panchavati, she was sporting a yellow silk, says the Ramayana. And then you see Rama being a Kshatriya, carrying the weapons in his hand. He's holding the bow and the arrow in his hand. And he stands majestic with such a charming face, with such beautiful lotus petal-like eyes, with the sesame flower-like nose, with coral-like lips, with such a conch-shaped neck, with a broad chest, with a thin hip, with two thighs that represent the stems of a banana flower tree, and the feet that are akin to the softness of the petals of a newly blossomed lotus and a lily. What more can I say, Rahul?
Beautiful,
Please.
beautifully summed up. Dushyanji, just stay on with me. I also want to bring in Sadhvi Pragya Bharti. We're going to also speak to Dushyanji a little bit about the flag ceremony itself and the significance of the timing of that, because it has to take place in an auspicious window. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Sadhviji, I want you to talk a little bit about the Dhwaj, and we've got an exclusive visual of this beautiful Dhwaj, and we're going to show that to you, and you can talk a little bit about the symbols that adorn this Dhwaj and what does it actually signify.
Yes, Rahul, that is beautifully asked by you, because Dhwaj, the large saffron-colored flag measuring 22 feet by 11 feet, features 3 hand-embroidered sacred symbols in golden thread. The sun, that is Surya, this symbol represents Lord Ram's Surya Vansh, yani sun dynasty, lineage and eternal energy. And Om, it actually symbolizes, the sacred syllable Om symbolizes the prana or life force of all mantras, representing the entire creation and spiritual vibration. And now, if we talk about the Kovidar tree, the tree motif is traditionally associated with the Raghuvansh kings and is believed to be a divine hybrid of the Mandar and Parijat trees. It signifies purity, prosperity, and the ideals of Ram Rajya, a just and righteous rule. And also, the Dhwaj Arohan, the entire ceremony, if we talk about the flag hoisting ceremony, is a significant spiritual event with deep symbolic meaning. See, if we talk about the architectural completion also, the ceremony marks the formal completion of the Ram temple's physical construction, transitioning it from a building site to a fully sovereign divine abode. And it is a symbol of faith and culture. The flag represents the timeless values of Ram Rajya, the victory of truth and the resurgence of India's culture and Sanatan tradition. It also explains the connection with the divine. The flag and its pole, Dhwaja Stambh that we call, are believed to bridge the gap between the earthly realm and the celestial cosmos, acting as a beacon of divine energy and guidance for devotees. And also, the timings are very auspicious. The event was strategically timed to coincide with Vivaha Panchami, the wedding anniversary of Lord Ram and Ma Sita, and the auspicious Abhijit Murat, the time Lord Ram is believed to have been, married with Ma Sita. So this is the importance of, as we spoke about the Dhwaja and the saffron robe.
And obviously, viewers, the scene is absolutely stunning. You can see behind me how this entire mandir has now come together in a absolute testament to the resolve of the Sanatan spirit, which is, of course, everlasting. And you can see the Dhwaj in the middle of your screens there. This is the Dhwaj that is going to be now hoisted by the Prime Minister atop the spire. The spire itself, viewers, is about 21 feet long. So it is an imposing structure, and this flag is of gigantic proportions. Obviously, viewers, it is a flag that will behold, as the Sadhvi was saying, the cultural renaissance that we are now witness to. And you can see that at the end of the day, the mandir is going to look as if it has never really ever not been part of the landscape. So fundamentally, there is now an air of permanence to the memory, the legacy of Lord Ram, and it is the embodiment of this temple, which is a brick and mortar structure. So once again, let me come out to you, Sadhviji, and ask you a little bit more about the ceremonies that will be associated with the Dhwaj Arohan, which is now expected to begin in about 20 minutes or so.
Rahul, as we talk about the ceremonies today, see, first of all, I would say that today's Dhwaj Arohan at the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir, Ayodhya, is not just a religious ceremony. It is a civilizational milestone, a cultural awakening, and a global message of Bharat's spiritual renaissance, as we're talking about it. And it is a moment, like 500 years in the making. For centuries, generations of devotees, saints, and ordinary people made sacrifices to protect the belief that Ayodhya is the birthplace of Sri Ram. And now, like you said, you want to know about the rituals that we're going to perform today. See, the rituals that will be performed in Garbhagriha. So with the completion of the today's ceremony, the rituals that would be performed contains Aarti, Shankhanad, and also there would be, like he said, the chant of the Vedic mantra. So the priest begins with Vedic mantras, holy water sprinkling, kalash sthapana, and spiritual offerings. So this purifies the energies of the temple surroundings and creates a sattvic atmosphere for divine presence. It is believed that where Vedic mantras vibrate, negativity cannot remain. And then, Rahul, we take Sankalp. Like you saw PM Modi taking Sankalp today, and then so what is Sankalp? It is a divine resolution. Priests and sevaks, like PM Modi himself calls himself, he's a Pradhan Sevak of Lord Ram, Sevak of the public, So they take a collective vow for the Dhwaj Arohan, for peace, for prosperity, for dharma raksha, and for the welfare of the nation. So Sankalp transforms the ritual into a sacred responsibility, and it ensures that the ceremony is performed with pure intention, which is essential in Sanatan Dharma. Then there will be Dhwaja Puja. Before hoisting, the saffron flag is worshipped also with kumkum, haldi, chandan, with flowers and akshat. Akshat is unbroken rice. By chanting Vedic hymns, Vedic mantras like Om Suryaya Nama, and those are already explained, and Ram Raksha verses. So in Sanatan tradition, a flag is not a cloth. It is treated as living symbol of divine virtues. Dhwaja Puja invites the presence of Surya, the sun energy, Om, the cosmic vibration, the sacred Kovida tree, the symbol of purity and lineage. So this is the importance. And also then Aarti and Shankhanad would be done. After the flag touched its peak, priests perform Aarti and they blow conches. Because it has a huge significance, spiritual significance in our scriptures. Shankhanad destroys negative vibrations and signals divine protection around the Mandir complex. And it will be followed by Brahman Bhoj and Prasadam distribution, because it is again very important for a spiritual event. And yeah.
Well, on this particular issue, of course, the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said, and I quote him, the grand saffron flag to be hoisted on the temple's shikhar. Shikhar means, of course, the apogee of the temple, by the Honorable Prime Minister in the presence of RSS Sanchalak, is a symbol of our religious and cultural revival. So this is very, very important to understand, viewers, because the conception of Bharat as a cultural civilization is very, very important, because it locates us very distinctly from some of the other civilizations like the Western civilization or the Cynic civilization. So it is important to establish ourselves as an other civilizational power on this beautiful earth. And the Yogi Adityanath has also called the Ram temple, and I quote him, the Rashtra Mandir, unquote. He describes the flag as representing the invincibility of truth, the immortality of faith, and the resurgence of culture. Why has he used this word, viewers, or this phrase, immortality of faith? Because for a while, the impression that was sought to be conveyed is that any inquiry into the greatness of Hindu civilization or the grandeur of Hindu civilization was an attempt to beckon at cultural supremacism. This is what we were told. And we were told that in a secular, modern republic, we must not look back, we must only look to the future. And therefore, the yogi says that it's not merely a pennant, but a symbol of that inner strength which in every era tore through the darkness of adharma to keep the life of dharma intact. So what was the adharma? The adharma, viewers, was the colonial imposition, wave after wave of colonial invasions that the Indian culture had to endure. And this particular ceremony therefore now establishes a continuity in the story of India's heritage and its civilizational journey. So fundamentally we are connecting back to our civilizational roots. There has also been, of course, a lot of commentary, viewers, on the nature of this ceremony. The ceremony has now been explained in more ways than one by two leading scholars, Sadhvi Pragya Bharti as well as, of course, Dushyant Sridhar. Both of them were on air explaining the significance. Let me also tell you that the right-angled triangular flag, the hoisting of which now is going to take place any moment, in fact in about 20 minutes, this is very important. The flag measures 10 feet in height and 20 feet in length, bears the image of a radiant sun with Om inscribed on it, along with the image of Kovidra tree. The sacred saffron flag aims to convey a message of dignity, unity and cultural unity. And this is very, very important because the unity of purpose on the Sanatani side of the fence has to be underlined constantly, because there are many people who still pick at many fault lines that run through the tradition in a way of suggesting that the tradition itself is unequal, it is not universalistic in nature. Now, we brought to you an exclusive insight from the ground. My colleague Anand Narsimhan has managed, perhaps the only journalist to be inside the Mandir Parisar, sent this report. Watch it very carefully and then we'll open this up, viewers, to more conversations.
मैं अभी इस पर मंदिर के परिसर से आपके साथ जुड़ रहा हूँ। छोटा सा वीडियो जल्दी से बना देता हूँ। फोन अधिकांश लोगों को अलाउड नहीं है, पर कोई एक सज्जन है जिनको ये परमिशन मिल गया, जिनकी वजह से मैं ये आपको दिखा पा रहा हूँ। ये पीछे देखिए, यहाँ गीत और भजन गाए जा रहे हैं और मेरे पीछे ही मंच है जहाँ से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी अब थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ उपस्थित गणमान्य को संबोधित करेंगे। अब थोड़ी देर बाद ये ऊपर देखिए जहाँ पर ध्वजारोहण होगा, ये मंदिर का वो शिखर है जिसके ऊपर अब वो 20 फुट चौड़ी ध्वजा चढ़ेगी। बहुत ही अद्भुत यहाँ का नजारा है। एक बात मैं आपको बता दूं तो इस बार जो लोग यहाँ इस वक्त उपस्थित हुए हैं वो सब कर सेवक हैं, जिन्होंने कर सेवा की राम जन्मभूमि के परिसर और जिसमें जिन्होंने मेहनत की, उन सबको इस बार यहाँ पर निमंत्रण दिया गया। तो वीवीआईपी जिस तरह से सेलिब्रिटी इन लोगों को कहा जा रहा है, वैसे कोई नहीं है, पर जिन लोगों ने अपने हाथ पैर धुलवाए, जिन्होंने गालियां खाई, जिन्होंने श्रम किया, जिन्होंने परिश्रम किया इस मंदिर के निर्माण में और रामलला विराजमान में, वो लोग इस वक्त इस बार उपस्थित है। तो शायद कहीं ना कहीं सौभाग्य है कि मुझे भी अवसर मिल गया।
Well, there you are, viewers. Very, very clear messaging from the invitee list itself, that those people who sacrificed their all for the construction of this temple so that this dream would be realized of civilizational continuity are going to be honored in large numbers. Arun Govil, actor, somebody who reprised the role of Lord Ram in that beautiful series that we watched every day, almost as if Lord Ram was amongst us, joins me. Arunji, thank you for taking the time out. What an important occasion this is. An occasion that marks the reclamation of Hindu heritage, of Sanatani Dharma.
You're very right. It's been it's a wonderful moment. And I feel very lucky that it happened in my lifetime. When I started Ramayana in '87, we always used to wonder when will the mandir will be made, when mandir will be done, it will be completed. And finally it happened. And today the flag hoisting, that means the mandir, Ram Mandir is going to be complete, absolutely. And I'm waiting very anxiously then when do I get a chance to visit the temple again and bow in front of the Dhwaja, the Ram Mandir Dhwaja.
Okay, so I just want to very quickly remind viewers that both Arun Govilji and Deepika Chikilaji, who is also going to be with us, Chikilaji, who is going to be with us in just a few seconds, both of them brought into our living rooms, literally viewers, that yearning to see Lord Ram being reinstated, because all of us saw the conditions in which Lord Ram had been, one has to say this with a degree of regret, had been housed, very poor conditions. He was rendered, in fact, a captive of a political discourse that was very, very damaging to the manner and hurtful to the manner in which all Hindus revere the Lord and saw him. So Deepika ji is also here with us. Arun Govil ji are here with us. This is a beautiful moment. Deepika ji, I want to talk a little bit about Namaste ji, Jai Shri Ram, aapko bhi. I just want to talk a little bit about your first impressions when you first saw Ram Lalla in that tin shed, enclosed behind barbed wires as if he was a prisoner of a destiny that we hadn't chosen for ourselves.
I think it was a shock for me, and we have been doing Ramayana, and before Ramayana also I've always been a Ram Bhakt, and I had never had an opportunity to go to Ayodhya and visit the temple, but I did that when I made my serial. I had my production, and the story was about Ayodhya, so we wanted to go to Ayodhya, and when we went, it was like walking into a prison. There were people all across. They would not allow you. Lalla's, where the Lalla's ghar was there, you were not allowed to move inside. So it just felt so caught up. And we were all shivering with emotions because we were seeing Ram Lalla for the first time, all of us. So we were taken over by emotions, and there was so much of hurt in our hearts that Hamare Bhagwan ऐसी स्थिति में है. So that was the first emotion that came to us, of hurt, a lot of hurt.
Yes, imprisoned by a divisive politics, viewers, which rendered Lord Ram a fugitive in our own land, in the seat of his birth, and that really hurt. Arunji, you must also remember that moment. All of us used to go through those barricades as if we were also guilty of doing something illegal.
I remember I had gone to Ayodhya much before we did Ramayana series. I was doing a film and I went there 5 times, and first time I went there, and after that I could not go back again to that seat to see that scene. Of course, we say in the word that Ram Lalla was kept in prison. But maybe it was Sri Ram's divine play at work, you know. For everything, he has fixed up a time that only at this time this will happen. And maybe in our lifetime like this, after the series of Ramayana was completed and everybody had seen it in the world and everybody liked it, and that time after that, it happened. So maybe it had to happen because nobody can make prisoner to Sri Ram. Sri Ram cannot be anybody's prisoner for that matter. So maybe some divine play was at work. That's all I can say that.
I think you put it very, very philosophically.
In its full glory when we see this temple.
Yes. No, I think, you know, you made a very philosophical point.
In its full glory now.
Yes. No, go ahead. Please go ahead.
I think it's wonderful the way it has panned out.
When we see this temple in its full glory, this is a different moment altogether.
Yes. No, I think what you just said was very, very important, very philosophical. You said that, you know, maybe Lord Ram sacrificed his own grandeur for a period of time to evoke within us sentiments that would perhaps bring us to this moment.
If we see the Ram Lalla's qualities, right? Ram Lalla's commitment, Sri Ram's truthfulness, righteousness, you know, all these things that were, and his human embodiment, spiritual human embodiment. So, Shri Ram had taken avatar for a different kind of a thing altogether, you know. And as I said it, his statue was kept in prison. But as I said it, you cannot prison Jai Shri Ram. His qualities, no, it cannot be prison. So it had to happen this way only. And of course, so many hundreds of years of struggles and so many sacrifices. So maybe Shri Ram wanted to make us understand the reality and the need to get it done in this moment in our lifetime, after the whole world had become Rammay, after our series was telecasted and everybody had liked it.
Let me bring in Deepika.
I see it that way.
Let me bring in Deepika ji also. Deepika ji, you were of course part of the consecration ceremony. I remember that very clearly. What were the thoughts at that time that ran through your mind?
Like I said, I've always been a Ram Bhakt. So for me, to be part of something so auspicious was something that brought chills to my body. And it was done so beautifully when the PM walked in. It was not a government function. It was not an opulent function which was talking about the grandeur, but it was pious. It was when you are getting your God back home. It was so wonderful. And I think the icing on the cake was when the Navy threw the rose petals on us and it went ahead and did it on the Ram Ki Pauri. I don't know a single person who did not have tears in their eyes. I still can cry when I remember that moment. And after all of that, when we go back, I'm like, Sakshat Ram has come to us. Finally, he's come to us. It was so divine. It was just so wonderful. I mean, it was unbelievable. It's not something, and I am so blessed. I am so blessed that I was part of something like that, and part of a history that is always going to be talked about, that Ramji jab aaye, main wahan thi. You know, that feeling was amazing. I was part of the whole thing. I think I have a story to tell my grandchildren.
Oh yes, I think definitively, because who would have imagined a day like this? I'm just going to go across now to the Dhwaj ceremony that is taking place.
ये अलौकिक क्षण के साक्षी बने हैं, सदियों की मनोकामना पूर्ण हुई है। मंदिर के उत्तर
Viewers, that's the moment. That's the moment that we've all been waiting for. The right-angle triangular flag measuring 10 feet in height and 20 feet in length now ascends the spire, the highest point of the Ram Mandir. What a beautiful shot that is, taken from a camera angle that puts it into perspective for all of us. It bears the image of a radiant sun symbolizing the brilliance and valor of Lord Ram, with an Om inscribed on it, along with the image of the Devotees. A statement issued by the Prime Minister office had talked about the significance of each of the symbols. And friends, this is a moment that we waited for hundreds of years. It symbolizes now that the mission to build the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, which is emblematic of the reclamation of Sanatan Dharma and our civilizational heritage, is now complete. And the Prime Minister performing that ceremony in the company of the RSS Sanchalak, Mohan Bhagwat, as well as Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath of Uttar Pradesh. Viewers, this entire ceremony taking place at the auspicious moment, and that moment was obviously calculated by astrologers who have been working behind the scenes to find the most auspicious occasions to ensure that this journey remains imbued by good luck. The flag, of course, will now rise atop this shikhar, constructed in the traditional North Indian Nagara architectural style, while the surrounding 800-meter parkota, which is a circumambulatory enclosure built around the temple designed in the South Indian architectural tradition, will showcase the temple's diverse architecture. And you can see that entire compound now in all its glory. And that's the image that we were all waiting for as the flag ascends to the very top of the spire. And now, viewers, The Prime Minister, of course, arrived in Ayodhya at around 10 a.m. and from there on he went across to the Sapta Mandir, which housed the temples dedicated to Maharishi Vashishta, Maharishi Vishwamitra, Maharishi Agastya, Maharishi Valmiki, Devi Ahilya, Nishad Rajguha and Mata Shabri. And that in itself was a very important symbolic oblation that he paid to all these great deities, because it symbolizes the syncretic nature of Sanatan Dharma, its universalist spirit that accommodates diverse traditions. Also, let's not forget that this particular visit will now be followed by a speech that the Prime Minister is expected to give. Of course, the Prime Minister also visited the Mata Annapurna temple and performed the darshan and puja at the Ram Darbar Garbh Graha, which is the first time that he has done so, because the last time he visited Ayodhya, he had not had the occasion to go to the Ram Darbar. And then, of course, there will be a now speech by all the principals, including Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and we're awaiting that any moment now.
Patiye Hara Hara. आज सफल तपु तीरथ त्यागो, आज सुफल जप जोग विरागो, सफल सकल शुभ साधन साजो, राम तुम्हें अवलोकत आजो। श्री अयोध्या धाम में मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम के भव्य मंदिर पर ध्वज आरोहण एक यज्ञ की पूर्णाहुति नहीं, बल्कि एक नए युग का शुभारंभ है। इस अवसर पर भारत के भाग्य को वैश्विक मंच पर एक नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाने वाले दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय राजनेता और भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार और उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से, सभी राम भक्तों की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस अवसर पर अपनी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से इस संपूर्ण कार्यक्रम के गौरव को बढ़ाने वाले हमारे विचार परिवार के मुखिया आदरणीय सरसंघ चालक जी का भी मैं सभी राम भक्तों की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं। प्रदेश की माननीय राज्यपाल आदरणीय श्रीमती आनंदीबेन पटेल जी, श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र न्यास के अध्यक्ष पूज्य महंत नृत्य गोपाल दास जी महाराज, कोषाध्यक्ष श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र न्यास पूज्य स्वामी गोविंद देव गिरी जी महाराज, अन्य सभी पूज्य संतों और आप सभी उपस्थित अतिथियों का इस आयोजन में हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहनों और भाइयों, प्रभु श्री राम का यह भव्य मंदिर 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आस्था, सम्मान और आत्म गौरव का प्रतीक है। इस भव्य मंदिर के निर्माण में योगदान देने वाले उन सभी कर्मयोगियों का भी मैं हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज का यह पावन दिन उन पूज्य संतों, योद्धाओं, श्री राम भक्तों की अखंड साधना, संघर्ष को समर्पित है, जिन्होंने इस पूरे आंदोलन और संघर्ष के लिए अपना जीवन समर्पित किया। विवाह पंचमी का यह दिव्य संयोग इस उत्सव को और भी पावन बना रहा है। ध्वजारोहण उस सत्य का उद्घोष है कि धर्म का प्रकाश अमर है और राम राज्य के मूल्य कालजयी हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, 2014 में जब आपने भारत का नेतृत्व संभाला था, उसी दिन कोटि कोटि भारतवासियों के मन में, उनके हृदय में यह संभावना, यह संकल्प और विश्वास का सूर्योदय हुआ। आज वही विश्वास, वही तपस्या, वही अनगिनत पीढ़ियों की प्रतीक्षा आपके कर कमलों के माध्यम से साकार रूप से पूरे भारतवासियों और सभी सनातन धर्मावलंबियों के समक्ष आज इस भव्य राम मंदिर के रूप में है। श्री राम मंदिर पर फहराता यह केसरिया ध्वज धर्म का प्रतीक है, मर्यादा का प्रतीक है, सत्य, न्याय और राष्ट्र धर्म का भी प्रतीक है। यह विकसित भारत की संकल्पना का प्रतीक भी है, क्योंकि संकल्प का कोई विकल्प नहीं। और पिछले 11 वर्ष में बदलते हुए भारत को हम सब ने अपनी आंखों से देखा है। एक नया भारत का दर्शन हम कर रहे हैं, जहां पे विरासत और विकास का एक बेहतर समन्वय इसे एक नई ऊंचाई की ओर प्रदान कर रहा है। तो नहीं दरिद्र को दुखी न दीना, नहीं कहो अबुद न लक्षण हीना। 80 करोड़ लोगों को राशन की सुविधा का लाभ, 50 करोड़ लोगों को निःशुल्क स्वास्थ्य की सुविधा का लाभ, हर गरीब के पास जरूरतमंद को एक आवास की सुविधा, हर व्यक्ति को बिना भेदभाव के शासन की सभी प्रकार की सुविधाओं का, यह राम राज्य की उस उद्घोषणा का जिसका आधार विकसित भारत है, यह उसी का संकल्प है। बहनों और भाइयों, पिछले 500 वर्षों में साम्राज्य बदले, पीढ़ियां बदली, किंतु आस्था अडिग रही, अचल रही। आस्था न झुकी और न रुकी। जन जन को विश्वास अटल था। और जब राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ जैसे यशस्वी संगठन के हाथों में कमान आई, तो हर एक मुंह से बिना किसी परवाह करके एक ही उद्घोष निकलता था कि राम लला हम आएंगे, मंदिर वहीं, लाठी गोली खाएंगे, मंदिर वहीं। और एक समय था जब ये वैभवशाली अयोध्या संघर्षों, अराजकता, बदहाली का शिकार बन चुका था। लेकिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन और नेतृत्व में आज अयोध्या उत्सवों की एक वैश्विक राजधानी बन रही है। यहां हर दिन एक पर्व है, हर दान एक प्रताप है और हर दिशा में राम राज्य की पुनर्स्थापना का दिव्य अनुभूति हो रही है। आज श्री राम लला की ये पावन नगरी आस्था और आधुनिकता की, आस्था एवं अर्थव्यवस्था के एक नए युग में प्रवेश कर चुकी है। बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी है। यहां पर धर्मपथ, रामपथ, भक्तिपथ, पंचकोसी और 14 कोसी परिक्रमा के साथ साथ 84 कोसी की परिक्रमा श्रद्धालु और भक्तों को एक नए मार्ग और आस्था को एक नया सम्मान प्रदान कर रही है। महर्षि वाल्मीकि के नाम पर स्थापित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एयरपोर्ट अंतर्राष्ट्रीय और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उस कनेक्टिविटी को बेहतर सुविधा उपलब्ध करवा रही है। हर प्रकार की सुविधा आज अयोध्या धाम में इसे आस्था और आधुनिकता के साथ ही आस्था और अर्थव्यवस्था के एक नए केंद्र के रूप में और देश की पहली सोलर सिटी के रूप में भी इसे सस्टेनेबल स्मार्ट सिटी के रूप में इस नई अयोध्या का दर्शन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में आज हम सबको देखने को मिल रहा है। आज का यह दिन हम सबके लिए, हर भारतवासी के लिए, हर सनातन धर्मावलंबी के लिए आत्म गौरव का दिन है, राष्ट्र गौरव का दिन है। इस अवसर पर अपने व्यस्ततम दिनचर्या से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस कार्यक्रम में समय निकाल करके प्रभु श्री राम के भव्य मंदिर में इस केसरिया ध्वज का आरोहण स्वयं अपने कर कमलों से किया है। मैं इस अवसर पर उनका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करते हुए अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं आदरणीय सरसंघ चालक जी का और अन्य सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों, पूज्य संतों, आप सभी राम भक्तों का मैं हृदय से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हुए अपनी वाणी को देता हूं विराम। जय जय श्री राम।
राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के सरसंघ चालक डॉक्टर मोहन भागवत जी को मैं अपने संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
देश के सम्माननीय यशस्वी और जयस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी आदरणीय नरेंद्र जी मोदी, हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश के सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी श्रीमान योगी जी, राज्यपाल महोदया, मंचस्थ सभी मान्यवर, उपस्थित सज्जन, माता भगिनी, आज हम सबके लिए एक सार्थकता का दिवस है। इतने लोगों ने सपना देखा, इतने लोगों ने प्रयास किए, इतने लोगों ने अपने प्राण अर्पण किए। आज उनकी स्वर्गस्थ आत्मा तृप्त हुई होगी। आज वास्तव में अशोक जी को वहां शांति मिली होगी। महंत रामचंद्र दास जी महाराज, श्रीमान डालमिया जी, कितने संत, कितने गृहस्थ, कितने विद्यार्थी, उन्होंने अपना प्राणार्पण किया, अपना पसीना बहाया। जो पीछे रहे वो भी रोज ये इच्छा मन में व्यक्त करते रहे कि मंदिर बनेगा बनेगा, बन गया। और आज उस मंदिर निर्माण की शास्त्रीय प्रक्रिया पूर्ण हो गई, ध्वजारोहण हो गया। राम राज्य का ध्वज जो कभी अयोध्या में फहराता था और संपूर्ण विश्व में अपने आलोक से सुख शांति प्रदान करता था, वो ध्वज आज फिर से नीचे से ऊपर चढ़ता हुआ और अपने शिखर पर विराजमान होता हुआ हमने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, इसी देह में देखा है। ध्वज प्रतीक होता है। इतना ऊंचा ध्वज चढ़ाना कितना समय लगा आप जानते हैं। मंदिर बनने में भी समय लगा, 500 साल छोड़े तो भी 30 साल तो लगे ही। उस मंदिर के रूप में हमने कुछ तत्वों को ऊपर पहुंचाया है। सारा विश्व जिससे ठीक चलेगा, अपने व्यक्तिगत जीवन, पारिवारिक जीवन से लेकर तो सृष्टि जीवन तक सबका जीवन जिससे ठीक चलेगा, वो धर्म, उस धर्म का प्रतीक भगवा रंग, वह इस ध्वज का रंग है। ये धर्म ध्वज है। इस धर्म ध्वज पर रघुकुल का प्रतीक कोविदार वृक्ष है। वैसे रूप देखा जाए तो कचनार जैसे लगता है। और जो खोजी लोग हैं वो खोज कर कह रहे हैं कि मंदार और पारिजात दो वृक्षों का एक तरह से संकर है। दोनों वृक्षों के गुण, ये दोनों वृक्ष देव वृक्ष कहलाते हैं। दो देव वृक्षों के गुणों का समुच्चय ये वृक्ष है। और ये वृक्ष उस रघुकुल की सत्ता का प्रतीक है। वो सत्ता वृक्ष से व्यक्त होती है, जिसके बारे में कहा गया, छायाम अन्यस्य कुर्वन्ति तिष्ठन्ति स्वयं आतपे। सबके लिए छाया देते हैं, स्वयं धूप में खड़े रहकर। फलान्यपि परार्थाय, फल स्वयं उगाते हैं, दूसरों के लिए बांट देते हैं। वृक्षा सत्पुरुषा इव, वृक्ष सत्पुरुष होते हैं। और कचनार के गुण औषधि भी है। कचनार के वृक्ष का अन्न में भी उपयोग है। सब प्रकार से उपयोगी इस वृक्ष का प्रतीक हमने लगाया है। धर्म जीवन ऐसा जीवन होता है। और ये जीवन जीना है, उस जीवन की प्रतिष्ठा करनी है, इस जीवन का झंडा शिखर तक पहुंचाना है। चाहे जितनी प्रतिकूलता हो, चाहे जितनी कठिनाइयां हो, साधनहीनता हो, सारी दुनिया स्वार्थ में बहती होगी, लेकिन हमारा संकल्प है। सूर्य भगवान उस तेज के, उस संकल्प के प्रतीक है। उनके रथ का एक ही चक्र है। 4 चाक वाली गाड़ियां भी एक्सीडेंट करती है तो एक चक्र चलाना है, और रास्ता खराब भी नहीं, रास्ता है ही नहीं। अधांतर में चलो रथस्य एकम चक्रम। रथ चलाने के लिए 7-7 घोड़े, उनको नियंत्रण करने के लिए सांपों के लगाम है, और रास्ता नहीं है, और सारथी जो है उसके पैर नहीं है। ऐसी गाड़ी चल सकती है क्या? कंप्यूटर में डाटा डालेंगे, कहेंगे नहीं चलेगी। लेकिन बिना थके रोज पूरब से पश्चिम जाना आना सूरज भगवान कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि कार्य की सिद्धि स्वत्व के भरोसे होती है। हिंदू समाज ने लगातार 500 साल और बाद के दीर्घ आंदोलन में अपने इस स्वत्व को सिद्ध किया, और रामलला आ गए, मंदिर बन गया। यही बात सत्य पर आधारित धर्म, सत्य जो प्रतिनिधित्व होता है ओंकार से, वो सारी दुनिया को देने वाला भारत हमको खड़ा करना है। हमारे इस संकल्प का प्रतीक यह राम मंदिर, उसकी प्रक्रिया आज हमने पूरी कर ली है। यह धर्म, यह ज्ञान, यह छाया, यह सुफल संपूर्ण दुनिया में बांटने वाला भारतवर्ष खड़ा करने का काम अपना शुरू हो गया है। उसको, इस प्रतीक को देखकर, हिम्मत रखकर, उसी प्रकार सतत प्रयास करते हुए सब प्रकार की विपरीतताओं में भी हम सबको मिलके करना पड़ेगा। आज ये हमारे कृतार्थता का दिवस है, और आज हमारे संकल्प की पुनरावृत्ति का ये दिवस है। वो संकल्प हमको हमारे पूर्वजों ने दिया है। एतद् देश प्रसूतस्य सकाशाद अग्र जन्मनात्। इस देश के जन्मे हुए अग्र जन्मना है, सबसे प्राचीन है, इसलिए बड़े भाई है। वो ऐसा जीवन जिए कि स्वम स्वम चरित्रम शिक्षेरन पृथिव्याम सर्वमानवा। पृथ्वी के सर्व मानव अपने अपने चरित्र की शिक्षा, जीवन की विद्या भारतवासियों से सीखे। ऐसे भारतवासियों का परम वैभव संपन्न, सर्वशक्ति संपन्न और सबके लिए खुशी बांटने वाला, शांति बांटने वाला, सबको विकास के सुफल देने वाला भारतवर्ष खड़ा करना है। ये विश्व की अपेक्षा है, हमारा कर्तव्य है। मंदिर में श्री राम लला विराजमान है, उनका नाम ले और इस कार्य की गति हम बढ़ाए। इतना एक विषय आपके सामने रखता हूं। जैसा सपना देखा था उन लोगों ने, रामदास स्वामी ने कहा था, स्वप्नी जे देखिले रात्रि ते ते तैसे ची हो तसे। ऐसा सपना उन्होंने देखा था, बिल्कुल वैसा। और मैं कहूं कि उन्होंने जो सपना देखा था उससे भी अधिक भव्य और अधिक सुंदर ये मंदिर बन गया है। हमारे हृदय में वो निश्चय का सृजन करे, तपस का सृजन करे, ये शुभकामना मैं आप सबको देता हूं और मेरे शब्दों को विराम देता हूं।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अपना संबोधन, अपने विचार संपूर्ण विश्व को प्रदान करें, ये निवेदन मैं उनके सम्मुख करता हूं।
सियावर रामचंद्र की, सियावर रामचंद्र की जय सिया राम। उत्तर प्रदेश की राज्यपाल आनंदीबेन पटेल, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक डॉक्टर मोहन भागवत जी, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष पूज्य महंत नृत्य गोपाल दास जी, पूज्य संत समाज, यहां पधारे सभी भक्तगण, देश और दुनिया से इस ऐतिहासिक पल के साक्षी बन रहे कोटि कोटि राम भक्त, देवी और सज्जनों, आज अयोध्या नगरी भारत की सांस्कृतिक चेतना के एक और उत्कर्ष बिंदु की साक्षी बन रही है। आज संपूर्ण भारत, संपूर्ण विश्व राममय है। हर राम भक्त के हृदय में अद्वितीय संतोष है, असीम कृतज्ञता है, अपार अलौकिक आनंद है। सदियों के घाव भर रहे हैं, सदियों की वेदना आज विराम पा रही है। सदियों का संकल्प आज सिद्धि को प्राप्त हो रहा है। आज उस यज्ञ की पूर्णाहुति है जिसकी अग्नि 500 वर्ष तक प्रज्वलित रही। जो यज्ञ एक पल भी आस्था से डिगा नहीं, एक पल भी विश्वास से टूटा नहीं। आज भगवान श्री राम के गर्भगृह की अनंत ऊर्जा, श्री राम परिवार का दिव्य प्रताप इस धर्म ध्वजा के रूप में इस दिव्यतम भव्यतम मंदिर में प्रतिष्ठापित हुआ है। और साथियों, ये धर्म ध्वजा केवल एक ध्वजा नहीं, ये भारतीय सभ्यता के पुनर्जागरण का ध्वज है।
इसका भगवा रंग, इस पर रचित सूर्य वंश की ख्याति, वर्णित ओम शब्द और अंकित कोविदार वृक्ष राम राज्य की कीर्ति को प्रतिरूपित करता है। ये ध्वज संकल्प है, ये ध्वज सफलता है, ये ध्वज संघर्ष से सृजन की गाथा है, ये ध्वज सदियों से चले आ रहे स्वप्नों का साकार स्वरूप है। ये ध्वज संतों की साधना और समाज की सहभागिता की सार्थक परिणति है। साथियों, आने वाली सदियों और सहस्त्र शताब्दियों तक ये धर्म ध्वज प्रभु राम के आदर्शों और सिद्धांतों का उद्घोष करेगा। ये धर्म ध्वज आह्वान करेगा, सत्यमेव जयते नानृतम, यानी जीत सत्य की ही होती है, असत्य की नहीं। ये धर्म ध्वज उद्घोष करेगा, सत्यम एक पदम ब्रह्म सत्य धर्म प्रतिष्ठित, अर्थात सत्य ही ब्रह्म का स्वरूप है, सत्य में ही धर्म स्थापित है। ये धर्म ध्वज प्रेरणा बनेगा, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाहि, अर्थात जो कहा जाए वही किया जाए। ये धर्म ध्वज संदेश देगा, कर्म प्रधान विश्व रची राखा, अर्थात विश्व में कर्म और कर्तव्य की प्रधानता हो। ये धर्म ध्वज कामना करेगा, बैर न विग्रह आस न त्रासा, सुखमय ताही सदा सब आशा, यानी भेदभाव, पीड़ा, परेशानी से मुक्ति, समाज में शांति और सुख हो। ये धर्म ध्वज हमें संकल्पित करेगा, नहीं दरिद्र को दुखी न दीना, यानी हम ऐसा समाज बनाएं जहां गरीबी न हो, कोई दुखी या लाचार न हो। साथियों, हमारे ग्रंथों में कहा गया है, आरोपितम ध्वजम दृष्ट्वा, ये अभिनंदनित धार्मिका ते अपि सर्वे प्रमुच्यते महापातक कोटि भी, यानी जो लोग किसी कारण मंदिर नहीं आ पाते और दूर से मंदिर के ध्वज को प्रणाम कर लेते हैं, उन्हें भी उतना ही पुण्य मिल जाता है। साथियों, ये धर्म ध्वज भी इस मंदिर के ध्येय का प्रतीक है। ये ध्वज दूर से ही राम लला की जन्मभूमि के दर्शन कराएगा और युगों युगों तक प्रभु श्री राम के आदेशों और प्रेरणाओं को मानव मात्र तक पहुंचाएगा। साथियों, मैं संपूर्ण विश्व के करोड़ों राम भक्तों को इस अविस्मरणीय क्षण की, इस अद्वितीय अवसर की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं आज उन सभी भक्तों को भी प्रणाम करता हूं, हर उस दानवीर का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिसने राम मंदिर निर्माण के लिए अपना सहयोग दिया। मैं राम मंदिर के निर्माण से जुड़े हर श्रमवीर, हर कारीगर, हर योजनाकार, हर वास्तुकार, सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, अयोध्या वह भूमि है जहां आदर्श आचरण में बदलते हैं। यही वह नगरी है जहां श्री श्री राम ने अपना जीवन पथ शुरू किया था। इसी अयोध्या ने संसार को बताया कि एक व्यक्ति कैसे समाज की शक्ति से, उसके संस्कारों से पुरुषोत्तम बनता है। जब श्री राम अयोध्या से वनवास को गए तो वे युवराज राम थे, लेकिन जब लौटे तो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम बनकर के आए और उनके मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम बनने में महर्षि वशिष्ठ का ज्ञान, महर्षि विश्वामित्र की दीक्षा, महर्षि अगस्त्य का मार्गदर्शन, निषाद राज की मित्रता, मां शबरी की ममता, भक्त हनुमान का समर्पण, इन सब की अनगिनत ऐसे लोगों की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। साथियों, विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए भी समाज की इसी सामूहिक शक्ति की आवश्यकता है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि राम मंदिर का दिव्य प्रांगण भारत के सामूहिक सामर्थ्य की भी चेतना स्थली बन रहा है। यहां 7 मंदिर बने हैं। यहां माता शबरी का मंदिर बना है, जो जनजातीय समाज के प्रेम भाव और आतिथ्य परंपरा की प्रतिमूर्ति है। यहां निषादराज का मंदिर बना है। ये उस मित्रता का साक्षी है जो साधन नहीं, साध्य को, उसकी भावना को पूजती है। यहां एक ही स्थान पर माता अहिल्या है, महर्षि वाल्मीकि है, महर्षि वशिष्ठ है, महर्षि विश्वामित्र है, महर्षि अगस्त्य है और संत तुलसीदास है। राम लला के साथ साथ इन सभी ऋषियों के दर्शन भी यहीं पर होते हैं। यहां जटायु जी और गिलहरी की मूर्तियां भी है, जो बड़े संकल्पों की सिद्धि के लिए हर छोटे से छोटे प्रयास के महत्व को दिखाती है। मैं आज हर देशवासी से कहूंगा कि वो जब भी राम मंदिर आए तो सप्त मंदिर के दर्शन भी अवश्य करें। ये मंदिर हमारी आस्था के साथ साथ मित्रता, कर्तव्य और सामाजिक सद्भाव के मूल्यों को भी शक्ति देते हैं। साथियों, हम सब जानते हैं, हमारे राम भेद से नहीं, भाव से जुड़ते हैं। उनके लिए व्यक्ति का कुल नहीं, उसकी भक्ति महत्वपूर्ण है। उन्हें वंश नहीं, मूल्य प्रिय है। उन्हें शक्ति नहीं, सहयोग महान लगता है। आज हम भी उसी भावना से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। पिछले 11 वर्षों में महिला, दलित, पिछड़े, अति पिछड़े, आदिवासी, युवा, हर वर्ग को विकास के केंद्र में रखा गया है। जब देश का हर व्यक्ति, हर वर्ग, हर क्षेत्र सशक्त होगा, तब संकल्प की सिद्धि में सबका प्रयास लगेगा और सबके प्रयास से ही 2047 जब देश आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, हमें 2047 तक विकसित भारत का निर्माण करना ही होगा। साथियों, राम लला की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैंने राम से राष्ट्र के संकल्प की चर्चा की थी। मैंने कहा था कि हमें आने वाले 1000 वर्षों के लिए भारत की नींव मजबूत करनी है। हमें याद रखना है, जो सिर्फ वर्तमान का सोचते हैं वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों के साथ अन्याय करते हैं। हमें वर्तमान के साथ साथ भावी पीढ़ियों के बारे में भी सोचना है, क्योंकि हम जब नहीं थे ये देश तब भी था, जब हम नहीं रहेंगे ये देश तब भी रहेगा। हम एक जीवंत समाज है, हमें दूरदृष्टि के साथ ही काम करना होगा। हमें आने वाले दशकों, आने वाली सदियों को ध्यान में रखना ही होगा। और साथियों, इसके लिए भी हमें प्रभु राम से सीखना होगा। हमें उनके व्यक्तित्व को समझना होगा, हमें उनके व्यवहार को आत्मसात करना होगा। हमें याद रखना होगा, राम यानी आदर्श, राम यानी मर्यादा, राम यानी जीवन का सर्वोच्च चरित्र, राम यानी सत्य और पराक्रम का संगम। दिव्य गुणे शक्र समो रामः सत्य पराक्रमः। राम यानी धर्म पथ पर चलने वाला व्यक्तित्व। रामः सत्पुरुषो लोके सत्यः सत्यपरायणः। राम यानी जनता के सुख को सर्वोपरि रखना, प्रजा सुखत्वे चंद्रस्य। राम यानी धर्म और क्षमा का दरिया। वसुधाया क्षमा गुणे है। राम यानी ज्ञान और विवेक की पराकाष्ठा। बुद्धया बृहस्पते तुल्य। राम यानी कोमलता में दृढ़ता। मृदु पूर्वज भाषते। राम यानी कृतज्ञता का सर्वोच्च उदाहरण। कदाचन नोपकारेण कृति नैकेन तुष्यति। राम यानी श्रेष्ठ संगति का चयन। शीला वृद्धे ज्ञान वृद्धे वयोवृद्धे च सज्जने। राम यानी विनम्रता में महाबल। वीर्यवान च वीर्येण महता स्वेन विस्मितः। राम यानी सत्य का अडिग संकल्प। न च अनुत्र कथो विद्वान। राम यानी जागरूक, अनुशासित और निष्कपट मन। निस्तिंद्र अपम्रत च स्वदोष परदोषवित। साथियों, राम सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति नहीं, राम एक मूल्य है, एक मर्यादा है, एक दिशा है। अगर भारत को साल 2047 तक विकसित बनाना है, अगर समाज को सामर्थ्यवान बनाना है, तो हमें अपने भीतर राम को जगाना होगा। हमें अपने भीतर के राम की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करनी होगी। और इस संकल्प के लिए आज से बेहतर दिन और क्या हो सकता है। साथियों, 25 नवंबर का यह ऐतिहासिक दिन अपनी विरासत पर गर्व का एक और अद्भुत क्षण लेकर आया है। इसकी वजह है धर्म ध्वजा पर अंकित कोविदार वृक्ष। ये कोविदार वृक्ष इस बात का उदाहरण है कि जब हम अपनी जड़ों से कट जाते हैं तो हमारा वैभव इतिहास के पन्नों में दब जाता है। साथियों, जब भारत अपनी सेना के साथ चित्रकूट पहुंचे तो लक्ष्मण ने दूर से ही अयोध्या की सेना को पहचान लिया। ये कैसे हुआ? इसका वर्णन वाल्मीकि जी ने किया है। और वाल्मीकि जी ने क्या वर्णन किया है? उन्होंने कहा है, विराजित उद्गत स्कंधम कोविदार ध्वजः रथे। लक्ष्मण कहते हैं, राम, सामने जो तेजस्वी प्रकाश में विशाल वृक्ष जैसा ध्वज दिखाई दे रहा है, वही अयोध्या की सेना का ध्वज है। उस पर कोविदार का शुभ चिन्ह अंकित है। साथियों, आज जब राम मंदिर के प्रांगण में कोविदार फिर से प्रतिष्ठित हो रहा है, यह केवल एक वृक्ष की वापसी नहीं है, यह हमारी स्मृति की वापसी है, हमारी अस्मिता का पुनर्जागरण है, हमारी स्वाभिमानी सभ्यता का पुनः उद्घोष है। कोविदार वृक्ष हमें याद दिलाता है कि जब हम अपनी पहचान भूलते हैं तो हम स्वयं को खो देते हैं, और जब पहचान लौटती है तो राष्ट्र का आत्मविश्वास भी लौट आता है। और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो अपनी विरासत पर गर्व करना होगा। साथियों, अपनी विरासत पर गर्व के साथ साथ एक और बात भी महत्वपूर्ण है, और वो है गुलामी की मानसिकता से पूरी तरह मुक्ति। आज से 190 साल पहले 190 साल पहले साल 1835 में 1835 में मैकाले नाम के एक अंग्रेज ने भारत को अपनी जड़ों से उखाड़ने के बीज बोए थे। मैकाले ने भारत में मानसिक गुलामी की नींव रखी थी। 10 साल बाद यानी 2035 में उस अपवित्र घटना को 200 वर्ष पूरे हो रहे हैं। कुछ दिन पहले मैंने एक कार्यक्रम में आग्रह किया था कि हमें आने वाले 10 वर्षों तक उस 10 वर्षों का लक्ष्य लेकर चलना है कि भारत को गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्त करके रहेंगे। साथियों, सबसे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य यह है कि मैकाले ने जो कुछ सोचा था उसका प्रभाव कहीं व्यापक हुआ। हमें आजादी मिली, लेकिन हीन भावना से मुक्ति नहीं मिली। हमारे यहां एक विकार आ गया कि विदेश की हर चीज, हर व्यवस्था अच्छी है और जो हमारी अपनी चीजें हैं उनमें खोट ही खोट है। साथियों, गुलामी की यही मानसिकता है जिसने लगातार यह स्थापित किया। हमने विदेशों से लोकतंत्र लिया। कहा गया कि हमारा संविधान भी विदेश से प्रेरित है, जबकि सच ये है कि भारत लोकतंत्र की जननी है, मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। लोकतंत्र हमारे डीएनए में है। साथियों, अगर आप तमिलनाडु जाएंगे तो तमिलनाडु के उत्तरी हिस्से में उत्तीर मेरूर गांव है। वहां हजारों वर्ष पहले का एक शिलालेख है। उसमें बताया गया है कि उस कालखंड में भी कैसे लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से शासन व्यवस्था चलती थी, लोग कैसे सरकार चुनते थे। लेकिन हमारे यहां तो मैग्ना कार्टा की प्रशंसा का ही चलन रहा। हमारे यहां भगवान बसवन्ना
उनके अनुभव मंटपा की जानकारी भी सीमित रखी गई। अनुभव मंटपा यानी जहां सामाजिक, धार्मिक और आर्थिक विषयों पर सार्वजनिक बहस होती थी, जहां सामूहिक सहमति से निर्णय लिए जाते थे। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के कारण इस भारत की कितनी ही पीढ़ियों को इस जानकारी से भी वंचित रखा गया। साथियों, हमारी व्यवस्था के हर कोने में गुलामी की इस मानसिकता ने डेरा डाला हुआ था। अब याद करिए, भारतीय नौसेना का ध्वज सदियों तक उस ध्वज पर ऐसे प्रतीक बने रहे जिनका हमारी सभ्यता, हमारी शक्ति, हमारी विरासत से कोई संबंध नहीं था। अब हमने नौसेना के ध्वज से गुलामी के हर प्रतीक को हटाया है। हमने छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की विरासत को स्थापित किया है। और ये सिर्फ एक डिजाइन में बदलाव नहीं हुआ, ये मानसिकता बदलने का क्षण था। ये वो घोषणा थी कि भारत अब अपनी शक्ति अपने प्रतीकों से परिभाषित करेगा, न कि किसी और की विरासत से। और साथियों, यही परिवर्तन आज अयोध्या में भी दिख रहा है। साथियों, ये गुलामी की मानसिकता ही है जिसने इतने वर्षों तक रामत्व को नकारा है। भगवान राम अपने आप में एक वैल्यू सिस्टम है। ओरछा के राजा राम से लेकर रामेश्वरम के भक्त राम तक और शबरी के प्रभु राम से लेकर मिथिला के पाहुन राम जी तक भारत के हर घर में, हर भारतीय के मन में और भारतवर्ष के हर कण कण में राम है। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता इतनी हावी हो गई कि प्रभु राम को भी काल्पनिक घोषित किया जाने लगा। साथियों, अगर हम ठान ले अगले 10 साल में मानसिक गुलामी से पूरी तरह मुक्ति पा लेंगे, और तब जाकर के ऐसी ज्वाला प्रज्वलित होगी, ऐसा आत्मविश्वास बढ़ेगा कि 2047 तक विकसित भारत का सपना पूरा होने से भारत को कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा। आने वाले 1000 वर्ष के लिए भारत की नींव तभी सशक्त होगी जब मैकाले की गुलामी के प्रोजेक्ट को हम अगले 10 साल में पूरी तरह ध्वस्त करके दिखा देंगे। साथियों, अयोध्या धाम में राम लला का मंदिर परिसर भव्य से भव्यतम हो रहा है और साथ ही अयोध्या को संवारने का काम लगातार जारी है। आज अयोध्या फिर से वह नगरी बन रही है जो दुनिया के लिए उदाहरण बनेगी। त्रेता युग की अयोध्या ने मानवता को नीति दी। 21वीं सदी की अयोध्या मानवता को विकास का नया मॉडल दे रही है। तब अयोध्या मर्यादा का केंद्र थी, अब अयोध्या विकसित भारत का मेरुदंड बनकर उभर रही है। साथियों, भविष्य की अयोध्या में पौराणिकता और नूतनता का संगम होगा। सरयू जी की अमृत धारा और विकास की धारा एक साथ बहेगी। यहां आध्यात्म और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस दोनों का तालमेल दिखेगा। राम पथ, भक्ति पथ और जन्मभूमि पथ से नई अयोध्या के दर्शन होते हैं। अयोध्या में भव्य एयरपोर्ट है। अयोध्या में आज शानदार रेलवे स्टेशन है। वंदे भारत और अमृत भारत एक्सप्रेस जैसी ट्रेनें अयोध्या को बाकी देश से जोड़ रही हैं। अयोध्या वासियों को सुविधाएं मिले, उनके जीवन में समृद्धि आए, इसके लिए निरंतर काम चल रहा है। साथियों, जब से प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई है तब से लेकर आज तक करीब 45 करोड़ श्रद्धालु यहां दर्शन के लिए आ चुके हैं। ये वो पवित्र भूमि है जहां 45 करोड़ लोगों के चरण रज पड़े हैं और इससे अयोध्या और आसपास के लोगों की आय में आर्थिक परिवर्तन आया है, वृद्धि हुई है। कभी अयोध्या विकास के पैमानों में बहुत पीछे थी, आज अयोध्या नगरी यूपी के अग्रणी शहरों में से एक बन रही है। साथियों, एक गुण है, आजादी के बाद के 70 साल में भारत विश्व की 11वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना। 70 साल में 11वीं, लेकिन पिछले 11 साल में ही भारत विश्व की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन चुका है। और वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था भी बन जाएगा। आने वाला समय नए अवसरों का है, नई संभावनाओं का है और इस अहम कालखंड में भी भगवान राम के विचार ही हमारी प्रेरणा बनेंगे। जब श्री राम के सामने रावण विजय जैसा विशाल लक्ष्य था, तब उन्होंने कहा था, सौरज धीरज ते ही रथ चाका, सत्यशील दृढ़ ध्वज पताका, बल विवेक दम परहित गोरे, क्षमा कृपा समता रजु जोरे। यानी रावण पर विजय पाने के लिए जो रथ चाहिए, शौर्य और धैर्य उसके पहिए हैं, उसकी ध्वजा सत्य और अच्छे आचरण की है, बल विवेक संयम और परोपकार इस रथ के घोड़े हैं, लगाम के रूप में क्षमा दया और समता है जो रथ को सही दिशा में रखते हैं। साथियों, विकसित भारत की यात्रा को गति देने के लिए ऐसा ही रथ चाहिए, ऐसा रथ जिसके पहिए शौर्य और धैर्य हो, यानी चुनौतियों से टकराने का साहस भी हो और परिणाम आने तक दृढ़ता से डटे रहने का धैर्य भी हो। ऐसा रथ जिसकी ध्वजा सत्य और सर्वोच्च आचरण हो, यानी नीति नियत और नैतिकता से समझौता कभी न हो। ऐसा रथ जिसके घोड़े बल विवेक संयम और परोपकार हो, यानी शक्ति भी हो बुद्धि भी हो अनुशासन भी हो और दूसरों के हित का भाव भी हो। ऐसा रथ जिसकी लगाम क्षमा करुणा और संभाव हो, यानी जहां सफलता का अहंकार नहीं और असफलता में भी दूसरों के प्रति सम्मान बना रहे। और इसलिए मैं आदरपूर्वक कहता हूं, ये पल कंधे से कंधा मिलाने का है, ये पल गति बढ़ाने का है। हमें वो भारत बनाना है जो राम राज्य से प्रेरित हो, और ये तभी संभव है जब स्वयं हित से पहले देश हित होगा, जब राष्ट्रहित सर्वोपरि रहेगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। जय सिया राम, जय सिया राम, जय सिया राम।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सरसंघ चालक जी अब यहां से विदा लेंगे। आप सब बंधु खड़े होकर उनके आगमन पर अपनी कृतज्ञता व्यक्त कर सकते हैं।
So that was the flag hoisting ceremony at the Ram temple. The entire temple, the first, second floors, the Shikhar, the complex, all have been completed now. And with the flag hoisting, what has happened is it marks the completion of the entire process. Remember, the 2019 Ram Temple or Ram Janmabhoomi judgment was barely 6 years ago. In 2020, the foundation was laid for the new Ram Temple. In 2024, the consecration was done, and since then, there's been a steady stream of devotees coming in to take darshan of Ram Lalla. And now, finally, towards the end of 2025, the entire temple complex is completed. The flag hoisting has been done. And with that, as Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, what has happened is that wounds of centuries have healed. The torture of centuries that lasted 500 years has come to an end. That this is a new moment for an India which is steeped in its civilizational ethos, marked by the Ram Temple and what Lord Ram stands for. While speaking at the ceremony, the Prime Minister has once again reiterated his message of mental slavery, of wanting to get rid of the mental slavery that has been ingrained in Indians. And he has, of course, talked about Macaulay-led system from 1835. He has talked about how in 2035, in 10 years from now, 200 years of that system that uprooted Indians from its own civilization or cut it off will complete 200 years. And he says, if we all come together, then in the next 10 years, we can rid ourselves of that slave mentality. My colleague Aman Sharma is also joining us. Aman, the Prime Minister giving out that symbolic message, not just of the fact that this temple, of course, stands for what it stands for, but also the fact that mental slavery that has been ingrained in us because of the system left behind by Macaulays of the world, that system needs to be uprooted.
Well, absolutely, Shivani. I think a very deep meaning address, I would say, by the Prime Minister. He dwelled into the past, he dwelled into the present, and also gave a roadmap for the future in the address that is given. As the past, he mentioned that how Macaulay set in the mindset of slavery into the country 190 years ago. He said that mindset of slavery was instilled into Indians, and within the next 10 years, after the next 10 years, we must get completely rid of that mindset of slavery. The Prime Minister also very clearly saying that the pain of centuries over the Ram Temple, the Ram Temple not coming up, there was a pain amongst the people. To quote him, he said, centuries old wounds have begun to heal now. The pain of centuries finds rest today. He said there's a moment of joy, there's a moment of glory, there's a moment of pride amongst the people who are coming to the Ram Temple, seeing the expanse of it, seeing the huge, scale of the Ram Temple which has come up, which has now been completed. The Prime Minister also saying that nearly 45 crore devotees have come to the Ram Temple since the Pran Pratishthan happened around 22 months ago. 45 crore is a huge number, Shivani. About 25 crore is the population of Uttar Pradesh. So you can imagine the kind of numbers which have come to Ayodhya. Even we are here today, you can see behind me this huge sea of people near the Lata Chowk, and though the Mandir is closed today, still so many people are here today itself listening to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister address was being played out on the screens here at Lata Chowk for the people who could not go inside, because inside the invitee list was limited to 5,000 to 6,000 people. But the Prime Minister saying that this today marks the completion of the sacred yagna which was kept alive for 500 years. Also, I think the Prime Minister dwelling into the present when he's saying that Lord Ram is not just a person, Lord Ram is a value. So to achieve the aim of a developed India by 2047, we must all invoke the Ram in us. That's a very important statement. The Prime Minister is saying that we must awaken the Ram within us to achieve developed India, because Lord Ram never believed in any division. Lord Ram believed in emotion, Lord Ram believed in togetherness, and that is how India needs to move forward in the run-up to 2047. He also spoke about the Dharam Dhwaj, which was installed by him, hoisted up by him on the top of the Ram Temple. The Prime Minister saying that Dharam Dhwaj will be the first sight of the Ram Janmabhoomi from afar when one comes to Ayodhya. This will carry the message of Sri Ram for humanity to the humanity for ages. This is now a permanent structure on the top of the Ram temple. He also gave his greetings to crores of devotees, on this divine occasion. The Prime Minister also one interesting line I found, that we must take pride in our virasat. We must take pride in our heritage. India is a country which he said is the mother of democracy. A lot has been said in the past that our constitution is borrowed from abroad, but in fact, India is the mother of democracy. Indians must take pride in their heritage, because this is something, the virasat, basically what the Prime Minister speaks about, which has led to the, the renovation and the coming up of the Ram temple in Ayodhya, the Kashi Vishwanath temple corridor in Varanasi, or be it the Mathura project, which has also been coming up. The Prime Minister, Shivani, also mentioning about the 7 other temples which have come inside the Ram temple premises. He went to each of these temples before going to the Ram Lalla deity, saying that, the temple of Nishad Raj, Mata Shabri, all this honors, Mata Shabri's temple, he said, honors tribal love, devotion. Nishad Raj temple honors the friendship which Lord Ram and Nishad Raj had. And they said these 7 temples actually portray India's spiritual unity. I think, again, a very important statement made by the Prime Minister. But today we had the sight of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, Yogi Adityanath and the Prime Minister together on stage. I think also a very strong symbol being sent out. The Prime Minister clearly saying that Ram values devotion over caste, it also values over lineage, it values cooperation over power. And today India is moving ahead with the same spirit when it aims to be a developed country by 2047, but with the ideals of Lord Ram.
Yes. Aman, stay with us. Just to recap the ceremony that took place today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and of course UP Governor, UP Chief Minister, both were there. But the ultimate honours of hoisting that flag, of course, via an automatic system, was done by the Prime Minister and the RSS Chief. Both also performed prayers at not just the main temple, but also the newly opened Ram Darbar and the 7 temples around the complex. This flag rose atop the temple. The atmosphere, of course, reverberated with chants and shlokas, filling the air with devotion and spiritual energy. And this event has been attended by as many as 7,000 people, a lot of dignitaries who are there in that temple complex, and thousands of devotees are also witnessing this occasion, but of course all around Ayodhya city, all around the country and around the world, online and on TV screens like this one. But this has been, of course, possible after a high security arrangement that was made specifically for this event. Looking forward, the message that the Prime Minister has given today is once again, it's a reiteration, Aman, of the message he had given at a speech barely a week ago. So the Prime Minister already kind of outlining what needs to be done further. He has a 2047 vision marking 100 years of Indian independence, but he's also talking about those 200 years of Macaulay-led education system. The question though is, what is the government planning to do about this? Because some of the criticisms have been that we haven't really done enough in this regard.
Well, Shivani, see, I think there is a lot of work which is in progress. If you see the new education policy or the various steps that the Modi government has taken, except I think directed towards ridding Indians of this mentality of slavery, that you like everything which is abroad or comes from abroad, and but you don't appreciate what is made in India. The Prime Minister in fact has been saying a lot in the last 2 months about Atmanirbharta, about only buying things which are made in India. A lot of focus on Swadeshi, especially after Operation Sindoor had happened, and the Prime Minister came out and gave this carrion call for Swadeshi in the country. Many people in fact have taken up that call. We have seen ministries, government departments pushing it ahead. But yes, I would admit that not much has been done on this front in the past. But now I think the government is planning to go ahead a lot with it, and we see the Prime Minister's words today also. Again, again he's brought the point of Macaulay ahead, that Macaulay in 1835, said that he instilled the slavery into Indians, in the minds of Indians. That needs to be get rid of. Indians need to take pride of their heritage. Hamari virasat mein, you need to take pride in that. That is what the Prime Minister is saying, and that is the concept with which Vikas bhi or Virasat bhi, these are the 2 models that the Modi government has moved on with. The Virasat model we see at display at the Ram Janambhoomi in Ayodhya, as I said, at Kashi Vishwanath, at Mathura, where are ancient temples, be it even Somnath, for example, the beautification project which is has happened there, to bring back that glory of our famous Hindu temples, to bring back the astha which people had in these temples, and that is why you see the increased numbers going to 45 crore people coming to Ayodhya in less than 22 months is no mean achievement. This was a city which just saw 60 lakh pilgrims in 1 year in 2020 before the Ram temple had come up. So clearly the government has big plans, and now since the Ram temple complex is fully complete, it has taken 4 years, but yes, the Ram temple complex is now fully complete, and that is what is bringing people not just from India, even people coming from abroad here. I have got calls from abroad from my relatives who want to come to Ayodhya to see the Ram temple, because they say this is our virasat, and this is something they thank the Modi government for reviving it, for ensuring that Lord Ram gets a temple which is befitting the emotions and the astha of the millions of people.
Yes. The Prime Minister has often talked about, Aman, how if you get uprooted from your own, civilizational ethos, then you cannot be a nation of glory. And I think he's also talking about some of what has happened in past for India. And then, it ties in that entire attack on Macaulay-led education system. It's not just the use of the English language. It's also, of course, looking down upon whatever was Indian, our own rituals, customs, our own belief system. And he's tying that to the ideal of Ram today. He, in fact, said that Ram himself is a value system. There is an entire education in the learnings and the teachings, or the life of Ram himself, and he's basically talking about how if we reclaim what was our own value systems, we wouldn't be left behind as India was.
Well, absolutely, Shivani, and he in his speech he's also brought back that attack on the Congress party without naming it, when he said that some people even described Ram as a mythological character.
Yes.
This is the classic Congress argument given in the Supreme Court when the Ram Setu arguments were happening. The Prime Minister bringing that back to say that in the past, our own country, our own earlier governments tried to play down the significance of Ram. And, he clearly saying that Ram is not just a person. As you said, it is a value system. It is the values that are instilled in every person. There is a Lord Ram in every person, the Prime Minister has said. And it is time to awaken the Ram inside us, to awaken those values of harmony, to awaken those democratic values, because he said India is a mother of democracy. Another interesting line he said, which I was saying that, he's saying that the centuries-old wounds have now finally healed. Over the years, people, especially Hindus in our country, had this pain that, when you came to the Ram temple in Ayodhya, I've been here in 2005, I think I've coming here many times in the last 2 decades. It was very painful to see the Lord Ram, Lalla, Deity, inside a dirty small tent. People used to come and even mistake that tent to be a security tent, till the priest used to point to them that no, this is actually the Ram Lalla Deity and the Ram Lalla temple. That has taken years of pain. Everybody who came there, I met people at that point of time, 2019, I remember when I came last, when that old tent was there. People were so pained on seeing Ram Lalla under that tent that they used to say, some used to vow that we will never return to Ayodhya till a Ram temple is built. And I think that is why when now a magnificent Ram temple has been built, you see people coming from states. I met people here from Tamil Nadu, from Kerala, from Maharashtra, from abroad, foreigners coming here in big numbers, in fact, to see the Ram temple. So I think this is that awakening which has come, because Ram temple has become such a magnificent, grand structure now that people actually want to see, take pride in their heritage. I think the Prime Minister saying that that pain of those centuries now finds rest today. So I think that is a very significant statement. First, the Pran Pratishthan happening on January 22nd, 2024, and now today on 25th November 2025, the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony being complete. I think a lot of milestones have been met. The Ram temple will continue to grow maybe in the months to come. I'm hearing from the authorities, some of the works will continue to happen, but now the entire temple complex is there in all its grandeur for all of us to see.
Yes. And in Prime Minister's message today, he also talked about how his government has been taking steps, and he wants to, of course, take this further in the next 10 years to rid Indians of that slave mentality. And he's particularly mentioned, Aman, about that 2022 decision of the government where the British ensign or the British signature to the Navy ensign was removed, and it was taken, a new ensign was revealed, that with the legacy of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. So he's just talking about, these often seen as small actions, but actions that can rid India of this colonial mindset, the slave mentality, and also instill confidence, which he has said in the past. For example, at that lecture speech that he gave, he had talked about how India's self-confidence was eroded because of this colonial mindset and everything that was done. He's talking about some of the measures that the government has been taking, but it gives us an insight on what he wants to do, possibly over the next 10 years. One of the other missions, for example, he's also talked about in Independence Day speech earlier this year is demography mission. So these speeches kind of give you a glimpse of what Narendra Modi is thinking.
Well, absolutely, Shivani. You know, the Navy insignia change, in fact, was a major change, and the government at that point of time had clearly pointed out why they were doing it. You know, the renaming like of Kartavya Path in Delhi, the renaming of the Prime Minister's residence to Lok Kalyan Marg. You know, many of these steps have been taken. Some people call it maybe symbolic, but I think there's a deeper meaning behind all these changes because it tries to instill that sense of pride to getting rid of that colonial mindset, the British era mindset, you know, which still exists in many parts of our country, in fact, many parts of the capital. And I think the government's focus has been very clear that we need to focus on Swadeshi, we need to focus on Make in India, we need to take pride in our own heritage and our own culture. And the Prime Minister today, I think, giving a very clear message that the Lord Ram, in fact, stands for all these ideals. Lord Ram stands for all these values. It's time to imbibe those values, awaken the Lord Ram in us. I think that is what the big takeaway line today is from the Prime Minister, that we need to awaken the Ram in us. We all have Ram inside us, but maybe we don't realize it, maybe we don't awaken it, because if we don't do that, we won't be able to achieve a developed India by 2047, a developed India which is Atmanirbhar, a developed India which is self-sufficient, and a truly made in India won't be possible if people don't invoke the Lord Ram in them.
Yes. Let's also talk about what Mohan Bhagwat said, Aman. He said that for 500 years, Hindus fought relentlessly to make this temple a reality. He also went on to say that this is a dream come true for all of those who strived for it, but also possibly the temple, the way it has come forward, is better than the dream that was dreamt by many. He also paid homage to VHP chief Ashok Singhal, who had passed away a few days ago.
Well, yes, I think Mohan Bhagwat's speech also, Shivani, very, very significant. Him saying, the RSS chief saying that the Ram temple has come up in a more grand way than even he imagined, I think is a big, big compliment to the Ram Temple Trust, to Mr. Champat Rai, to Mr. Nripendra Mishra, who have worked tirelessly over the last 5 years to ensure that the blueprint of the Ram temple is translated into the reality, into the grandeur that everyone imagined. Yes, when we all came for the Pran Pratishthan, and Mr. Mohan Bhagwat had also come for the Pran Pratishthan, at that time only the ground floor of the temple was complete, where the Ram Lalla's new Murti was installed. But now you saw today Mohan Bhagwat and Prime Minister going to the first floor also, to the grand Ram Darbar, you know, which has been, which is now in place, going all the 9 smaller temples which are there in the temple complex also, Mata Annapurna, the other small, so the Saptrishi temples which are there, you know, going to each one of them, and that is the expanse, I think, which has impressed the RSS, that the way the temple has come up is magnificent, even beyond what Mohan Bhagwat or the RSS may have dreamt of, that the shape of the temple will be. In fact, a couple of days ago, Mohan Bhagwat had said that, you know, India was subjected to a lot of, our religious places were demolished. We underwent a lot of torture for many years, but now those days of the past slavery, those days of the past bad omens are all over. The days of glory are back. We are installing a saffron Dhwaj atop the Ram temple. So I think a big sense of pride also in what Mohan Bhagwat was today saying. This was an occasion where both Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and the Prime Minister were together after, I think, a gap of almost 9 to 10 months. Last time we had seen them together in Nagpur at the RSS headquarters. So I think the image of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and Mr. Modi together inside the Ram temple, together inside the Ram Darbar, are also very, very significant. Shows the close bond between both the leaders. I think a close bond between both the BJP and the RSS, of how they are on the same page. But I think Mr. Mohan Bhagwat also paying a tribute to Mr. Ashok Singhal, very, very important, because he is the original, proponent of the Ram Temple, Ram Janambhoomi movement, somebody who gave much of his life towards this cause. And today he may not be alive, but, his dream has been realized by the BJP, the RSS and the Ram Temple Trust.
Yes. Aman, I do thank you for joining us, and of course we'll keep coming back to you for more. Right now I'm also joined by my colleague Amit Singh, who's joining us. Amit, give us a sense of what's happening around you. क्या हो रहा है? अब प्रोग्राम खत्म हो गया है, ध्वजारोहण हो गया है, उसके बाद अब क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे अयोध्या में?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, भव्य दिव्य अलौकिक ध्वजारोहण का जो कार्यक्रम था वो पूरा हो चुका है और जाहिर तौर पे पूरा होने के बाद अब जो वीवीआईपी गेस्ट हैं वो अब बाहर निकलने लगे हैं। वीवीआईपी गेस्ट पहले दर्शन कर रहे हैं भगवान श्री राम के और उसके बाद वो श्री राम मंदिर के गेट नंबर 11 से वो बाहर निकल रहे हैं। और अगर हम बात करें तो आज सबने वो तस्वीरें देखी किस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, आरएसएस प्रमुख मोहन भागवत एक फ्रेम में एक तरीके से ध्वजारोहण कार्यक्रम में भगवान श्री राम मंदिर का वो उपस्थित थे। एक तस्वीर मैं आपको यहाँ पर दिखा देता हूँ, जरा तस्वीर देखिए। वीवीआईपी गेस्ट जिनको बुलाया गया था ध्वजारोहण कार्यक्रम में, और आज कुछ उस तरीके के वीवीआईपी नहीं थे। आज अयोध्या वासी ही वीवीआईपी थे। यहाँ पर अयोध्या वासी ही वीवीआईपी थे। अयोध्या के लोकल लोग, संगठन से जुड़े हुए लोग, संघ से जुड़े हुए लोग, उन्हें आज बुलाया गया था। और मेरे साथ यहाँ पर कई लोग हैं, सीधे इनसे बातचीत करते हैं। जय श्री राम का उद्घोष कर रहे थे भी आप।
जय जय श्री राम,
जय जय। तो आज अयोध्या के सड़कों पे जय जय श्री राम के उद्घोष ही चल रहा है, क्या कहेंगे? देख रहे हैं वीवीआईपी निकल रहे हैं आप।
बहुत ही दिव्य कार्यक्रम रहा। आदरणीय योगी जी, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो अयोध्या के लिए किया वो अतुलनीय है। वो उसके बारे में उससे अच्छा कुछ हो नहीं सकता है।
सारे गेस्टों को आप बाहर निकलते हुए देख रहे हैं आप?
बिल्कुल देख रहा हूँ और हृदय और पूरा एक रोम मेरा रोमांचित है। अवर्णनीय है आज का दिन।
आप लोगों ने ध्वज को देखा लहराते हुए अब आसमान में?
बिल्कुल लाइव
देखा।
कैसा लग रहा है? बहुत अच्छा लगेगा, दिल को बहुत सुकून मिल रहा है।
सुकून मिल रहा है। ध्वज को देखा आपने? बेटा आपने देखा? तो देखिए, सड़क के किनारे यहाँ पर मैं अपने वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट कमलेश से कहूंगा कि एक तस्वीर दिखाएं, जहां भी कैमरा पैन होगा आपको जय श्री राम का उद्घोष और साथ ही साथ सड़क के किनारे अयोध्या वासियों को देखेंगे। वही वो अयोध्या वासी जिन्हें आज इनविटेशन मिला था ध्वजारोहण कार्यक्रम में। आज कुछ बाहर के गेस्ट नहीं थे, आज अयोध्या वासी ही संघ कारसेवक पूरम से जुड़े हुए जो अधिकारी थे उन्हें बुलाया गया था, कार्यकर्ताओं को बुलाया गया था, इसके अलावा आसपास के जिले से बुलाया गया था। और इससे यहाँ के लोग काफी ज्यादा खुश हैं। ध्वज देखा आपने?
हाँ देखा, मोबाइल पे देखा हमने, बहुत अच्छा है।
अब दर्शन करने जाएंगी?
जाएंगे, आए हैं इसीलिए।
कहाँ से आई हैं?
पूरनपुर से, पीलीभीत से।
पीलीभीत से। देखिए, तो लोगों को मालूम था, श्रद्धालुओं को मालूम था कि आज श्री राम मंदिर में दर्शन बंद है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से भव्यता थी कार्यक्रम की दिव्यता थी, उसको देखते हुए श्रद्धालु यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए थे। जी।
All right, Amit, thanks a lot for bringing us that report. Moving on, let's get you some other politics that we're tracking. Over the special intensive revision across 12 states and UTs now, it has escalated with multiple deaths, even suicides being linked to the exercise. In West Bengal alone, 34 deaths, including those of BLOs and citizens, have been reported. And the government, of course, there says this is either due to fear or pressure of the exercise. Amidst these tensions, Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose visited Hakimpur last evening after hundreds of illegal immigrants from Bangladesh reportedly had gathered there attempting to cross over because of this exercise. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has written a fresh letter to the Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar seeking immediate intervention over two disturbing developments. First, directive to hire data entry operators for a year and a proposal to set up polling stations inside private housing complexes.
Has been done. I have discussed with the BSF officers, extensively toured around the border areas and made my own assessment on this. See, there seems to be a concerted effort to mislead the people on the issue of SIR. SIR is an essential process of our commitment to hold free and fair elections. Strong action will be taken if anybody tries to fool the people and create dissensions in society. The Constitution of India is strong enough, and recently the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment has clarified certain things regarding the powers of the governor.
The additional CEO told you earlier that wherever the connecting issues are there, we held a meeting today
with all the telecom operators and the Ministry of Telecom official. And they said that according to them it's okay, but we said it's faltering in some places sometimes. So they said there's a WhatsApp group which is operational during the elections, but it's still operational where the officers of the CEO are there and these people are there. So I asked them to add the DOs there. And I'll request the DOs, in case any problem is encountered anywhere, they can put it in the app and these people will reply as fast as possible. Connectivity issues can be there in few places, few hours, few days, but it's not there for the whole time to come. The black zones are very small in number. And anyway, we have told the BDOs also, we have told the DAOs also that centralized spaces can be there.
So the showdown between particularly TMC, the Bengal government and the Chief Election Commissioner has been escalating, but what has happened now is that the TMC delegation wants to visit the EC and the EC has approved a request from the TMC for a meeting with its delegation. Let me go across to my colleague Kamalika, who's joining us. Kamalika, give us a sense of what is it that the TMC will take to the EC? Are there any proofs that they're taking to them to support their demands or interventions? Who all will be visiting and when?
See, as we have got the letter, the ECI
requested for a time from the election. And specifically what we are coming to know that
there are certain points which Trinamool Congress wants to raise, and yesterday we know that Abhishek Banerjee, he had a meeting with all the leaders and all the workers whom he has directed that there are certain points which needs to be raised to the Election Commission, like the excessive pressure on the BLOs, like there are a lot of other issues which are there. Right now, we'd also like to show you, we are standing in the Mathua Bastion where Mamata Banerjee will become. This is the Sabha area. This is also a Sabha. This is also a meeting which has been called by Mamata Banerjee to protest against SIR and also stand for the people out there. We know that Mathua vote bank is a very important vote bank. They influence near about 40 to 50 constituencies in Bengal, but with the SIR thing they are in confusion because there is much of the people does not have linkage with 2002. Now Mamata Banerjee almost starting her campaign from here today. Election campaign, you can say so, protesting the SIR. She will do a meeting out here, and after the meeting, she will merge from this area, from to Thakuria in Thakur Nagar. They're in Thakur Nagar, where the Thakur Badi is there, which is Mathua's cultural and religious center. So definitely there is a war of words going on, and a war going on between Trinamool Congress and the Election Commission also. We know yesterday also Mamata Banerjee wrote that how come Election Commission is now has given tenders for data entry operator. She has questioned that how Election Commission is now planning to have booths inside complexes. So big complexes. So all these points Mamata Banerjee has raised. Earlier Mamata Banerjee also sent a letter to CEC requesting the halt of the SIR process because people are being trained, lot of people are dying according to Mamata Banerjee. So a clear standoff between the Election Commission and Mamata Banerjee is going, and also between the BJP and Trinamool. BJP is saying that all the Mathuas will get their citizenship through CA. That is their question. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee is saying that all these Mathuas, a lot of Mathuas have come out. Their names will be deleted because they don't have linkages with 2006. So clearly, the big Bengal battle poll campaign has started. We can say that.
Okay. Kamalika, thanks a lot for joining us. Let's listen into some more reactions on this, how a lot of parties, not just the TMC of course, have been asking Election Commission certain questions and have been requesting certain interventions for the SIR process.
You see, Mamata has no moral right because she has created all this chaos.
In 2003, she had raised this bogey of infiltration, which was not in reality. Now, the BJP, in tandem with Mamata, is taking advantage of this situation and creating panic and havoc in the minds of the people who may not have that sufficient document. TMC is trying to organize the goons. And in fact, the BLOs are under pressure because of TMC goons' interference on every stage. That is one of the reasons. That's why I'm asking the Election Commission must investigate into the matter, must probe into the matter and find out what are the reasons. Similarly, there might be pressure from the local BJPs in Gujarat and other states, which is causing, which is really prompting them to commit suicide.
12 प्रदेशों में एसआईआर चल रहा है, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा हंगामा पश्चिम बंगाल में हो रहा है. इसका कारण क्या है? हमारा साथ बांग्लादेश का एक 2200 किलोमीटर से भी ज़्यादा पोरस बॉर्डर है. द बॉर्डर इज फुल ऑफ वाटर बॉडीज. अगर ऐसे एक स्टेट में जिसके इतना बड़ा सीमा है और वो सीमा भी पोरस है, उसमें अगर सेंट्रल फोर्स, बीएसएफ, पुलिस का जॉइंट ऑपरेशन ना हो, उसमें अगर पॉलिटिकल कंसेंसस डेवलप ना हो और जनता के भीतर जागरूकता ना हो, तो ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद नहीं हो सकती. तृणमूल कांग्रेस ये कर रहा है. और बंगाल में क्या हो रहा है ये देखने के लिए हम लोग तो बोल रहे हैं, पूरा हिंदुस्तान की नेता, पूरा हिंदुस्तान का जो लोग पत्रकार है, एक बार देखते तो जाइए जो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन वेस्ट बंगाल राइट नाउ.
ये इलेक्शन कमीशन के कलकत्ता ऑफिस के बाहर हम लोग हैं और अब देख सकते हैं कि जो टीएमसी समर्थित जो बीएलओ संगठन है वो लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं और साथ ही साथ बहुत टीचर्स भी आए हैं, सरकारी टीचर्स भी आए हैं, कुछ बीएलओज आए हैं, सरकारी टीचर्स बहुत सारे आए हैं जो इन लोगों को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. और लगातार आप देख सकते हैं कि इसी का जो ऑफिस है वो बंद कर दिया गया है. हम लोग को इस जगह से बाहर जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, पर ये लोग सब यहाँ पे आए हैं. इन लोगों को दिक्कत हो रही है काम करने में. हालांकि ये जो रैली है इसमें कई लोग आए हैं, पर बहुत ज़्यादा बीएलओज है ऐसा नहीं कहा जा सकता. देख सकते कि चुनाव आयोग के बाहर ये सारे जो लोग हैं ये बैठ गए हैं और ये लगातार धरना कर रहे हैं. They have to work for all through the day, all through the night. They have to go to 100 houses. That's what their claim is. But let me tell you, in this entire rally, ये जो entire rally है यहाँ पे BLOs आए हैं, पर ज़्यादातर जो सरकारी कर्मचारी संगठन के लोग हैं वो यहाँ दिखा गया है. What are the problems you are facing?
There are many problems. The problem of server, there is the problem of BLO app and other problems. But the main problem is that we have been reported from different parts of Bengal, especially from the border areas. The BLOs who are working, they have reported to us. So we have been forced to complain to the CEO about the problem that some persons, some electors whose name are in the 2024 voters list, those who have been distributed enumeration forms, they are linking with 2002 voter list their fathers, one father of one person, but the other persons who are not related with that family or not related at all related with that father, they are linking with that father. How will they manage this? They have told us that they will manage by AI version which is incorporated in the BLO app. The ECI is trying to trap those fake voters, those infiltrators by AI app.
So charges flying thick and fast, charges and counter charges by political parties and those on ground. But of course, there are charges being made by the BJP in West Bengal as well against the ruling dispensation. We'll continue to track this. Time for a very short break. Stay with us.
They define excellence and then go further. They are invincible icons that inspire billions. Chosen by an eminent jury through a rigorous selection process.
Incredible. I'm in awe. I'm inspired.
It's an assembly line of brilliance.
Who will be crowned CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025? Stay tuned to the grand finale, 28th November, 6 p.m. onwards on CNN News 18. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies, Wardrobe Partner, Reed & Taylor, Bond with the Best. Powered by Reliance Industries Limited, in association with HDFC Sky. Make money matter. Explore more. Express more. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. And Polycab, India's safe, happy connection. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Behind me, the famous Lata Chowk of Ayodhya, the famous Veena. And when you come to Ayodhya, ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, in which the full Ram temple will now be complete, you can see two kind of posters in Ayodhya. One poster is of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Wherever you go in Ayodhya, you will see the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's poster everywhere in Ayodhya, welcoming him to Ayodhya for this ceremony. The Divya Bhavya Navya Ayodhya आगमन पर संघ संचालक राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत जी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन. This is one poster you see, and the second poster you see all over Ayodhya is of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, same poster, welcoming him to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. And these two big personalities, Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, they were there also when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony had happened in Ayodhya in January last year. It's almost 2 years since, and they are both coming together again for the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony in Ayodhya. It's after a bit that they are sharing the stage, and the Prime Minister had gone to Nagpur to the RSS headquarters earlier. But since then, the Prime Minister has been speaking glowingly of the RSS from the Red Fort in his Independence Day address, or be it on other occasions while celebrating the centenary year of the RSS, releasing the commemorative coin. The Prime Minister has called the RSS the biggest NGO of the world, the soul of India, the Atvraksh, the banyan tree, which is a symbol of harmony and social justice. That is how the Prime Minister has been describing the RSS. And when the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony happens, these two personalities, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and Mr. Narendra Modi, will be seen together again in a strong statement, I would say, to the detractors who had been saying a lot over the last 3 years. But the way Mr. Modi and Mr. Mohan Bhagwat have come together has silenced many of the critics. So in Ayodhya, one of the latest things that I saw when I came this time is people coming for Jai Shri Ram tattoos. There's a small tattoo shop right on Rampath, the road which leads to Ram Mandir, and you can see here a customer here with the shopkeeper getting an Om and a Jai Shri Ram tattoo being on his arm. You can show that maybe to him, and that is the way he's getting it done. Look, and in today's Gen Z, when people get tattoos done of their near and dear ones, you have here people coming actually to get tattoos of Lord Ram, of their faith, and this is something that is absolutely new when you come to Ayodhya. तो कई लोग आते हैं यहाँ पे टैटू करवाने जय श्री राम के.
जी बहुत.
अच्छा, कितने आते हैं लोग दिन के?
10-12 लोग तो आ जाते हैं.
अच्छा, कितना चार्ज करते हैं बनाने का टैटू?
ये 250 रुपए स्क्वायर इंच ब्लैक में होता है, इंच में होता है.
अच्छा, so more people actually queuing up here. आप भी टैटू बनवाएंगे? किसका टैटू बनाएंगे? जय श्री राम का?
जय श्री राम.
ऐसा क्यों?
भगवान का.
कहाँ बाजू पे बनवाएंगे?
हाथ पे
बनवाएंगे. Interesting, and that is what I feel, that people here actually who are coming, and youngsters especially coming to get tattoos of Lord Ram, of their God, and this shows the faith and this shows the fervor in Ayodhya when you come here after the coming up of the Sri Ram temple. हमारे साथ ब्रिजभूषण जी हैं, पूर्व सांसद हैं बीजेपी के, अयोध्या के नए एयरपोर्ट पे आए हैं और कल ध्वजारोहण होने जा रहा है. कितनी बड़ी बात है ब्रिजभूषण जी, प्रधानमंत्री आ रहे हैं, मोहन भागवत जी आ रहे हैं.
ये गर्व की बात है हम लोगों के लिए. एक सपना पूरा हुआ, जो पहले सपना था आज पूरा हुआ. इसके पीछे कई 100 वर्षों का संघर्ष भी है, लेकिन आज वो सपना पूरा हुआ.
इतने साल की स्ट्रगल रही, इतने सालों का स्ट्रगल रहा, मंदिर पूरा होने में भी तकरीबन 2 साल लगे, पर जो भव्य रूप अब निकल के आया, आपको लगता है वो जो प्रतीक्षा थी उसका पूर्ण हो गया आज?
अभी तो काम चलता ही रहेगा. अभी तो पूरी अयोध्या सजना है, अभी तो बहुत काम बाकी है, लेकिन मंदिर पूरा हो गया.
So people of all ages come to Ayodhya and people come from far and wide. I have a family here with me from all the way from Chennai. First trip to Ayodhya?
Yes. Sir,
First trip.
Yeah, first trip.
So what brings you here? Do you want to see the temple? Have you heard about it?
It's a religious thing. We'll have to definitely visit our own Hindu culture. That's why we visit here.
Yes, it is a moment of pride. We are so happy. I'm visiting from US just to come and visit Ayodhya and bring my parents, my uncle and aunt. It's our privilege being Hindu to be part of this auspicious time.
So where in the US you stay, ma'am?
I'm coming from New Jersey.
Oh, so you're bringing your parents for the first
time? Yes.
Okay. So did they always want to come here? What was the...
Yes, they are Lord Rama Bhakta and they all wanted to come and visit. So they've given me privilege to come here and bring them here.
Even in a wheelchair you're here. That's your astha, that's your belief?
Yes, I have to come. I have to worship my God.
We are proud of our Prime Minister Modi. We come all the way from US. We are so proud of him.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Behind me, the famous Lata Chowk of Ayodhya, the famous Veena. And when you come to Ayodhya, ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony, in which the full Ram temple will now be complete, you can see two kind of posters in Ayodhya. One poster is of Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Wherever you go in Ayodhya, you will see the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's poster everywhere in Ayodhya, welcoming him to Ayodhya for this ceremony. The Divya Bhavya Navya Ayodhya आगमन पर संघ संचालक राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत जी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन. This is one poster you see, and the second poster you see all over Ayodhya is of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, same poster, welcoming him to Ayodhya ahead of the Dhwaj Arohan ceremony. And these two big personalities, Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, they were there also when the Pran Pratishthan ceremony had happened in Ayodhya.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's get you a quick check of all the top stories we're tracking from the south of India. First up is the Chief Minister's chair Natak from Karnataka. Despite repeating denials by party chief Kharge and even Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the leadership change row refuses to end after the completion of half-term. Now, 10 MLAs continue to camp in Delhi, demanding clarity from the party high command. Amongst these legislators are H.C. Balakrishna, K.M. Uday, Nayan Mutamma, Iqbal Hussain, Sharad Bachegowda and Sivaganga Baswaraj. Now, MLA S.T. Balakrishna spoke exclusively to CNN News 18, saying that they want a clarity from the High Command, not per se a commitment. Earlier, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge had said that the High Command will take a decision over this matter, which obviously gave BJP the opportunity to take a swipe that Kharge, who's the party chief, is only a watchman for the Gandhi family.
ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಕೇಳೋದು. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ನನ್ನನ್ನೇ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀವಿ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು.
AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge, after meeting all the senior ministers, MLAs sitting there in Bangalore, issuing a statement that he can't take any decision, that clearly shows his helplessness. Nobody wants to resolve the issue. Everybody wants this infighting to be continued. But Bharatiya Janata Party, the only question we are asking, when the farmers across the state, they are really in a distress. Sugarcane growers are demanding the compensation. Maize growers, they are demanding compensation. But nothing has been addressed by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah.
ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ವೇದವಾಕ್ಯ ನಮ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ವೇದವಾಕ್ಯ ನಮ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ವೇದವಾಕ್ಯ ನಮ್ದು.
ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ರೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಕಣ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಏನೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಚಾರ.
ಕೆಲವೊಂದು
ನೋಡಿ,
ಇದೆ.
ಈಗ 2013ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಮಿತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ವಿ. ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಂದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಜನ ವೋಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ
सियावर रामचंद्र की, सियावर रामचंद्र की जय सिया राम। उत्तर प्रदेश की राज्यपाल आनंदीबेन पटेल, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक डॉक्टर मोहन भागवत जी, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष पूज्य महंत नृत्य गोपाल दास जी, पूज्य संत समाज, यहां पधारे सभी भक्तगण, देश और दुनिया से इस ऐतिहासिक पल के साक्षी बन रहे कोटि कोटि राम भक्त, देवी और सज्जनों, आज अयोध्या नगरी भारत की सांस्कृतिक चेतना के एक और उत्कर्ष बिंदु की साक्षी बन रही है। आज संपूर्ण भारत, संपूर्ण विश्व राममय है। हर राम भक्त के हृदय में अद्वितीय संतोष है, असीम कृतज्ञता है, अपार अलौकिक आनंद है। सदियों के घाव भर रहे हैं, सदियों की वेदना आज विराम पा रही है। सदियों का संकल्प आज सिद्धि को प्राप्त हो रहा है। आज उस यज्ञ की पूर्णाहुति है जिसकी अग्नि 500 वर्ष तक प्रज्वलित रही। जो यज्ञ एक पल भी आस्था से डिगा नहीं, एक पल भी विश्वास से टूटा नहीं। आज भगवान श्री राम के गर्भगृह की अनंत ऊर्जा, श्री राम परिवार का दिव्य प्रताप इस धर्म ध्वजा के रूप में इस दिव्यतम भव्यतम मंदिर में प्रतिष्ठापित हुआ है। और साथियों, ये धर्म ध्वजा केवल एक ध्वजा नहीं, ये भारतीय सभ्यता के पुनर्जागरण का ध्वज है। इसका भगवा रंग, इस पर रचित सूर्य वंश की ख्याति, वर्णित ओम शब्द और अंकित कोविदार वृक्ष राम राज्य की कीर्ति को प्रतिरूपित करता है। ये ध्वज संकल्प है, ये ध्वज सफलता है, ये ध्वज संघर्ष से सृजन की गाथा है, ये ध्वज सदियों से चले आ रहे स्वप्नों का साकार स्वरूप है। ये ध्वज संतों की साधना और समाज की सहभागिता की सार्थक परिणति है। साथियों, आने वाली सदियों और सहस्त्र शताब्दियों तक ये धर्म ध्वज
प्रभु राम के आदर्शों और सिद्धांतों का उद्घोष करेगा। ये धर्म ध्वज आह्वान करेगा, सत्यमेव जयते नानृतम, यानी जीत सत्य की ही होती है, असत्य की नहीं। ये धर्म ध्वज उद्घोष करेगा, सत्यम एक पदम ब्रह्म सत्य धर्म प्रतिष्ठित, अर्थात सत्य ही ब्रह्म का स्वरूप है, सत्य में ही धर्म स्थापित है। ये धर्म ध्वज प्रेरणा बनेगा, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाहि, अर्थात जो कहा जाए वही किया जाए। ये धर्म ध्वज संदेश देगा, कर्म प्रधान विश्व रची राखा, अर्थात विश्व में कर्म और कर्तव्य की प्रधानता हो। ये धर्म ध्वज कामना करेगा, बैर न विग्रह आस न त्रासा, सुखमय ताही सदा सब आशा, यानी भेदभाव पीड़ा परेशानी से मुक्ति, समाज में शांति और सुख हो। ये धर्म ध्वज हमें संकल्पित करेगा, नहीं दरिद्र को दुखी न दीना, यानी हम ऐसा समाज बनाएं जहां गरीबी न हो, कोई दुखी या लाचार न हो। साथियों, हमारे ग्रंथों में कहा गया है, आरोपितम ध्वजम दृष्ट्वा, ये अभिनंदनित धार्मिका ते अपि सर्वे प्रमुच्यते महापातक कोटि भी, यानी जो लोग किसी कारण मंदिर नहीं आ पाते और दूर से मंदिर के ध्वज को प्रणाम कर लेते हैं, उन्हें भी उतना ही पुण्य मिल जाता है। साथियों, ये धर्म ध्वज भी इस मंदिर के ध्येय का प्रतीक है। ये ध्वज दूर से ही राम लला की जन्मभूमि के दर्शन कराएगा और युगों युगों तक प्रभु श्री राम के आदेशों और प्रेरणाओं को मानव मात्र तक पहुंचाएगा। साथियों, मैं संपूर्ण विश्व के करोड़ों राम भक्तों को इस अविस्मरणीय क्षण की, इस अद्वितीय अवसर की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं आज उन सभी भक्तों को भी प्रणाम करता हूं, हर उस दानवीर का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिसने राम मंदिर निर्माण के लिए अपना सहयोग दिया। मैं राम मंदिर के निर्माण से जुड़े हर श्रमवीर, हर कारीगर, हर योजनाकार, हर वास्तुकार, सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, अयोध्या वह भूमि है जहां आदर्श आचरण में बदलते हैं। यही वह नगरी है जहां श्री श्री राम ने अपना जीवन पथ शुरू किया था। इसी अयोध्या ने संसार को बताया कि एक व्यक्ति कैसे समाज की शक्ति से, उसके संस्कारों से पुरुषोत्तम बनता है। जब श्री राम अयोध्या से वनवास को गए तो वे युवराज राम थे, लेकिन जब लौटे तो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम बनकर के आए और उनके मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम बनने में महर्षि वशिष्ठ का ज्ञान, महर्षि विश्वामित्र की दीक्षा, महर्षि अगस्त्य का मार्गदर्शन, निषाद राज की मित्रता, मां शबरी की ममता, भक्त हनुमान का समर्पण, इन सब की अनगिनत ऐसे लोगों की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। साथियों, विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए भी समाज की इसी सामूहिक शक्ति की आवश्यकता है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि राम मंदिर का दिव्य प्रांगण भारत के सामूहिक सामर्थ्य की भी चेतना स्थली बन रहा है। यहां 7 मंदिर बने हैं। यहां माता शबरी का मंदिर बना है, जो जनजातीय समाज के प्रेम भाव और आतिथ्य परंपरा की प्रतिमूर्ति है। यहां निषादराज का मंदिर बना है। ये उस मित्रता का साक्षी है जो साधन नहीं, साध्य को, उसकी भावना को पूजती है। यहां एक ही स्थान पर माता अहिल्या है, महर्षि वाल्मीकि है, महर्षि वशिष्ठ है, महर्षि विश्वामित्र है, महर्षि अगस्त्य है और संत तुलसीदास है। राम लला के साथ साथ इन सभी ऋषियों के दर्शन भी यहीं पर होते हैं। यहां जटायु जी और गिलहरी की मूर्तियां भी है, जो बड़े संकल्पों की सिद्धि के लिए हर छोटे से छोटे प्रयास के महत्व को दिखाती है। मैं आज हर देशवासी से कहूंगा कि वो जब भी राम मंदिर आए तो सप्त मंदिर के दर्शन भी अवश्य करें। ये मंदिर हमारी आस्था के साथ साथ मित्रता, कर्तव्य और सामाजिक सद्भाव के मूल्यों को भी शक्ति देते हैं। साथियों, हम सब जानते हैं, हमारे राम भेद से नहीं, भाव से जुड़ते हैं। उनके लिए व्यक्ति का कुल नहीं, उसकी भक्ति महत्वपूर्ण है। उन्हें वंश नहीं, मूल्य प्रिय है। उन्हें शक्ति नहीं, सहयोग महान लगता है। आज हम भी उसी भावना से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। पिछले 11 वर्षों में महिला, दलित, पिछड़े, अति पिछड़े, आदिवासी, युवा, हर वर्ग को विकास के केंद्र में रखा गया है। जब देश का हर व्यक्ति, हर वर्ग, हर क्षेत्र सशक्त होगा, तब संकल्प की सिद्धि में सबका प्रयास लगेगा और सबके प्रयास से ही 2047 जब देश आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, हमें 2047 तक विकसित भारत का निर्माण करना ही होगा। साथियों, राम लला की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैंने राम से राष्ट्र के संकल्प की चर्चा की थी। मैंने कहा था कि हमें आने वाले 1000 वर्षों के लिए भारत की नींव मजबूत करनी है। हमें याद रखना है, जो सिर्फ वर्तमान का सोचते हैं वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों के साथ अन्याय करते हैं। हमें वर्तमान के साथ साथ भावी पीढ़ियों के बारे में भी सोचना है, क्योंकि हम जब नहीं थे ये देश तब भी था, जब हम नहीं रहेंगे ये देश तब भी रहेगा। हम एक जीवंत समाज है, हमें दूरदृष्टि के साथ ही काम करना होगा। हमें आने वाले दशकों, आने वाली सदियों को ध्यान में रखना ही होगा। और साथियों, इसके लिए भी हमें प्रभु राम से सीखना होगा। हमें उनके व्यक्तित्व को समझना होगा। हमें उनके व्यवहार को आत्मसात करना होगा। हमें याद रखना होगा, राम यानी आदर्श, राम यानी मर्यादा, राम यानी जीवन का सर्वोच्च चरित्र, राम यानी सत्य और पराक्रम का संगम। दिव्य गुणे शक्र समो रामः सत्य पराक्रमः। राम यानी धर्म पथ पर चलने वाला व्यक्तित्व। रामः सत्पुरुषो लोके सत्यः सत्यपरायणः। राम यानी जनता के सुख को सर्वोपरि रखना, प्रजा सुखत्वे चंद्रस्य। राम यानी धर्म और क्षमा का दरिया। वसुधाया क्षमा गुणे है। राम यानी ज्ञान और विवेक की पराकाष्ठा। बुद्ध या बृहस्पति तुल्य। राम यानी कोमलता में दृढ़ता। मृदु पूर्वज भाषते। राम यानी कृतज्ञता का सर्वोच्च उदाहरण। कदाचन नोपकारेण कृति नैकेन तुष्यति। राम यानी श्रेष्ठ संगति का चयन। शीला वृद्धे ज्ञान वृद्धे वयोवृद्धे च सज्जनै। राम यानी विनम्रता में महाबल। वीर्यवान च वीर्येण महता स्वेन विस्मितः। राम यानी सत्य का अडिग संकल्प। न च अनुत्र कथो विद्वान। राम यानी जागरूक, अनुशासित और निष्कपट मन। निस्तिंद्र अपम्रत च स्वदोष परदोषवित। साथियों, राम सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति नहीं, राम एक मूल्य है, एक मर्यादा है, एक दिशा है। अगर भारत को साल 2047 तक विकसित बनाना है, अगर समाज को सामर्थ्यवान बनाना है, तो हमें अपने भीतर राम को जगाना होगा। हमें अपने भीतर के राम की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करनी होगी। और इस संकल्प के लिए आज से बेहतर दिन और क्या हो सकता है। साथियों, 25 नवंबर का यह ऐतिहासिक दिन अपनी विरासत पर गर्व का एक और अद्भुत क्षण लेकर आया है। इसकी वजह है धर्म ध्वजा पर अंकित कोविदार वृक्ष। ये कोविदार वृक्ष इस बात का उदाहरण है कि जब हम अपनी जड़ों से कट जाते हैं तो हमारा वैभव इतिहास के पन्नों में दब जाता है। साथियों, जब भरत अपनी सेना के साथ चित्रकूट पहुंचे तो लक्ष्मण ने दूर से ही अयोध्या की सेना को पहचान लिया। ये कैसे हुआ, इसका वर्णन वाल्मीकि जी ने किया है। और वाल्मीकि जी ने क्या वर्णन किया है? उन्होंने कहा है, विराजित उद्गत स्कंधम कोविदार ध्वज रथे। लक्ष्मण कहते हैं, राम, सामने जो तेजस्वी प्रकाश में विशाल वृक्ष जैसा ध्वज दिखाई दे रहा है, वही अयोध्या की सेना का ध्वज है। उस पर कोविदार का शुभ चिन्ह अंकित है। साथियों, आज जब राम मंदिर के प्रांगण में कोविदार फिर से प्रतिष्ठित हो रहा है, यह केवल एक वृक्ष की वापसी नहीं है, यह हमारी स्मृति की वापसी है, हमारी अस्मिता का पुनर्जागरण है। हमारी स्वाभिमानी सभ्यता का पुनः उद्घोष है। कोविदार वृक्ष हमें याद दिलाता है कि जब हम अपनी पहचान भूलते हैं तो हम स्वयं को खो देते हैं, और जब पहचान लौटती है तो राष्ट्र का आत्मविश्वास भी लौट आता है। और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो अपनी विरासत पर गर्व करना होगा। साथियों, अपनी विरासत पर गर्व के साथ साथ एक और बात भी महत्वपूर्ण है, और वो है गुलामी की मानसिकता से पूरी तरह मुक्ति। आज से 190 साल पहले 190 साल पहले साल 1835 में 1835 में मैकाले नाम के एक अंग्रेज ने भारत को अपनी जड़ों से उखाड़ने के बीज बोए थे। मैकाले ने भारत में मानसिक गुलामी की नींव रखी थी। 10 साल बाद यानी 2035 में उस अपवित्र घटना को 200 वर्ष पूरे हो रहे हैं। कुछ दिन पहले मैंने एक कार्यक्रम में आग्रह किया था कि हमें आने वाले 10 वर्षों तक उस 10 वर्षों का लक्ष्य लेकर चलना है कि भारत को गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्त करके रहेंगे। साथियों, सबसे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य यह है कि मैकाले ने जो कुछ सोचा था उसका प्रभाव कहीं व्यापक हुआ। हमें आजादी मिली, लेकिन हीन भावना से मुक्ति नहीं मिली। हमारे यहां एक विकार आ गया कि विदेश की हर चीज, हर व्यवस्था अच्छी है और जो हमारी अपनी चीजें हैं उनमें खोट ही खोट है। साथियों, गुलामी की यही मानसिकता है जिसने लगातार यह स्थापित किया। हमने विदेशों से लोकतंत्र लिया। कहा गया कि हमारा संविधान भी विदेश से प्रेरित है, जबकि सच ये है कि भारत लोकतंत्र की जननी है, मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। लोकतंत्र हमारे डीएनए में है। साथियों, अगर आप तमिलनाडु जाएंगे तो तमिलनाडु के उत्तरी हिस्से में उत्तीरमेरूर गांव है। वहां हजारों वर्ष पहले का एक शिलालेख है। उसमें बताया गया है कि उस कालखंड में भी कैसे लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से शासन व्यवस्था चलती थी, लोग कैसे सरकार चुनते थे। लेकिन हमारे यहां तो मैग्ना कार्टा की प्रशंसा का ही चलन रहा। हमारे यहां भगवान बसवन्ना, उनके अनुभव मंटपा की जानकारी भी सीमित रखी गई। अनुभव मंटपा यानी जहां सामाजिक, धार्मिक और आर्थिक विषयों पर सार्वजनिक बहस होती थी, जहां सामूहिक सहमति से निर्णय लिए जाते थे। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के कारण इस भारत की कितनी ही पीढ़ियों को इस जानकारी से भी वंचित रखा गया। साथियों, हमारी व्यवस्था के हर कोने में गुलामी की इस मानसिकता ने डेरा डाला हुआ था। अब याद करिए, भारतीय नौसेना का ध्वज सदियों तक उस ध्वज पर ऐसे प्रतीक बने रहे जिनका हमारी सभ्यता, हमारी शक्ति, हमारी विरासत से कोई संबंध नहीं था। अब हमने नौसेना के ध्वज से गुलामी के हर प्रतीक को हटाया है। हमने छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की विरासत को स्थापित किया है, और ये सिर्फ एक डिजाइन में बदलाव नहीं हुआ, ये मानसिकता बदलने का क्षण था। ये वो घोषणा थी कि भारत अब अपनी शक्ति अपने प्रतीकों से परिभाषित करेगा, न कि किसी और की विरासत से। और साथियों, यही परिवर्तन आज अयोध्या में भी दिख रहा है। साथियों, ये गुलामी की मानसिकता ही है जिसने इतने वर्षों तक रामत्व को नकारा है। भगवान राम अपने आप में एक वैल्यू सिस्टम है। ओरछा के राजा राम से लेकर रामेश्वरम के भक्त राम तक और शबरी के प्रभु राम से लेकर मिथिला के पाहुन राम जी तक भारत के हर घर में, हर भारतीय के मन में और भारतवर्ष के हर कण कण में राम है। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता इतनी हावी हो गई कि प्रभु राम को भी काल्पनिक घोषित किया जाने लगा। साथियों, अगर हम ठान ले अगले 10 साल में मानसिक गुलामी से पूरी तरह मुक्ति पा लेंगे, और तब जाकर के ऐसी ज्वाला प्रज्वलित होगी, ऐसा आत्मविश्वास बढ़ेगा कि 2047 तक विकसित भारत का सपना पूरा होने से भारत को कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा। आने वाले 1000 वर्ष के लिए भारत की नींव तभी सशक्त होगी जब मैकाले की गुलामी के प्रोजेक्ट को हम अगले 10 साल में पूरी तरह ध्वस्त करके दिखा देंगे। साथियों, अयोध्या धाम में राम लला का मंदिर परिसर भव्य से भव्यतम हो